I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Rules Blank Area. Along the way, Zhang Ming saw several powerful creatures with intelligence passing by. They were obviously smarter than the other monsters. When they saw Lao Zhang sneaking around in the sea and wearing a helmet, they would secretly look at him. Even a large dolphin with a body length of more than 100 meters was somewhat infatuated with Lao Zhang, and followed him and cried strangely. "Are you polite?" The large dolphin was unwilling to give Lao Zhang a ride, and just nudged him with its mouth and made a strange laugh. "You are so cute. Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. You should leave quickly. It will be bad if you are eaten." Zhang Ming could not withstand the nudging of the 100-meter-long dolphin, and soon he was knocked over and almost broke his King Kong body. He couldn't help but complain. "You should give me a ride, Sister Dolphin. You are so strong. Do you still want to push me to death?" When Shimama translated this sentence, Sister Dolphin seemed a little embarrassed, and screamed, and ran away. Only Zhang Ming was left rolling his eyes at the bottom of the sea. It seems that not all dolphin creatures are attracted by his appearance. Hey, cuteness is worthless compared to opportunities. I wish you good luck. This big dolphin is still a little far from the real wisdom. Wisdom is something that may require socialization to be truly formed. Social products such as language and writing cannot be created out of nothing, even if the species is smart. Because a single person does not need to speak or write, these things need a population to slowly polish them out. Just like the original Zuanwu, it also had an ethnic group. It took on responsibilities and gained wisdom at the same time. The dolphin has left the group and is no longer the original dolphin. Shimama seemed to have thought of something and said, "The chain reaction of the fall of the demon god is huge. It not only provides new opportunities for marine life, but also provides opportunities for various civilizations in the demon god sea." "What do you mean?" Shimama said. "The idealistic rules from the time and space worms are like spider webs, permeating the demon god sea. Now these rules are all gone. What do you think will happen?" Zhang Ming recalled the scenes observed from the soul perspective and suddenly realized, now there are a lot of blank areas, and the idealistic rules will be mutually disordered and conflicted, and finally a new balance will be formed. The whole process may last for 100 years. In this 100 years, various mutant life and supernatural minerals will also breed in large numbers in the demon god sea. Due to the disorder of rules, I understand, only change can give birth to miracles. In a stagnant environment, even a peerless genius can only be suppressed. Zhang Ming sighed. He suddenly realized that the young human civilization should make good use of this 100 years. Opportunities like this are really rare. If you miss them, you will never have them again. Even if humans run to the Sea of Demons, catch some monsters, and dig some minerals, it would be good. Lao Zhang made up his mind. "I will call and torture the human leaders after I go back." After walking and stopping for more than a month, Zhang Ming finally walked out of the terrifying sea full of chaos. At this time, far away from the continental shelf, the depth of the ocean continued to deepen. The seawater has exceeded 500 meters. The terrifying pressure of 50 atmospheres pressed on his body, making Zhang Ming feel uncomfortable. Going down further, the water pressure will increase significantly, and his backpack and luggage will soon be unable to support it under the terrifying pressure. Zhang Ming stopped and sighed. "Just wait here quietly." He hung a red towel on Shimama and let Shimama float to the surface of the water. With Xiaobei's divination ability and the pelican's sharp vision, we should be able to find this red towel. "Let's just wait here. I really want to go back to my doghouse and have a good sleep." Recalling the experience of this month, it was like a dream. With a trace of fatigue, a trace of excitement, a trace of sadness and helplessness, Zhang Ming closed his eyes and began to rest. I don't know how long he waited, but Lao Zhang heard a pelican's cry from afar. He was moved and raised his head quickly. Ga. Ga. At a depth of 500 meters in the ocean, the light was very dim and the sun was basically invisible. Zhang Ming put down the sack in his hand temporarily and swam up. The huge pelican cried "ga ga ga" sharply when it saw Zhang Ming swimming up. It seemed to be a little surprised when it saw the familiar face of Emperor Zhang. Then, the big sister pelican realized that something was wrong with her, and the bird's face changed from surprise to disdain. "Hey, why are you greeting me like this, Bird Emperor? What's wrong with you?" Zhang Ming was shocked. How could this guy change his face so quickly? Gah! The big sister pelican raised her proud head and yelled something. Then look in another direction. In the far distance, it seems, perhaps, there seems to be a wooden boat. The beating of the heart suddenly accelerated. That is really the sailboat built by himself, the harbor of the soul, the warm home. Lao Zhang was moved to tears, waving his hands excitedly and yelling, "Hey hey, I'm here, here, woof, woof, ah." The friends were also on the boat, yelling excitedly. Half an hour later, the sailboat finally arrived at his location. Xiaobei and Heoj jumped into the water and swam towards Lao Zhang. It's been 2 months since we separated. Xiaobei's eyes were shining with crystal tears, and he almost cried out. The 4 short legs jumped at high speed like a small motor and swam very fast. It jumped directly on Lao Zhang's head. Xiaobei has never experienced such 2 months of fear. The first month was barely peaceful. Big Sister Pelican was quite good at fighting, and with the help of her soul-fixing gun, she was able to resolve some minor crises safely. In the second month, it went crazy. After the war between Red Moon and the Tower, the entire sea area was like a boiling pot, with endless wind, rain, thunder and lightning. All kinds of huge monsters fled from far away, causing the area to become more and more dangerous. Big Sister Pelican even thought of flying away alone. With the character of Bird Mama, she would indeed run away. Xiaobei was crying and snotting, and he told the whole story. It was not easy for him to be the director of the logistics department. He had experienced many life and death crises. It was really scary and dangerous. Zhang Ming put Xiaobei on his head and comforted the child. Okay, you are going to become a turtle of Xuanwu. It's no big deal. You are the biggest hero for guarding our boat. The carefree Haojia naturally didn't know the thrilling journey. But he also held his master's thigh very aggrievedly and licked it randomly. AWW, wow, this licking dog licked Lao Zhang's goosebumps all over his body. Zhang Ming patted the dog's head. Aren't you back? When I have a good rest, I will make boiled large intestines for you. Woof woof. Back on the sailboat, the previously tense nerves suddenly relaxed and didn't want to move at all. So many days of travel have indeed made the body and mind exhausted. The blue sky and white clouds, the clear sunshine, and the familiar environment made Zhang Ming's eyelids fight. But he still forced himself to cheer up and check his sailboat. Some rooms leaked water during the storm, and the water on the floor had to be drained out. The vegetables in the flower pots are mature, but because they have been indoors for a long time in lack of light, they are not growing very well. Rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea, this is real life. A pile of monster meat of strange shapes was piled on the deck, which should be the spoils left by the friends in the battle in the past 2 months. One of the corpses was still fresh, with blood holes in the monster's abdomen. It should be that Xiaobei used the soul-fixing gun to fix it, and the big pelican used its beak to kill it. Thinking of the scene where Xiaobei commanded brother how to pluck hair and skin it, Zhang Ming couldn't help but be shocked, and thought, what, demon-level monsters, they plucked their hair. Shimama made a trembling cry and rolled in. Demon level, old Zhang found that Shimama was deceived, and tried hard not to laugh out loud. We finally killed a demon, and you killed one too. What is this Genesis got across the multiverse? The bird emperor is really a dragon among birds, and he pecked a main god to death. Shimama rolled onto the table, checked the corpses of these monsters, and also began to go crazy. The pelican didn't understand such complicated words, but it could feel that Zhang Ming was teasing it. It made a sharp caw sound and flapped its wings a few times to express its disdain for Emperor Zhang. At the same time, it also mocked Shimama, saying that he was a rotten stone like bird shit. Shimama refused to accept it, and with a gahowl, he fought with the bird emperor. Suddenly, the deck was full of birds and dogs, and there was endless joy. Zhang Ming enjoyed the subtle smell of fireworks and was in a good mood, looking at the distant sky. After being delayed for so long, I can finally set sail in the direction of the earth. The world of the blue crystal people has disappeared, and the joy of hunting the demon god has also been enjoyed. There is nothing to linger in this sea area. Thinking of the long journey in the future, Zhang Ming secretly swore in his heart, I can no longer delay time because of picking up garbage, otherwise, I can't return to the earth for 1,000 years, after fishing up a sack of crystal stones from the bottom of the sea. Set sail and set sail. Lao Zhang first relaxed with spirit, rested happily for a night, and slept well. During this month's underwater journey, the constant sense of uneasiness and crisis really overdrew Zhang Ming's physical and mental strength. Although he still had a lot of important things to do, when he returned to his home, his tense nerves relaxed and he felt exhausted all of a sudden. Don't think about anything, don't do anything, just sleep. P.S. In the new month, don't think about anything. Don't do anything, just want to have a holiday. But the donkey still tried hard to get up and pull the mill. Cack, please vote for me. Chapter 177 World Will Fusion. Waking up early the next day, Zhang Ming found Xiaobei lying at the door of the room, saying something ah-woo with an anxious look on his face. Zhang Ming was surprised. Well, do you mean that the big sister pelican is going to fly away again? The pelican, with a tuft of golden feathers growing on its neck, quacked twice and looked into the distance. It left this time not because it felt danger, but because it sensed the looming opportunities and challenges in the distance. It wanted to go over and take a look. Opportunity? Unregulated territory, or some remains left by the blue crystal people? There are indeed many treasures left in the remains of the Pillar of Heaven. But we won't wait for you here, Arwu. Xiaobei climbed onto the pelican's head and persuaded reluctantly, why should you leave? Isn't it good to stay on this ship? Cuckoo. Facing Xiaobei, the pelican called softly twice, with a gentle look in his eyes. A turtle and a bird, I don't know what they are whispering. Zhang Ming did not try to persuade her. Sometimes when he thought about it carefully, he felt that this bird mother was quite ambitious. All good things must come to an end. Everyone has his own opportunity. Go ahead, but before you go, have a good meal and eat a little more. It will be your contribution to guarding this ship. He took a bone kitchen knife and swiftly dealt with the monster corpses on the deck. He also divided some of the super life flesh that he had picked up by chance and threw them to the pelican. Zhang Ming had already picked up the biggest opportunity, the world stone and the corpse of the time and space worm, so there was no need to go back to the Pillar of Heaven to pick up garbage. He had to go home. The pelican was not polite either. He ate the meat in big mouthfuls until he could not eat any more. He spread his wings and stretched his body with reluctance. Only Xiaobei was alone and worried. The proud pelican's sister had left, and it was normal for him to be the only turtle on the ship. We will always go in that direction. Zhang Ming pointed to the direction where the sun rises. If you come back one day, we will make room for you on the deck. The pelican's eyes became sharp. It is not a domesticated pelican, but a wild one. The determination to never be inferior to others in life will never waver. Gah! It raised its throat, shook its huge beak, flapped its wings, and flew away. Pelicans can actually fly very fast, but at this moment, I don't know what happened. Its wings seemed as weak as cotton, and it only flew at the lowest speed. Inadvertently, the pelican glanced at the warm little wooden boat with a corner of its eye. Perhaps, this not-so-long period of getting along is the most leisurely and secure time in its bird life. It has never experienced a feeling of mutual dependence with its companions. After eating every night, it falls asleep lazily. After the sun rises, it wakes up leisurely. What a comfortable life, it feels like home. Isn't hometown like this? But today, it must embark on its own path and cannot waste this opportunity. The pelican flew farther and farther, and was reluctant to leave. He secretly turned his head and glanced at Xiaobei on the mast. Then he heard Zhang Ming's shout, Bird Emperor, wait for you to challenge me next time, and this ship will belong to you, but if you can't beat me, you have to lay an egg and pay for the ticket. Quack, quack, the pelican cursed. And the muscles on his wings hardened, and he almost fell from the sky. The departure of the pelican did not bring too many waves to life. The sailboat went east all the way, at full speed, with the right wind and direction, and it was expected to sail 200 to 300 kilometers a day. Except for Xiaobei, who looked a little gloomy, the rest of the friends did not have much emotional reaction. The encounter between life and life is happening all the time, and reunion and separation are also the norm in life. The creatures on the ship are not ordinary people, even a dog has its own story. Only Xiaobei's young turtle has no story of his own for the time being. Lao Zhang flicked Xiaobei's shell with his fingers and said with a smile, so-called growth means that the present self has defeated the past self. It's a good thing that the pelican has its own pursuits and goals. To a certain extent, this bird is indeed a strong one. If you have a lot of free time to be sad about this kind of problem, you might as well do more math problems. Xiaobei's black pearl-like eyes were filled with tears. He looked at Lao Zhang weakly and asked, Is your name Devil? Forget it, if you are in a bad mood today, just take a day off. Zhang Ming was not the kind of unkind person. Seeing that it was so cute, He waved his hand and announced that Xiaobai didn't have to do homework today. As a result, the turtle immediately twisted happily, and its head stretched and retracted from the shell, expressing its excitement and joy crazily. You have learned bad things, and you are pretending. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Is it so happy not to do homework? But he still has a lot of things to do now, and he is too lazy to care whether Xiaobai's happy or sad. Turning back to the workshop, he took out the world tree from the big shell. The world tree, which only had one branch and a few yellow leaves, had been planted in the soil for many years, but it was still sick. Zhang Ming took out the aqua blue world stone and threw it into the soil of the flower pot. Both sides are the will of the world. How about you exchange feelings? The world stone did not react. The world tree did not react either. The air fell into dead silence, which made Lao Zhang very embarrassed. He began to talk to himself, simulating a cordial exchange between the two sides. After all, on this ship, the most powerful individual was Lao Zhang. Maybe he could influence these two things? World tree, I am the incarnation of the world's will. World stone, what a coincidence, so am I. World tree, I died once, and only this much is left. World stone, what a coincidence, so am I. World tree, I was planted in a flower pot. World stone, what a coincidence, so am I. Now let's start merging. He kept talking like this for a while, and perhaps because he was embarrassed by Lao Zhang's nervousness, the world tree and the world stone actually emitted a faint light. The light was extremely weak, but Zhang Ming was sure that he was not mistaken. He was immediately happy. Now you know, you still have something in common. Communicate well and protect this ship. If it can grow faster, I can also work less hard. He took the soul ash of the donkey-headed monster and sprinkled it on as fertilizer. After absorbing the soul ash, the world tree and the world stone seemed to have a little more strength, and a subtle light appeared again. This scene is indeed extremely rare in the Sea of Demons, so rare that She-Mama didn't know it at all. The world tree is a collective gift from the earth plane and the flame horn world. It is an extremely rare existence. Under normal circumstances, when the world is destroyed, the world will also perish. How can it be independent? Only this kind of gift voluntarily given by the world will can maintain a certain degree of life force and have a certain degree of spirituality for the world will. A world will that is too stupid is definitely not acceptable. With these conditions added together, the rarity naturally increases. Now there is another homeless world stone. Well, since the world of the blue crystal people has disappeared, this world stone can't be preserved for a long time and is in a state of slow extinction. In a few years, this aqua blue stone will disappear completely. Nothing can be left. But at this moment, after the two sides came into contact, the world tree actually began to absorb the power of the aqua blue stone, producing an unpredictable mysterious resonance. Under the stunned witness of Lao Zhang, the two sides merged. The pale yellow light is like the sun, shining warmly, and there is a feeling of returning home. Zhang Ming's heart became more and more expectant, staring, without blinking. Suddenly, the branch of the world tree was inserted into the aqua blue stone. The merger of the two parties was completed. Zhang Ming was stunned. Is it so rough? Can this artistic design be more beautiful? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of a very good artistic design. If the tree is bigger, a fruit can be hung on the tree, but now the tree is small and the stone is also small. Wait, the function of assisting the practice of Vajra will not be destroyed by you. Before Zhang could figure it out, the small tree once again bloomed a golden light. This light is as warm as the sun, bringing a sense of security and warmth like returning to hometown. Even the debuff of lost people was temporarily dispelled. Zhang Ming felt it in his heart and quickly took out the source of the world hanging on his chest. The light condensed into a thin line, pouring into the source of the world continuously. After about half an hour, the light stopped. The source of the world probably increased by 0.03 shares. Not a small amount. Zhang Ming was satisfied. The Earth is such a big world, and only 1 unit of the source of the world is produced in a year. This kind of shelter energy is really precious. Now his broken ship, with such a small amount of things, suddenly produced 0.03, which is equivalent to 0.73 hours of shelter. It's pretty good. I don't know how long it will take to produce it, but you should grow up a little first. Sustainable development is the best. Then, Zhang Ming first studied the New World Tree and felt relieved. The communication function of Gaia consciousness still exists. The small tree cultivated by hand seemed to have a kind of spiritual sense of telepathy. Even if it still looked sick, it was much better than when it was just brought out of the world. Its absorption speed of the soul ash of the donkey-headed monster has obviously increased a lot. At this rate, in another 10 years, the soul ash will be exhausted, and Zhang Ming still has some worries. More importantly, the world stone below can still assist in the practice of Vajra, which can be regarded as a big stone hanging in Zhang Ming's heart falling to the ground. However, practicing Vajra is a long-term project, so there is no rush. Zhang Ming quickly recalled the business and started to make a phone call. Chapter 178 Xuanwu World Recent Situation. It was not the first time that he used Gaia consciousness to connect with others. As the saying goes, first time is new, second time is familiar. This cost was quite expensive, so Zhang Ming cherished every minute and every second of the phone call. First, he called Xiaobei and Shima in and told them to think about what they wanted to say first. Xiaobei excitedly twisted his butt on the ground, and even Shima was buzzing. Brother Hao, keep an eye on our ship, the three of us will make a phone call in a few minutes. Zhang Ming poked his head out and shouted outside the door. Woof, Brother Hao hung his tongue and lay on the deck board. It is now a dog watching the ship. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, and after connecting with the world will on the Turtle Island, the consciousness of the three of them appeared inside the Yanjiao People's Auditorium. The solemn auditorium was spotless, and it could be seen that the turtles often cleaned here. Facing this magnificent place, a sense of familiarity that seemed like a dream came to me. The small tree standing in the center of the auditorium exudes a crystal light. Compared with 10 years ago, it seems to be a little more vigorous. Hello, Xuanwu World, Zhang Ming smiled and greeted. The small tree did not move. Zhang Ming stepped out of the door of the auditorium. What he saw was a golden wheat field and large tracts of herbs. It was really a good time for harvest. However, the consciousness of Zhang Ming, Xiaobei and Shimama could only reach the door of the auditorium at most. After all, they were only projected here through the power of the small tree and could not move freely. After a while, a group of turtles hurried over, and in their minds, the mysterious illusion of Zhang Ming and others also appeared. Hello, how are you doing recently? Seeing Lao Bai, Scar Turtle and those super large turtles again was indeed nostalgic and sighing. Compared with the human world, Xuanwu continent is simply a paradise far away from disputes. After not seeing each other for many years, Scar Turtle has grown even bigger, like a small mountain. When it saw Zhang Ming, it screamed "Awu" and carefully arched its head over, but it arched nothing. After all, the current Zhang Ming is just an illusion. Scar proudly said that he would occasionally leave the protection of the world and go out to hunt monsters. It is already a powerful turtle. One day, it will completely leave the Xuanwu world and venture into a wider world. You have made great progress, Scar. Zhang Ming looked at the battle scar on the turtle's neck and knew that the big turtle was not bragging. It really had a wonderful life these years. Arwu, Scar opened his bloody mouth pitifully, missing the chopped pepper fish head made by Zhang Ming. Haha, when I cultivate to the level of a demon god and can travel back and forth between the Turtle Island and the Earth in an instant, I will cook for you. You can eat whatever you want. We can even travel together, Lao Zhang comforted the greedy Scar. And Lao Bai and Xiao Bai were talking about family affection. Shimama hummed something and told some secrets of the Xuanwu clan. The Xuanwu continent is made up of Xuanwu corpses. Although this corpse is not as valuable as the corpse of the demon god, it also contains some very powerful idealistic rules. It was really that Lao Zhang didn't know the value of it at that time, otherwise this guy would have been greedy. Of course, even if Lao Zhang knew the value of it, it would be difficult to use Xuanwu's corpse, because this thing is left to Xuanwu's descendants. In short, even if the descendants sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor and don't go out to venture, it would be easy to cultivate hundreds of overlord-level strongmen just by relying on the ancestral heritage. Hundreds. They don't have to fight for any land without rules at all. Now the super large turtles such as Scar are still far from the real ocean overlord, and there is still a lot of room for growth. Lao Bai was also slightly surprised when he heard about this. But Scar didn't think so. He thought it was okay to venture a little. Flowers in the greenhouse can't stand wind and rain. After so many years, both Lao Bai and Shimama have slowly changed their mindsets. They can rely on the ancestral heritage, but they cannot rely on it completely. Zhang Ming nodded and said, self-improvement is the only way to become a strong person. Your Xuanwu clan has a deep foundation. As long as you keep improving yourself, you will rise again one day, After confirming that these turtles are living well and are still working hard, Zhang Ming is in a good mood. These turtles are very important to him, just like his relatives. Without these turtles, he would have gone crazy on the turtle island. The short call ended quickly. After Xiaobei learned about the situation in his hometown, he was also very happy. He was even inspired and climbed onto the balcony to practice hard. After all, his former companions are making rapid progress, so what excuse does he have for being lazy? Next, Zhang Ming rubbed his hands and connected to the Gaia consciousness of the earth. He was not so polite when facing the earthlings. After all, except for Lao Wang, he didn't know the other earthlings he could contact, and there was no so-called family affection. Am I still the only one with high-level authority? It was still the familiar interface, as if standing above the atmosphere, overlooking the entire planet. Since the formation of Pangu continent, the Earth has not changed much. Occasionally, you can see flashing spots of light on the edge. It seems that there is a war? Zhang Ming couldn't help but pinch his nose, a little disgusted. The Earth is completely different from the Zhuangwu continent. He didn't have much time to distinguish where the war was going on, so he directly asked Gaia Consciousness to select some high-level civilizations that could be recognized. Because it was not the first time Zhang Ming called, the Gaia Consciousness connection had long been spread among the upper class of humans. Therefore, when this group of people appeared in the space one by one, they did not make a loud noise, but looked around and greeted each other, maintaining a good rationality. Hello, Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. Is there anything important this time? The first professor who appeared bowed slightly to Zhang Ming. The famous paranormalist Peter Greer. Hello, Professor Peter, I have also read your latest ether hypothesis. Haha, I don't understand it at all, Professor Peter said quickly. Oh, that hypothesis has been rejected by the latest experiment. You don't have to study it anymore. Zhang Ming was sweating profusely. It turned out that I was not too stupid, but I learned the wrong thing. Facing these smart scientific researchers, Zhang Ming was still quite admiring. After a few pleasantries, he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, everyone, there's indeed something big and small. I don't know if you have observed the fall of the demon god some time ago. After the fall of the demon god, it will bring some special opportunities to the entire demon god sea. What? Demon god, these experts discussed excitedly. The number of people in the consciousness space gradually increased, and then an unexpected thing happened. A superpower-wanted criminal was actually recruited and became the target of public criticism. Mr. Zhang. This guy is a heinous criminal who has committed crimes against humanity. Catch him. Why is he here? Zhang Ming was sweating. Gaia's consciousness only selected humans who could be recognized, but it also selected super criminals. But at this moment, he was just a thought. How could he possibly catch the criminal? He could only kick this person out, and then pointed to an area on the earth. He is now in a certain position. Who should catch him here? After learning the specific location, someone quickly went offline to catch the criminal. How can this be done? Wouldn't it be possible to find out the location of everyone on the earth? Professor Peter frowned and rubbed his temple. Of course not, only mavericks can be recognized by Gaia. Whether good or bad, there are only 100 or 200 such people in the world. Of course, the accident that just happened was just a small episode. As all the participants came together, Zhang Ming took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Friends, did you observe the fall of the demon god some time ago? The fall of the demon god will bring 100 years of prosperity to the entire demon god sea. During this period, supernatural life will grow and develop faster, and various strange things will naturally breed. Please everyone on earth, don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Ming briefly explained the information he had learned. Sure enough, after hearing this information, the experts discussed it with their minds open. So that's why the more powerful mutants have lower reproductive capacity, because their birth and growth require the surrounding rules to squeeze out, and the birth of strange things may also be the organic fusion of idealistic rules. But how is the fusion method? What is the so-called idealistic rule? After these people had ideas, they kept discussing. And the politicians of various countries also fell into contemplation at the same time. One of the blonde old men rubbed his temple and said, Mr. Zhang, do you mean that other civilizations will launch a series of actions within this 100 years? Zhang Ming nodded and said, if these civilizations still have ambitions, they will certainly not miss this opportunity, whether it is mining, searching for rare objects, or cultivating mutant life. These are rare opportunities. Even opportunities for civilization exchanges will arise because of this. Under normal circumstances, except for the lost people, few civilizations choose to go out and venture, because the risks and benefits are not proportional, but now it's different. If multiple civilizations go out to mine at the same time, the probability of meeting each other will greatly increase. The exchange between civilizations is sometimes not as simple as 1 plus 1, the old man said, but we humans are still too weak. How can we save ourselves? How do we ensure that the expedition team survives safely? How do we ensure that we will not attract the attention of the world's hunters? Zhang Ming couldn't solve this problem either. In comparison, Earth civilization is still too young. Even with an ability like breathing skills that is popular among the entire population, a mere 10 years of development can never be compared with those civilizations with thousands or tens of thousands of years of history. Chapter 179 Soul Exploration, the Worm of Space and Time. On the Earth civilization side, both the number of strong people and the cultural heritage are not good enough. Without a real strong person to lead the team, the probability of overturning in the exploration of the Sea of Demons is still too high. This crisis is not about lack of offensiveness. Human guns and missiles are still effective against most monsters, but humans are quite struggling to deal with various mental and sonic attacks. In addition, the interference of the lost people is particularly obvious to the weak, so the plan to explore the Sea of Demons cannot be too anxious. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment before sighing. This opportunity will last for a full 100 years. We will develop for a few decades first, and then enter the market in the second half. There will be no big problem, but during this 100 years, we must accelerate development, otherwise it will be too difficult to make up for the missed opportunity. After Zhang Ming finished his opinion, he sighed. His purpose was just to report the news as soon as possible, so that the people on Earth could seize the opportunity to strengthen themselves. As for the problem of mud and cannot be helped, there is really no way. Anyway, Lao Zhang, tried his best, and in the end, the people on Earth had to strengthen themselves. By the way, do you have those micro-robots? How many functions can a robot smaller than a sesame seed achieve? Zhang Ming thought of another thing and asked the scientists. He did not intend to tell them the truth that the spatial coordinates of the demon god are in his hands. After all, there are many people and some unknown existence might spy on him and cause some harm. Even if he told the human leaders about this, what's the point of something that can't be seen or touched? What functions do you want for a robot the size of a sesame seed? Zhang Ming gestured a few times. One that can explore, monitor, and move. The higher the performance, the better. This kind of robot can be designed as a long thin wire, with a control instrument connected to the back. The experts discussed for a while and said, what do you need this robot for? If it is to explore a certain supernatural phenomenon, it is very difficult to borrow a robot. Why? Because the smaller the electronic instrument, the more likely it is to be interfered with by idealistic rules. Many of the detection robots we sent out have encountered this situation. The internal chip will go wrong for some reason, causing the robot to be paralyzed. There are many supernatural phenomena that robots cannot detect at all, such as some mental and hallucination-like supernatural phenomena, and some halos that can be observed by human eyes, but cameras cannot. Is that so? Zhang Ming scratched his head. It was the first time he knew about this. Next time, you can send a robot over, but forget it if it is too big. He didn't expect the robot to help too much. In the end, he had to rely on himself. After the notification was completed, there was nothing more to say. Zhang Ming kicked these human executives off the line from Gaia Space one by one. Finally, only one old friend, Wang Fumin, was left. We chatted casually for a while. After not seeing each other for many years, Wang seemed to be a little eager, with clear muscles on his body, but his expression was much more vicissitudes. Zhang Ming smiled and said, I always feel that you are not living a good life. You didn't even mention your daughter in the letter? You looked so sad. Wang's expression relaxed and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hey, it's just like that. I used a little trick recently to make her suffer a little. Finally, she has become more honest. What method did you use? Tell me. Wang Fumin rubbed his hands and smiled bitterly. I found some local gangsters, kidnapped her directly, sent her to a wasteland abroad, and threatened her to cut her kidneys. In the end, she deliberately fled and wandered back under the escort of several companions. She suffered a lot in the process. Do you think this person can be dishonest? It can be like this. How is the effect? Zhang Ming was shocked. Wang Fumin had a bitter face, angry and amused. After seeing the real dark side of society, I am finally no longer a bad girl. After returning to Daksha, I have been much more obedient. He sighed again. It is really a sin to use some political means to deal with my daughter, but fortunately it is really effective. I have done a lot of bad things over the years. As I said in the letter, I always have no choice but to achieve a certain goal. Zhang Ming smiled and sighed. Poor parents in the world, but it is good that a child of such an old age can be corrected. Then you say, will humans make good use of this opportunity? After all, it is a big piece of cake. The breeding of mutant life, the mining of seabed minerals, and the exchange of civilizations all need to be carried out in the Demon Sea. Although the cake is big, you have to live to eat it. It's not as simple as you think. Old Wang shook his head. We have to build new ships, such as breeding and planting ships. The personnel must be trained, and internal propaganda must be done well. The general public is very conservative. Once they hear that there are benefits and risks in the Demon Sea, they will most likely oppose it. There will definitely be a lot of people who say that their cities have not been built yet, and they only earn a few thousand yuan. What does exploring the Demon Sea have to do with me? Zhang Ming was stunned and agreed. Lao Wen continued, this kind of cake obviously requires decades of careful planning. How many people can wait for decades? Even if the supernatural era comes, the operating rules of human society will still be the same. Things that cannot achieve results in a few years will encounter great practical resistance. This is not determined by the will of a few leaders, but by the operating model of the entire society. Zhang Ming understood what Lao Wang meant. From sports to business, and then to politics, human beings are indeed eager for quick success. If a sports coach cannot achieve results in a year, he will have to leave. If a business CEO cannot achieve results in 2 or 3 years, he will also have to leave. The same is true for politicians. Even if you have great talents and vision for advanced development, if you cannot achieve results in a few years, the people below will still be sad and have various objections. In particular, when exploring the Sea of Demons, there are huge risks, and opposition from the grassroots cannot be ignored. Perhaps because he has been exposed to more dark sides recently, Wang Fumin is pessimistic about this. However, from the perspective of watching the fire from the other side of the river, Zhang Ming is not so pessimistic. Old Wang, it's mainly a matter of strength. Although from your perspective, you always think that humans are a bit lame. From my perspective, the strength of humans is still growing day by day. There have been great changes over the years. What's more, if you can't change the world, change yourself. As long as you are strong enough, you can lead a team to go out to mine by yourself. Well, that's true. I have to hurry up and practice. Wang Fumin nodded seriously. After the call, Zhang Ming sighed and was silent for a long time. His hometown, which he missed so much, encountered so many and complicated problems. After thinking for a long time and not being able to come up with a solution, Zhang Ming simply threw these troubles out of the sky. He took out the coordinates of the time and space worm in the Sea of Demons from his backpack and studied it carefully. This is my greatest treasure. After pondering for so long, this thing looks like a hard round stone on the surface, without any supernatural properties. It can't be broken, cooked, or hammered, and I don't know where to start. The laser hole in the middle is only the size of a sesame seed. Theoretically, with extraordinary vision, one can see clearly what is inside, but now it is impossible to see through it anyway, which shows that this is indeed a special space phenomenon. Anyway, he was idle, and the surrounding environment was relatively safe, so Zhang Ming took out a thin line, swallowed his saliva, and made up his mind. Stuff the thin line into the small hole. It always feels a bit wretched. When he pulled the thin line out again, he found that the part that was drilled in had broken off. Huh? It doesn't seem to be pinched off. Zhang Ming frowned slightly, and carefully observed the broken thread. It was not cut off by some force, but it had a sense of oldness and aging. It was as if this piece of thin line had existed in the small hole for thousands or tens of thousands of years and automatically decomposed into flying ash. The rules of space and time are really so terrifying. Even if humans really send me an exploration robot, it shouldn't be of much use. In that case, how should we explore? Zhang Ming was a little confused. The demon god space and time worm was most likely killed by the powerful attack of the Pillar of Heaven. But to be on the safe side, he still wanted to see with his own eyes what the so-called strong idealistic rules were, and also wanted to see if this thing was dead. In case of a small accident, he, an ordinary rookie, couldn't handle it. Thinking of this, the only thing that could be explored was his soul clone. The soul can change its form at will, and naturally it can penetrate everywhere. However, facing a terrifying existence at the level of a demon god, sending a soul clone, Zhang Ming was still a little uneasy. The idealistic rules of space and time should not be able to attack the clone from the original body. I have no other way to be afraid of the wool. Do it. He slapped his forehead heavily and slapped out a little soul subbody. He calmed down and controlled the soul subbody to drill into the sesame hole. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, he held his breath, and carefully felt the movement of the soul subbody. He felt himself slowly wriggling in the narrow and dark gap. After a long time, his heart skipped a beat. He went in. What was coming was a vast and absurd universe with almost infinite space. This universe was very dark. And there were only a few luminous bodies that could be observed. If the stars in the physical universe of mankind gradually went out and there were no more luminous and hot bodies, it might become like this. However, from the perspective of the soul, you will find that this place is full of a strange halo, ebb and flow, and twisted into various strange shapes. Zhang Ming looked around in shock, but he was ecstatic in his heart. Haha, I really have to rely on myself. Chapter 180 Moon. What's wrong with you, Moon? Zhang Ming's heartbeat quickly accelerated. In this mysterious world, everything seemed to be winding and never in a straight line. Infinite halos filled this infinite time and space, making people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. After a long time, Zhang Ming came back to his senses, lowered his head, and saw a dark red behemoth. The body of the time and space worm. It was really too big. Thousands of kilometers? Tens of thousands of kilometers? I don't know, it's impossible to estimate. On the bumpy ground, there are hundreds of thousands of large and small hairs. The short ones are only a few meters, and the long ones are tens of kilometers, like antennas leading to the depths of the universe. The color of the moon is dark red. The so-called crater is actually a naturally sunken part, like a bumpy hair follicle. This is the true body of a demon god. After searching for a long time, Zhang Ming did not find the planet represented by the demon god Sea. And near the time and space worm, there is no matter at all. This thing seems to have swallowed up the surrounding matter completely, leaving nothing behind. I don't know how big this planet is. Zhang Ming controlled his soul clone and swam slowly. Not far away was a super large hole with a diameter of 20 kilometers. It was bottomless and there were charcoal-like burn marks around it. It was because of this rule attack from the pillar of heaven that the sleeping, yet to be hatched time and space worm was killed. Moon, my dear Moon, how did you become like this? When Zhang Ming saw the big hole, he was extremely happy and yelled, who is so powerful that he poked a hole in you? Tell me, I'll take revenge on him. The moon did not reply. It might really die. Of course, in the soul state, there is no need to breathe, and in fact, no sound can be made. Zhang Ming said nervously, what do you mean I poked a hole in you? Sorry, I will definitely take responsibility to the end. From the current soul perspective, observing the entire surface of the moon, you will find that it is filled with a dark red mysterious halo. The halo in each area is slightly different. For example, the halo around the flagellum is vortex-shaped, while the halo on the ground is rainbow-shaped, and there are also strange spiral, linear, and umbrella-shaped patterns. Zhang Ming estimated that the structure of the space-time worm may be similar to that of animals, except that animals are composed of cells, while space-time worms are composed of various idealistic rules. The organic integration of various idealistic rules forms the unique strong rule. It seems that the strong rule can indeed be split. I took this thing back to the real world and ate it. What will happen? With this thought in mind, he carefully touched a dark red unknown product. Suddenly, the soul subbody was illuminated by a red light and aged at a very fast speed. Buzz! Under the irradiation of the red light, this soul subbody, which was not very powerful to begin with, suddenly turned into a little old man and began to decline rapidly. Just now, the 6-hour soul lifespan was consumed by more than half, and only half an hour is left. Old Zhang frowned slightly. What is this thing? It's so powerful. The thin wire sent in at the beginning should have been broken by the aging of this space-time rule. If I can take this thing out, wouldn't I be invincible if I smear it on other people's faces during a fight? Zhang Ming could only try to choose a place with less dark red light and swim slowly. Soon, he moved to the edge of the big hole that was attacked by the pillar of heaven. Here, the dark red light was relatively scarce, and the soul subbody went straight in. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, and he was shocked by the scene inside again. He saw an extremely strange life form. Or rather, he didn't know whether this thing was a life form at all, because it was too big and the structure inside was too complicated. At the front position, there was a round walnut-like structure, a brain with a diameter of perhaps tens of kilometers. The white brain matter was beaten out. Inside was a long strip of large intestine, circling inside in 9 twists and turns, like a mountain that stretched for thousands of kilometers. If this thing can be eaten, it must be Brother Hao's favorite, Zhang Ming muttered to himself. Near the brain, there are some fascio-like things, as dense as spider webs, and it is impossible to tell what they are. There are also various muscles, blood vessels, bones, villi, and things that cannot be named. Even with Zhang Ming's intelligence, he still had an indescribable sense of panic after seeing these things. And in the center of the big hole, about 200 kilometers away, there is a huge heart, with thick blood vessels and muscles twisted together, forming the huge inner core of the moon. This heart was just penetrated by the attack of the pillar of heaven. A thick layer of unknown liquid-like fat slowly dripped down, as if it was the blood of the demon god flowing, a bit like dark brown oil, and finally solidified into something like asphalt. The nightmare whispers from hell echoed in my ears. Zhang Ming's face turned pale in an instant. Is the time and space worm really dead? He calmed down, observed for more than 10 minutes, and called a few more times, "Hey, moon." The heart was indeed dead, otherwise how could Zhang Ming's soul clone survive until now? However, a little bit of the aftermath of the rules was not something he could bear at the moment. I don't know what this thing will look like after it is really hatched, a big worm. The violent and oppressive feeling was like the calm before the storm, and he was just a paramecium, and at this moment he saw the real Titan. Even if the Titan was dead, the terrifying pressure it exuded was still not something that the paramecium could easily covet. The soul sub-body was dying quickly, and it only had a few minutes of life left. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and tried his best to think. I have to bring something back through the soul clone, otherwise, this trip is not in vain. Zhang Ming returned to the entrance and exit, looking around and searching carefully. After all, it was just a soul clone, with very little power, and he couldn't move anything too heavy. Finally, he found a drop of dark red and almost black demon blood, which might have burst out from the heart. Zhang Ming didn't know if it was blood or not. It was really just a tiny drop, floating quietly in the air. Anyway, there's no time. It's you. He bit the bullet and controlled the soul sub-body, trying to wrap up this tiny drop of blood and bring it back. However, the moment it touched the blood, the soul sub-body suddenly dissolved, aged, and disappeared. Buzz! There was a slight tingling sensation in his forehead, and in his mind, a sense of loss of vitality suddenly broke out, as if the whole person had been drained of strength. Zhang Ming screamed and fell on the chair, panting heavily. After a long time, he stood up and checked his body. No problem, the soul sub-body died, and the main body was not affected too much. It didn't deduct my lifespan. Recalling the scenes that just happened, Zhang Ming was not disappointed, but his eyes flashed with a strong light of hope. He found that he could bring this drop of blood out. The power of the soul sub-body is very weak, but it also has a tiny power. As long as he can move a little bit each time, sooner or later, he will be able to bring that drop of blood to the real world. Demon-level trophy. Zhang Ming's heart was beating wildly. What will happen if I eat the drop of blood? Then, time passed very quickly, and the sailboat kept moving in a set direction. Time passed year after year. Hello, friends far away on Earth. I am Zhang Ming, and my life is so-so now. Regarding the relevant matters related to your discovery of extraterritorial civilizations, I think it is better not to contact them rashly. At least someone must break through the 2 levels of human limits before there is an opportunity for external communication. Because the thing called facade is very important, otherwise it may cause the other party's strategic misjudgment. Although the highest combat power of our human beings does not lie in individuals, but in technological weapons, other civilizations may not be like this. In the current situation, we can only develop ourselves first. When someone breaks through the 2 bottlenecks of human limits, we can communicate with the outside world. It would be best if all 3 bottlenecks are broken through. Is this requirement difficult? Of course not. Lao Zhang, has sprinted towards the limit of the soul. I still hope that all leaders can truly understand the high combat power of the Sea of Demons, and don't think that humans can rest easy just because they have nuclear bombs. Real supernatural power is more powerful than nuclear bombs. Lao Zhang wrote a letter and urged humans. Although scolding is useless, most people can't let go of their worries because of a letter, but at least it can make him feel better. With a plop, the drifting bottle was thrown into the sea. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart and returned to the cabin. He has long been accustomed to this lonely and monotonous life because his life is too fulfilling. Every day there are countless things waiting for him to study and discover, using the soul sub-body to investigate the corpse of the time and space worm, learning the knowledge left by the flame horn people and the blue crystal people, using the world stone to practice Vajra, which is the fastest way to practice. Use the crystal stone left by the blue crystal people to reinforce your wooden boat, forge new wonders, hunt powerful prey to increase attribute points, teach Xiao Bei new knowledge, cook a delicious meal that makes you feel satisfied. These trivial matters occupied every day of his life. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed again. Chapter 181 Earth 20 years later. Time passed quickly in the cycle of the hourglass, flowers bloomed and withered, year after year, and in the blink of an eye, it was already Zhang Ming's 12th year in the Sea of Demons. Counting the 8 years on Turtle Island, it has been 20 years since he left the Earth. 20 years is long, and 20 years is also short. For Zhang Ming's relatives and friends, after waiting for 20 years, they finally didn't wait for this guy to come back, and slowly accepted it. Just think of this person going abroad to live. Although the government attaches great importance to Zhang Ming, often condolences his family and sends small gifts, but no matter how strong a family affection is, it can't withstand 20 years of wear and tear. It has to be admitted that humans are very forgetful creatures. With the birth of a new life, Zhang Ming's parents' attention has also shifted to the next generation. Children always bear more hope and beauty, and they also need more time and energy to raise them. As for the son who is far away overseas, almost 45 years old, and didn't even have a girlfriend. When they heard that he was still alive, the two old people could only sigh and say, "It's good to be alive, it's good to be alive." The neighbors in the community sometimes chatted about some gossip and asked the two old people what was going on with the 45-year-old son, whether he was married, whether he had children, and what he looked like. They could only wave their hands and perfunctorily say, "He works abroad and makes a lot of money, but he hasn't married yet." Anyway, they have accepted this. Of course, Zhang Ming's presence in the eyes of his relatives is getting lower and lower, but his presence in major paranormal research institutes is rising. What Zhang Peter theorem and Zhang Ma formula are all named in the scientific community when a formula is discovered. The exchange of drifting bottles has brought unimaginable knowledge. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. For these smartest brains in the world, a little inspirational information can bring about a huge chain reaction. That name is always on the lips of researchers. How can Lao Zhang's name not have a sense of existence? So on this day, Comrade Lu Tuiyu took a train to Donghu City, the city where the headquarters of the Supernatural Abnormal Investigation Bureau is located. The clouds rolled with the golden-orange colors, and the morning sun shone on the blue ocean in the distance. Every corner of this new city showed a vibrant development posture. After getting off the train at the train station, the rumbling roar of the machines was particularly loud. Roads and houses were being built everywhere. Lu Tuiyu moved on the road for a long time, and his spotless suit was finally rubbed with some dust. After more than 10 years of development, the Supernatural Abnormal Investigation Bureau is indeed a giant on the earth. Due to the successful resolution of many supernatural vicious disasters, the organization has a high reputation among the people. Under the various tactics of the general manager Qin Yue, some more special remarks have appeared among the people of various countries. Can we carry out more extensive and more comprehensive cooperation through this organization? 10 years, it is indeed not short. Old Lu, long time no see, Wang Fuman shook hands with Lu Tuiyu. Lu Tuiyu's face was filled with a warm smile, and he said with some envy, "You haven't aged at all in all these years. Are you about to break through the second level of human limit? When I am buried in the coffin, your second spring has just begun." After so many years, Lu Tuiyu is 44 years old, Wang Fuman is 55 years old. Compared with 20 years ago, the appearance of Wang has hardly changed at all, and he still looks like he is in his 30s. On the contrary, the younger Lu Tuiyu has wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and some of his hair at the temples has begun to gray. The gap in lifespan between the strong and ordinary people is slowly widening, and this is also something that cannot be helped. Facing his friend's teasing, Lao Wang smiled bitterly. "My body hasn't aged, but my mental age has aged a lot. I'm no different from an old man in his 70s or 80s. I wish I could lie down and die immediately. How can you say that? Let's not talk about all kinds of work matters for now. My daughter is really worrying. How old is she this year? 26, and she doesn't even have a boyfriend. She's too lazy to practice such a good thing as human breathing. Do you think her brain is full of paste? She will be 27 next year, and 28 the year after. Alice, there's really no way to get married and have children. Lu Tuiyu spread his hands and smiled. How about I help you find a suitable boy and arrange a blind date? If she is willing to go on a blind date, I can save a lot of trouble. Wang Fumin drove the car and took Lu Tuiyu to his residential area. There were not too many cars on the wide streets, and fuel vehicles were completely eliminated by the times. Since the merger of Pangu continent, the production of oil has been greatly reduced, and humans can no longer squander these precious chemical materials at will. As for electric vehicles, many things in terms of production capacity have not yet been restored. Lao Wang suddenly asked, "How are your father-in-law and mother-in-law in good health?" Lu Tuiyu smiled and said, "They must be in very good health. There is no problem living to 90 or 100. If you can't practice to the limit of human beings, a lifespan of 100 years is actually almost the same, but my two daughters have very average academic performance, just a middle level of the class. After growing up, they are becoming less and less interesting. Even their uncle in the other world seems to have lost interest in them and doesn't ask much about them in letters." Wang Fumin laughed. It was funny to think about losing the favor of his uncle in the other world. But this kind of thing is normal. Only children are cute, and children can hug and kiss. When they grow up to be big girls, there is already a difference between men and women. What kind of intimacy can there be? Lu Tuiyu's two children did not make up the word good in the end. But he himself doesn't care about men and women. They have been raised so big, who would still be entangled with this matter? Wang Fumin sighed. It's okay to have average grades. As long as you have a normal personality, you don't have to worry too much. If I had someone like my daughter, I would suspect that I owed her a debt in my previous life. I finally corrected her bad habits, but she became a dead house again, reading novels and playing games every day. Does she know that you think of her like this? I'm already lying down. Let her do whatever she wants. The two chatted about some light gossip. Only in front of old friends can Lao Wang take off his disguise and talk about some family matters. Who would have thought that this uncle in plain clothes and sunglasses is the strongest man on earth and a key cadre of the huge organization Supernatural Abnormal Investigation Bureau? The two walked into the yard and basked in the sun. At this time, the slightly aged old comrade Li Xianfeng also joined the gathering. Hearing their conversation, he smiled slightly and said, "You are talking about your children again. Guess what good things Lao Zhang will send back this time." Li Xianfeng, 68 years old, has been broadcasting for 20 years. He has no talent for cultivation. His hair has long fallen out and his face is covered with wrinkles. Only his mental state is still vigorous. In addition to broadcasting, Li Xianfeng is also the head of a large research institute and a serious scientific researcher. Li Xianfeng's house is next to Wang Fumin, so they can visit each other from time to time. Wang Fumin saw him and smiled and said, "What is there to talk about, Lao Zhang? This strong man who is close to the limit of the spirit, if he doesn't use nuclear bombs, he can overturn our most elite special forces here by himself." The three of them gathered here, of course, to wait for the arrival of the drifting bottle. The drifting bottle is sent once every 14 months. After so many years, the average time has been shortened to 13 months and 13 days. Ahem, at this rate, Lao Zhang will be able to return successfully in another 260 years. As soon as the topic of 260 years came up, Lu Tuiyu picked up the coffee on the table, drank it all in one gulp, and sighed. It seems that even if I, little Lu, waited for old Lu, and then waited for dead Lu, I would never see the day when my brother-in-law would come back, but it doesn't matter. I left him descendants, who are his direct blood relatives, Lu Tuiyu said with some sadness and humor. As long as my two daughters don't die out, their children's children should be able to wait for him, right? Anyway, as long as the family line doesn't die out, we will be able to wait for him eventually. By then, how should I call him, Lao Zhang? Great-great-great-grandfather. My great-great-great-grandfather is Lu Tuiyu, and his wife is your sister. Please take care of her." The wrinkles on Li Xianfeng's forehead trembled, and he couldn't help laughing. Things like seniority don't feel that way if they are too far apart. If you count the ancestors thousands of years ago, who doesn't have any blood relationship with who? Paleoanthropologists believe that humans had the same grandmother named Lucy 140,000 years ago, and all humans are descendants of Lucy. The great scientists say different things. Wang Fumin said, "I think it's better to call him uncle." He obviously can accept the title of uncle the most, because uncle is closest to him and can be imagined the most. Calling him the seventh uncle, where's the so-called family affection? As for the great-great-great-great-grandfather, there is no concept at all. Lu Tuiyu shook his head. Well, that's right. The key is that the descendants hundreds of years later must be good-looking, regardless of gender. If they are too ugly, who will want to be related to you? If they look similar to him, Lao Zhang, they can naturally be related, and I don't need to worry about it here. Li Xianfeng, who possesses the reincarnation, fell into silence after listening to their funny and somewhat sad conversation. He is already 68 years old, and his cultivation results are not very good. Obviously, he really can't wait for Zhang Ming to return in this life cycle. As for the next reincarnation, it may be difficult to wait. But will I still be myself after reincarnation? Li Xianfeng doesn't know. Among the three, only Lao Wang, who has broken through the first level of human limit, may be able to wait for Lao Zhang to come back. If Lao Wang can break through the second level, the rest of his life should be more than enough. Chapter 182 Hello everyone, I am Zhang Ming, I am not dead yet, I am alive. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Tuiyu ended the topic, waved his hand, and left in style. I'm going to buy some gifts for my daughter, call me when the message in the bottle arrives, and the two officials can chat slowly. Come to my house for dinner tomorrow, old Wang shouted. Okay, without the lubricant of humor, Wang Fumin and Li Xianfeng fell silent, not knowing what to talk about. Although they lived not far away, the subtle conflict of political positions always brought some obstacles to communication. After a long while, Li Xianfeng spoke. Recently, we once again captured electromagnetic wave communications from the Demon Sea. It is obvious that this series of electromagnetic waves are artificially emitted and have clear information. This shows that the technological civilization in the Demon Sea is not only us humans. The cracking of electromagnetic waves is almost complete. Even the technological system that humans are proud of is not unique. This fact is indeed terrifying. I've heard about this news, too. Including the civilization that sends electromagnetic waves, 3 civilizations have been observed in the past 10 years. Wang Fumin took a bite of watermelon and whispered, since the fall of the demon god, the biological density of the demon god sea has increased by more than 60%. According to what Zhang Ming said in the letter, it is the idealistic rules that have been vacated that have brought a chain reaction to the world. The power of the demon god is really unimaginable, but my opinion is to remain silent and not to rashly contact with alien civilizations. After all, our human individual combat capability is indeed not strong. Once the Earth world is discovered, the consequences will be catastrophic. Communicating with foreign races can indeed greatly improve the progress of scientific research development. After all, each civilization has its own heritage. If the scientific researchers sent can learn from each other and complement each other's strengths, it is undoubtedly a win-win choice. Compared with the natural sciences in the past, the potential and breadth of supernatural science have increased by more than 10 times or 100 times. But after internal deduction and calculation, it is difficult for human individual combat capabilities to survive in the demon god sea for a long time. Due to the poor individual combat capability, the probability of causing misunderstanding and strategic misjudgment by the other party is very high. How many civilizations can resist the temptation to seize a rich world? Unless there is a top-level combat force like Lao Zhang on the facade, as long as he shows up a little, he can effectively reduce the probability of strategic misjudgment of other civilizations. Peak combat power is indeed too important for the civilization of the Demon Sea, just like the difference between having nuclear bombs and not having nuclear bombs in human civilization. Thinking of this, Wang Fumin sighed again, but then again, in a world without great unification, how can we communicate with the outside world? When an accident occurs, when an alien invasion comes, it is possible. The most abundant thing in the human group is lunatics and fools. Even if we know that we are in an environment close to the dark forest, contact means destruction. Will humans not contact aliens if they discover them? Among 100 million people, there are always people who are independent and want to send electromagnetic wave signals to the outside world. How difficult is it to control the appearance of rat shit? There must be a big government that unifies the entire Pangu continent to restrict various civilian ships such as fishing boats, transport ships, passenger ships, and regulate and restrict the use of large radio devices. Otherwise, even if the Great Xia Kingdom went through great pains to control its own citizens, it would not be of much significance if other countries were unable to restrain them. After all, a bad apple spoils the whole pot of porridge. Li Xianfeng was silent for a moment and said, "The debate on great unification has been going on for many years. Is there an important parliament to be held recently?" "Yes, there will be a closed-door meeting in the next few days to discuss a new cooperative organization. The International Supernatural Cooperation Alliance is an upgrade of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau." Lao Wang looked at the sky in the distance. The sky was clear and birds flew low. The vibrant human civilization has great hidden dangers. The past 10 years have been a decade of great luck. No major disasters have occurred. The development of supernatural technology has made good progress, and a large number of talents have been enthusiastic. But no one knows what the future will be like, and it is impossible to expect that luck will always be so good. They have been fighting for the goal of great unification for more than 10 years, and finally there are some results. The new cooperative alliance is built on their achievements over the years, and many of the dark political tactics are not known to outsiders. Li Xianfeng swallowed his saliva and whispered, "But you have to know that your boss, Qin Yue, is most likely a person with special abilities. His apparent ability is a mental firewall, but in fact it may not be. How did he convince domestic and foreign politicians and dignitaries to give up their own interests, relying on the achievements of the past 10 years, plus Lao Zhang's drifting bottle as a bargaining chip? It is not enough. After all, it is easy to shake the soul, but it is difficult to shake the interests." Wang Fuman waved his hand, as if he had known about this for a long time, and whispered, "I know what you mean. He may have some hidden spiritual abilities, and perhaps I myself may be affected, but as long as the goal of great unification can be achieved, I don't care what the process is like. I just want to achieve this goal." Lao Li Wang Fuman's face was very serious, and he tapped the table lightly. "Without a unified government, we can't do anything. There is no strong dispatch capability externally, and there is no unified sharing of results internally. Instead, many results of supernatural research are hidden and not announced. This kind of internal consumption is too great. In this case, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Even if some dark means are used." Li Xianfeng took a deep breath and questioned, "Regardless of the process, just look at the final result. Will the result be the same as you imagined?" Lao Wang shook his head and said, "Then we can only take one step at a time. How can we calculate all the things in the future? Over the years, I have indeed changed. In the past, I was just an ordinary driver. An ordinary life, a wife and children, a warm bed, is a very happy thing. I didn't think about asking for more, but now, my wife has been dead for so many years, and my daughter is also a useless person. It is impossible to turn it around. I want to leave something behind. You should understand, Li Xianfeng. The merits and demerits of the future can only be known by moving forward." The inconsistency of political views made the conversation between the two people quite awkward. Li Xianfeng was silent, and shook his head helplessly. "Okay, I won't stop you. After all, I don't know where the road ahead is. Now Lao Wang's status is even higher than his, and what if he, Li Xianfeng, is just a research scientist, reincarnation? Without money, power, and strength, some things cannot be stopped." At this moment, Wang Fuman suddenly stood up from his seat and looked towards the direction of the pool. A flash of light passed by, and the small brown bottle was already floating on the water. "Your letter." Wang Fuman's gloomy face suddenly filled with a relaxed smile, and he couldn't wait to pick up the drifting bottle. "It's quite timely this time." He opened the bottle stopper. In addition to the usual few USB flash drives, there were also some letters. He unfolded the paper and saw that it was written with dense small words. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ming. I'm not dead yet, I'm still alive. First of all, I have some very bad news. My battery is about to break down. After drifting on the ocean for so long, these electronic products have finally reached the end of their lives, and I have no way to repair them. I can only watch them break down one by one. What a tragic thing. Over the years, the continuous damage of these things has brought me an extremely strong psychological blow. Now I rely on the useless onboard battery to sustain my life. I don't know how long they can last. Without the battery, the short ear of electricity will leave me, and I will live the miserable life of a caveman again. Can you imagine a day without any modern entertainment? You must be playing with your mobile phones, watching Douyin, and playing games now. I wonder what content Douyin plays in this era. I really want to see it. Wang Fumin couldn't help laughing. Douyin has gone bankrupt because the traffic fees are very expensive. There's no point in watching Douyin without traffic. Now is the age of reading novels. The joys and sorrows of people are really different. A strong man who is close to the limit of his spirit only briefly described the risks and crises he encountered in recent years in a few sentences in the letter, as if nothing had happened. This guy is most worried about his battery and computer. He actually had a mental breakdown because of a broken computer, and no one believed him when he told others. I don't know why, every time I received a letter from Lao Zhang and saw the complaints in it, Wang Fumin felt an inexplicable gloating. He actually knew that Zhang Ming's drifting on the sea was very hard and dangerous, but he didn't show it in the letter. Zhang Ming wrote on the letter paper, "So next time you send a message in a bottle, you don't need to send a USB flash drive, because my computer must be broken. If there is a supernatural storage device, it would be great. I wonder if you have developed it. Don't tell me, it hasn't been done after so many years." Of course, Li Xianfeng will definitely say that the objective technology is not enough. And it is impossible to put those things into a small drifting bottle. I'm urging him to hurry up, serious face, otherwise it will only be the people on Earth who will suffer. Anyway, I have to write fewer papers here, and I'm happy to be relaxed. Li Xianfeng, who was standing next to him, had a dark face. Scientific research issues are indeed impossible to change because of human will. But you can't say it so bluntly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Great Changes in the World. Lao Zhang said his computer is broken. Do you have any information storage devices in your institute? The supernatural ones, Lao Wang was inexplicably gloating. We can think of a way. Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment. Our investigation robot found a supernatural mineral called light and shadow stone on the seabed of a mysterious area. This mineral can communicate with human minds and record a lot of information. After modification, it may be sent in a drifting bottle. Light and shadow stone sounds a bit like the jade slips in immortal novels. How is it different from electronic products? There is not much difference. It is not even as simple and easy to use as electronic products. It just doesn't need batteries and is not easy to break down. Lao Wang nodded, sighing in his heart that many times supernatural wonders are not as good as technological products. However, technological creations are easily damaged and require batteries. Supernatural creations are often durable and do not need batteries. Zhang Ming continued to write in the letter, "It has been 20 years since the advent of the supernatural era. It is really sad, as if it was just a blink of an eye. I haven't aged much myself. Among the companions on the ship, except for the dog who has gotten a little older, the others have not changed much. I am a little worried about my dog, Brother Hao. It is slowly getting old, but birth, aging, sickness and death are the cycle of nature. Some things can only be left to nature. I estimate that it can live for a few decades. How about you? How is your life recently? The land, plateaus, and cities on Earth must have changed a lot, right? Your Siren project should have been completed, right? The densely packed cities, giant reservoirs and lakes must have a unique style of the times, right? I have been wondering, if one day, I really return to Earth, will anyone still recognize me? Are there still those people, things, and old buildings that I am familiar with? If not, where's my sense of belonging? Is it just because of the term human, just because of the blood relationship of compatriots? Old Wang, hurry up and practice. You are the only one I can rely on. Try to live longer, otherwise I will really have no one to nag at. Having written here, Zhang Ming changed the subject and continued, "Oh, by the way, I heard on the radio that the International Supernatural Alliance was established. I still want to congratulate you. The hard work and efforts of more than 10 years have finally paid off, even though I vaguely feel that the whole process may not be as simple as it was broadcast on the radio. In my impression, the European Union is not a big success. There are so many cases where everyone fled when disaster strikes. You need to be mentally prepared for some things. This is not a once and for all job. It may be a long way from true unification. Sometimes, I even think that the emergence of a fairly reliable dictator is not necessarily a bad thing. In this era, the pursuit of so-called equality, harmony, happiness and perfection is too extravagant. Weak humans do not deserve such luxury. The above are some of my thoughts. Please say hello to Comrade Li Xianfeng for me. He will be 70 years old in 2 years, and it is time for him to retire. I am really grateful for his broadcasting for so many years. Although most of them are scientific papers, I am drowsy. But I have to bite the bullet and listen carefully. I am now an old professor who has studied for 20 years and can supervise graduate students. If he retires, you can replace him with a girl with a sweet voice and let her broadcast a little love story every day. When you are old, you always want to read some gossip about family matters and recall your fading youth. Ha ha ha, Lao Wen couldn't help laughing. Lao Li, he said he wants a female announcer. Do you have a nice voice? It doesn't matter if she is beautiful or ugly, as long as she has a nice voice. Who said I want to retire? Li Xianfeng was restless and embarrassed. Researchers like him can be rehired and return to work, even if they are in their 70s or 80s. And no matter what, he has also practiced a human breathing technique. If he is healthy and has no disasters, it is not a problem for him to live to 90 or 100 years old. At the end of the letter, there are some new explanations about the ability King Kong. The ability of King Kong does not conflict with human breathing techniques. As the powerful foundation of the Blue Crystal people, theoretically, the three extreme bottlenecks of physique, perception and spirit can all be broken through by King Kong. And it is an extremely rare defensive ability that humans are very lacking. But the only trouble is that the entry and practice of King Kong are too difficult to rely on the assisted practice will of the Blue Crystal civilization to accelerate. And the assisted practice will sent by Zhang Ming only has a few. Some crystals are too big to fit in the drifting bottle. Lao Wang has one in his hand, and the progress of the auxiliary practice is good. The rest are all used for scientific research. Scientists want to find a simple and easy-to-practice version, even if the effect is a little worse. After all, it is a spiritual defense ability, which can be summed up in 2 words: noble. Unfortunately, after so much time, there is no good research result. Wang Fumin took a deep breath, read it several times in a row, and stuffed the personal letter that had been prepared long ago into the bottle. He handed the drifting bottle to Li Xianfeng. It's getting late. I have to attend the closed-door meeting. I have already written the letter. It's all homely talk. I'll keep it in the drifting bottle for you. Prepare the content to be sent and then send it over. Li Xianfeng looked serious and whispered, have you made up your mind? Wang Fumin smiled bitterly. Determination? At this point, is there any turning back? I'm afraid that humans can't wait. I'm afraid that something will happen suddenly one day. I'm afraid that one day, I want to do something but can't do it. Old Wang patted his butt, got up and left. I have set a delivery target for the drifting bottle. If I die, it can still transmit for the last time. You can just throw it into the sea. He didn't even look back, and walked farther and farther on the road with steady steps. The former truck driver will set off a revolution in the air today. Li Xianfeng sat alone, looking at the bright sky, as if it was a day without anything happening. He drank the coffee again. The bitter taste was like the baptism and precipitation of the years, returning all the troubles to peace. What will the future of mankind be like? Perhaps no one knows. After so many years of development, the Supernatural Anomaly Investigation Bureau has 25 impressive high-rise buildings at its headquarters. It covers an area of about 3 million square meters, of which 800,000 square meters are built. In addition to investigating abnormal supernatural phenomena around the world, the headquarters also takes into account scientific research and the training of superpowers, and has become a scientific and political center of the new era. There are 32 universities in the surrounding area, with nearly 120,000 students, 22,000 permanent scientific researchers, and 40,000 superpowers from all walks of life and trained soldiers from various countries. These high consumers have driven the surrounding service industry, making the city prosperous. It has to be admitted that Qin Yui's governance skills are quite superb. At the beginning, he attracted many scientific research practitioners with a unique information in the drift bottle. With a continuous enrichment of the supernatural industry, it continues to bind some international forces through interest relations. This kind of interest binding is like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger. Nowadays, almost all countries have participated. Relying on external pressure to achieve true unification is still unrealistic, because you can't expect others to give up their power voluntarily, which is no different from asking for their lives. You can only use the means of interests to achieve some cooperation and reduce obstacles, which is already a great thing. Thinking of this, Wang Fumin felt a little heavy in his heart and stopped in the parking lot. A lady's voice came to his ears. "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello, Miss Jenny." Wang Fumin turned his head and bowed slightly. "It's a pleasure to meet you here. It is said that today is the first day of the closed-door meeting to discuss the International Cooperation Alliance. Do you have any particularly interesting experiences or any secret information to reveal? I always feel that this cooperation has a big leap, haha. Although the Abnormal Investigation Bureau is indeed a very important organization, it has proved itself in many key events. But it is really surprising that it has suddenly taken this step." A blonde woman came to the west of Pangu continent, a fortune teller from the original Mediterranean region, named Jenny. In the past, she predicted the occurrence of several supernatural disasters. Miss Jenny is very famous. Old Wang shook hands with a lady with a smile on his face. The so-called closed-door talks must be kept secret. Otherwise, in public, we can only say some official terms, and what can we negotiate? The two walked side by side towards the headquarters. Wang Fumin adjusted his clothes and tie. Real negotiations can only be completed in a small dark room. The results of the meetings that are open to the public have been decided long ago, and they are just going through the process. Is it really okay for you to say these things in public? Jenny smiled faintly. No, this is just a private speech. What's more, politics itself is like this. This is the first step for the countries to unite. Maybe we can cooperate better in the future and reach a higher level of consensus. Old Wang said some meaningless official words and mediated without leaking a drop of water. As a fortune teller, this woman may have a premonition of something. But she couldn't stop it. That was a plan they had prepared for 10 years. Old Wang smiled. How could she stop it? Qin Yue, who has the ability of mind control. This is a special spiritual ability that can make people submit without anyone noticing. Chapter 184 People with Special Abilities. Of course, the so-called mind control requires a price, one's own lifespan. The more you want to dominate the strong, the more lifespan you need to consume. People like Lao Wang who have broken through the first bottleneck of the limit of human beings and practiced King Kong are basically unable to be controlled by the mind. Fortunately, most of the current powerful masters are not very powerful. Perhaps it is because most of the powerful are old men in their 70s and 80s. With the advent of the supernatural era, they started practicing at the same starting line. They are too old and it is too late. Or perhaps, because the operating mechanism of Earth civilization has not changed much, power and money are still more important than personal strength. In short, this group of people at the top of the pyramid have low personal combat power, and the probability of successful mind control is very high. Then let's say goodbye here, Miss Jenny. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Lao Wang said goodbye to Miss Jenny, who had a face full of resentment and did not find out any information, took a deep breath, turned and walked into a room. Lao Zhang's letter was sent so early, Qin Yue said with a smile. He is 60 years old this year, and he has also broken through a bottleneck of the limit of human beings, which is still the most difficult spiritual level. Theoretically, breaking through the spiritual bottleneck can increase lifespan the most. But in order to achieve certain goals, he aged much faster than expected. Yes, the battery and computer of Lao Zhang broke down, which was the most heartbreaking thing for him. Lao Wang shook his head, still feeling a little funny. People's joys and sorrows are really different. I have been thinking, if he is here to oppose our plan, what should we do? He is so strong that he can overthrow us all by himself. If you were here, he would not be so strong, Qin Yue said with a smile. If you were here, we would not have to be so anxious. With him alone, we can directly explore the Sea of Demons. Why would we need to be like this now? That's true. Wang Fumin shook his head. Qin Yue said, sometimes, I also want to write a letter to communicate with him, but we don't have any friendship, and he might not bother to pay attention to me. If you just say some official words, he really won't bother to pay attention to you. If you say that you will marry your daughter to him, he might write back to you. Lao Wang laughed. The premise is that you have a daughter. How can I have any offspring? Even if I have a daughter, it will be difficult for her to survive after I die. After all, people like me will definitely be cursed after they die. Qin Yue smiled bitterly. I plan to spend 100 years of my life to control the minds of those powerful people. With the unconditional support of these people, our subsequent actions will be much smoother. 100 years of life, don't worry, even if it's less than 100 years, there's still a long time to live, enough to change a lot. Qin Yue smiled and patted Wang Fuming on the shoulder. Don't worry, you will succeed, but don't think about achieving success in one fell swoop. There are many things that need time to slowly consume: cultural conflict, religious contradiction, language confusion, complicated writing. These problems ahead, even if I control 10,000 or 100,000 people with my mind, it's useless. It takes time to solve these difficulties, old Wang. Even if we succeed this time, we've only taken the second step, and we can't accomplish everything in one fell swoop. After saying this, he walked out of the room and came to the spacious corridor. There are many staff members in the headquarters, pedestrians are coming and going in a hurry, and there are a large number of serious-looking soldiers with guns standing at their posts. Everyone who comes here needs to show their credentials: reporters, politicians, scientists, some financial group leaders, multinational company managers, etc., which is also quite noisy. Hey, young people, hello. An old man named Orafo sat in a wheelchair in front of him. He was 93 years old and one of the real controllers of the country. The arrival of the supernatural era has gradually restored the vitality of these old people who were originally dying. Ordinary people can live to be 100 years old. Even if these powerful people don't have any talent for cultivation, it's not a problem for them to live to be 120 years old. Hello, Mr. Orafo, how are you these days? Qin Yue greeted him with a smile. Thanks to the emergence of supernatural science and the breathing technique taught by Mr. Zhang, I can stand up and walk a few steps occasionally. Oh, Mr. Wang. Hello. Orafo stood up and shook hands with him. As a good friend of Mr. Zhang, you can live to see the day he comes back. Hello, Chairman, Wang Fumin said. Who knows when he will come back? To outsiders, it was a normal conversation. But few people know that Orafo has been controlled by the mind for many years. The ability of mind control does not make the controlled person lose their subjective initiative, but only injects a goal with hypnotic power into their subconscious. For this goal, the controlled person will pay any price. Of course, two outrageous goals will make the controlled person fall into an irrational state, making others suspect the mind control. Therefore, Qin Yue was very careful and only issued some very obscure tasks that could be done. The goal he announced this time was to use Orafo's prestige and credibility to summon politicians from all over the world to participate in this closed-door meeting. This is a very small and easy thing to do. Even the first general chairman should be Orafo himself. Qin Yue is just a secretary general. As a result, the old man fell into a subtle state of fanaticism. He thought that his subjective initiative played a role, and he didn't know that he was controlled by the mind. The convening of the closed-door meeting also had a lot to do with Orafo's prestige. Everyone, please come this way. Lao Wang waved his hand. In this luxurious conference room, there is a large round table, and exquisite fruits and desserts are displayed on it. Compared with the 10,000-level conference hall, this conference room can only accommodate more than 100 people for meetings, which seems a bit many, but this room has the most luxurious defense capabilities. The concrete of the wall alone is 2 meters thick, which can withstand the attack of artillery shells, and a mineral called jade yellow stone is also laid on its inner wall. Scientists have discovered that the jade yellow stone from the bottom of the mysterious area can isolate most of the supernatural fluctuations, so it has become a very good defensive building material. The so-called closed-door meeting naturally requires the door to be closed. Powerful bodyguards are not allowed to enter. Wang Fumin's level is not enough to participate in this kind of meeting, so he quietly guarded outside the door. There happened to be an image of the acupuncture guidance technique of human breathing technique hanging on the wall, and many super-powered bodyguards were chatting and laughing nearby. What do you think? How did the headquarters contact Mr. Zhang? Many of the technological advances in these years are the ideas provided by Mr. Zhang. It may be some kind of strange object, or it may be a super-powered person. Anyway, this is a high-level secret, and the headquarters cannot disclose it. After so many years, no one has reached the level shown by Lao Zhang in the Mirage. But everyone knows that he is still alive, and there is a way to communicate with him on the Earth, and it has not been completely disconnected, which has brought a lot of gossip fun. Mr. Wang, don't you know, Wang Fumin was also leisurely, talking to these superpowers, how could I know that Mr. Zhang doesn't even bother to reply to some letters from politicians? How could he care about me, a nominally powerful person on Earth? He can kill me with just one finger, haha, but you don't have to belittle yourself. Old Wang flattered these people, quietly reached into his pocket with his right hand, and picked up a remote control. Just press the button, and a long-planned drone attack will come. In the small room filled with light, all the members came together. Orafo, who was sitting in the center, coughed and talked about the same things passionately. Like the necessity and urgency of global unity, effectively reducing internal friction among countries, and enhancing cooperation. Everyone was not interested, but the old man himself was immersed in the beauty of power, giving a long speech, and couldn't stop at all. Chairman, please say something important. There are no reporters here, a blond man said. Orafo was a little tired from talking, so he took a sip of water and motioned for Secretary General Qin Yue to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Some time ago, we received an electromagnetic wave signal from the mysterious area, which means that we are not the only technological civilization in the Sea of Demons. Qin Yue cleared his throat. This is a very urgent practical issue. When we lose our advantage, where should we go in the future? First of all, we must consider an important assumption. If technological civilizations can survive for a long time and can cooperate with each other, then in theory, the mysterious area should be densely covered with electromagnetic wave signals, but now, in 20 years, we have only received one electromagnetic wave signal. Everyone should be able to imagine what this means. Either civilizations cannot cooperate with each other, or technological civilizations cannot survive for a long time. Either possibility indicates an unhappy future. There was a slight silence in the conference room. This news did have some substance. Our researchers have cracked this signal. It is not a language, but an image drawn in a mathematical way. Images are a universal language, and we can easily understand the content. At this point, Qin Yue sent the decoded image to the large screen at the front desk. There was a falling moon drawn on the image. With just a few strokes, the moon gave people a hideous feeling. Under the moon, things like bubbles floated on the sea. Some stickman-like life forms were celebrating the moon's landing in the bubbles. Outside the bubbles, there were several ships of different shapes gathered together. Chapter 185, of course you have to pay for the money. Facing this abstract image, Qin Yue was on the stage with a serious expression. We can analyze the meaning of this picture. This ferocious moon should be the demon god who fell 10 years ago. The fall of the demon god has substantial benefits for all worlds. We all know these benefits, such as the increase in biological density, the birth of supernatural minerals, etc. So the civilization sent this message with a certain purpose to express this joy and gratitude. There is another possibility. They are greeting the civilization hunting the demon god and sending congratulatory letters. In addition, these ships of different shapes may be invitations for exchanges and cooperation. It's actually good news. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Because most of the news Qin Yue announced was very bad, over time, everyone was a little scared. In the future, the opportunities for civilization exchanges may increase. I think that completely closing the Earth world and not having any exchanges is not a very wise choice for all mankind. What do you think? This is true. Human beings' understanding of the Sea of Demon God is still too poor. Most of the information was sent by Zhang Ming. However, even what Lao Zhang knew was old news from a long time ago. Therefore, in order to reduce future security risks, we need to hurry up and build a defense front around Pangu continent. With this defense wall, we will have the confidence to communicate with the outside world. Qin Yue took out a new plan, New Century Defense Front. This defense plan is to arrange a 200,000-kilometer super defense line on the periphery of Pangu continent, build trenches, fortresses, power stations, hospitals, factories, and transportation facilities in all directions, and connect these war zones through railways and waterways. With this new century defense line, the entire Pangu continent can be built like an iron barrel. There is no need to worry about a sudden disaster in a certain place. Even if a world hunter comes to the Earth or even an invasion by foreign races, they can support each other in time. A buzzing discussion sounded in the conference room. The idea is wonderful, but the total length of 200,000 kilometers is more than 500 times that of the Maginot Line during World War II. Where does the money come from? Who will build it? Mr. Qin, you have to consider the actual situation, not just the paper. Do you want the people of Daksha to pay for this? Or do you need new taxes? One of the participants knocked on the table and questioned. Yes, given the current economic situation, how many years will it take to build this line of defense? It's unrealistic to increase taxes. The current railway track spacing has not been unified yet. There were many voices of opposition, and some people believe that some poor and weak countries should be helped through payment transfers, otherwise they simply could not afford to build this line of defense. This kind of wrangling is also a routine of the meeting. Kenyawa couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He had long anticipated the reaction of these people. But can humans really not build it? Of course not. The current productivity of mankind is absolutely sufficient. Ancient people could also build the Great Wall. What buildings can't be built by current humans? It's just that the internal consumption is too high. And various internal struggles have excessively consumed the energy of human society. Kenyawa smiled in his heart and looked at the clock on the wall. As time passed, the discussion in the conference room was just like an ancient fable: enter through the narrow gate. For the gate is wide and the way is easy that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But the gate is narrow and the way is hard that leads to life, and few find it. In fact, there are some extra measures that I don't want to use. Kenyawa thought to himself, why do you see the speck in other people's eyes, but not the beam in your own eye? Boom, the time is up, and a loud noise came from afar. The earth shook, as if the whole world had collapsed. Alarm bells rang. There was a commotion in the room immediately. What happened? Guards, let the escort team in. Enemy attack, terrorist attack. Wang Fuman's roar came from outside the door. Emergency escape, please hide under the table immediately, don't leave the room rashly. Kenyawa seemed to have known the arrival of this scene a long time ago. Facing the people who were taking emergency escape and slightly panicked, he comforted loudly, please rest assured, there is the most powerful security force here, please hide under the table immediately. His eyes bloomed with a light red light, and he sighed in his heart and used the means of mind control. Of course, you will pay for the funds needed for the new century defense line. The war broke out. On a lonely boat, Zhang Ming fought alone and repaired the battery for 5 days and 5 nights. This was a war that was extremely difficult. He was beaten back by the mysterious enemy and had no power to fight back, but he had to rack his brains and work hard, using all kinds of monster acids and battery transformation technologies. Because this war is related to future happiness, several hard drive girls were looking forward to his rescue. In the end, Zhang Ming realized that it was the loss of electrolyte that caused the battery to stop working, and the acid liquid he had randomly prepared made a hole in the battery. He couldn't help but feel sad. His little sister is gone. Even if he is a strong man close to the limit of the spirit, it is impossible to make something like electrolyte out of thin air. Fuck God, fuck the universe. He returned to his room with a golden light all over his body, like a raging Super Saiyan, wishing to smash this damn world with one punch. Then he huddled into the quilt in pain and sobbed a few times humbly. The only electronic product still alive, the radio, carried the familiar voice of Li Xianfeng. According to news reports, a vicious terrorist attack occurred at the headquarters of the Supernatural Abnormal Investigation Bureau in Donghu City. In addition to 16 high-explosive bombs, there were also some monsters that attacked humans. Some anti-human elements released monsters in cages into the city. With the joint efforts of all investigators, the attack was suppressed in time, avoiding greater human and economic losses. The current death toll is, nearly 100 delegates were safely evacuated in this attack. General Chairman Orafo said that the attack would not change anything, and he was optimistic about the future of the International Cooperation Alliance. Orafo characterized this attack as a counterattack by the old forces against the rise of the new forces. What? Attacked? Zhang Ming was inexplicably gloating. Our life here is not good, and the earth is not good either. God is really fair. The radio switched to voice, probably from the chairman Orafo, with English mixed with simultaneous translation. Yes, this accident was naturally man-made. As everyone knows, our world is not peaceful. The formation of an alliance will inevitably affect the interests of the old forces, so they took advantage of this day to plan this attack. They wanted to threaten us with death and wanted to use conspiracy to prevent us from reaching a cooperative relationship, but they were wrong. They underestimated our determination and will. High-pitched voice, our unity this time is for the faith and belief dedicated to all mankind. We will strive forward, defend freedom, and defend all the beautiful and just things in the world. Noise, HU. HU. Zhang Ming sneezed twice in a row while lying in the quilt, gradually recovering from the sad state. What kind of supernatural cooperation alliance actually reached a consensus? Humans, who have always been rotten fish and shrimps, are willing to pay for the future. Unbelievable. This requires giving up interests. What about terrorist attacks? It sounds strange. Under the eyes of so many superpowers, someone actually planted a bomb? And a monster attack? What's more, the tone of the announcer Li Xianfeng is a bit strange. After listening to the radio for 20 years, Zhang Ming is quite familiar with Li Xianfeng. This guy also has his own value orientation and sometimes he will be sarcastic. Forget it, it's always a good thing to be able to form a new cooperative organization. I don't care what means they use, maybe this attack was directed and acted by themselves, but what does it have to do with me? Zhang Ming muttered to himself, throwing the worry of battery damage behind his mind, got up from the bed and walked out of the room. A layer of faint golden light appeared on the surface of the skin. Using the World Stone, the King Kong who has been practicing for 10 years has finally entered the house. The weather is really too cold, the temperature is -30 degrees, and the exhaled air forms a white frost in an instant. And the King Kong isolates the heat exchange to a certain extent, just like a thick down jacket. Dozens of kilometers away, there are huge icebergs floating. The snow-white icebergs stand tall, as if silently narrating something, or as if expecting something, or pondering something. Some creatures are faintly moving in the snow, staring at the small wooden boat from afar. Come over if you can, Lao Zhang shouted at the creatures on the glacier. The monsters shrank back, not daring to look him in the eye. There are a lot of these insects that survive in the cold. Zhang Ming named them mantis colonies. They are a bit like a combination of mantises and cockroaches. They are about 1.7 meters to 5.2 meters long and live in groups. They are divided into several categories. Some can spray acid, some can spray venom, and some have particularly sharp claws. Their individual combat power is about 300 to 1,500. Zhang Ming came up with this combat power standard himself. 1 point of physique equals 1 point of comprehensive combat power, and insects are equivalent to 300 to 1,500 physique. The most important thing is that these monsters seem to have subtle intelligence. They launched a powerful attack at the beginning. But after being slaughtered by Lao Zhang, they never dared to get on the boat again. Chapter 186 Progress in the last decade. In fact, I have some doubts that they have a queen-like operator who controls these insects behind the scenes, otherwise these guys would not be so honest. If we can kill the queen, maybe we can have a good meal. Shimama, you have been guarding for a day and a night, have you seen the queen? Zhang Ming asked Shimama on the mast, and suddenly found that the Stone Emperor was motionless. This guy pretended to be cool last night and said, the North Pole, Zuanwu is not afraid of ice and cold. Xiao Bei, you watch. Zuanwu breathing technique can accelerate practice in the cold state, so after pretending to be cool, Shimama insisted on spending the night on the mast. As a result, tonight, Zhang Ming asked several times in a row, but the stone did not respond at all. Shimama, Zhang Ming felt something was wrong and quickly jumped onto the mast. The Stone Emperor was frozen into a big lump of ice. It was a big lump, and the black stone was frozen. Old Zhang was shocked and grabbed the stone mama. As a result, in the extremely cold environment, the stone mama actually cracked. Fuck, old Zhang was shocked. You just died in the middle of the road. There was a commotion on the deck. Old Zhang quickly boiled a pot of water, diluted it into warm water, soaked the stone mama in it, and merged it again. Xiao Bei and Hao Jia also ran out of the room, shouting awu and woof woof, crying and wailing for the old senior to die. The first person to die on the journey was not Hao Jia, but this old senior who had lived for who knows how many years. Arwu, watching the stone mama crack in the middle, Xiao Bei couldn't help but burst into tears and was very anxious. Finally, Zhang Ming came up with a trick and yelled, the story of the math teacher has been updated. Don't you want to know why the math teacher's black silk is in my drawer? Shimama began to tremble weakly, and sat up in shock from her dying bed, and the old tone trembled. Danger! Zhang Ming's face trembled twice, but he didn't mock. This bastard ancestor seriously overestimated his cold resistance. Can you merge back? This time, the Stone Emperor was really hurt, not pretending. He had no strength at all and spoke tremblingly. Lao Zhang scratched his head, took out the flower pot with a world tree, and buried Shimama in it. You use the power of the small tree to slowly repair it, Speaking of which, they came to this cold area for 2 years. The temperature is minus 30 degrees all year round. Xiaobei from the tropics can't stand it. He sticks to the dog all day long and absorbs the heat emitted by the dog. Sometimes, the temperature at night will drop to minus 60 degrees Celsius, or even minus 80 degrees Celsius. Old Zhang was physically strong, and with his warm clothing, he could barely make it. His boat, reinforced by the last wish of the Blue Crystal Man, could barely withstand it. But his equipment couldn't. After so many years, these technological creations of mankind were almost at the age of death. After being frozen, they were even more damaged. The happy weekends of playing on the computer were gone forever. He once again degenerated from the electrical age to the age of cavemen. What worried Zhang Ming even more was that Brother Hao was getting older. After drifting in the Sea of Demons for 12 years, Brother Hao had obviously aged a lot. It was no longer as lively and active as before, and the tuft of dog hair around its mouth had turned white. Compared with humans, the lifespan of dogs is very short. For ordinary dogs, it is almost time for them to meet God after living for 10 years. Zhang Ming didn't know Brother Hao's exact age, but after 20 years of spiritual energy recovery, it was at least 20 years old, maybe 23 or 25. Even though Haoj is a mutant dog and he can't practice cultivation, it's extremely lucky that he can double his lifespan just by mutation. Actually, the main reason why I don't like to keep pets is because of this. Who likes separation? Zhang Ming sighed. Worried that Haoj couldn't survive such a cold winter, he made some clothes for him and allowed the dog to sleep in the same bed with him at night. He even built a small stove with metal and put some burning objects in it so that Haoj, Xiaobei and Shimama could roast for a while. Haoj, if you hold on for a while, you might survive this damn winter. Emperor Shi, you should practice cultivation well and stop pretending all day long. Haoj always lay by the stove, staring at the gray sky. He would only react when Zhang Ming patted him, and his long butt would shake a few times. Zhang Ming shook his head. You should have a good rest. Tell me what you want to eat. Over the years, Hao Ji's favorite food is still boiled large intestines. The habit he developed in those 8 years has never changed. Sure enough, after hearing this word, Hao Jie got up from the ground, twisted his butt hard, and barked twice. In fact, it just mustered up its strength to make its owner happy. It really cooked the large intestines, but it lost its appetite after just a few bites. Lao Zhang smiled and told Xiaobai, don't eat too much. Xiaobai also felt Hao Ji is aging, and agreed with this little guy seems to have grown 1 centimeter in so many years. Xiaobai, how long can you live, and how long can Shimama live? If one day, I die of old age, I hope you will throw me into the sea and bury me in the sea. Shimama, who was seriously injured, repeated tremblingly, just a simple burial at sea. The old voice echoed in the small room, lingering with a unique atmosphere of sadness. In this winter, everything is withering, including everyone's emotions. Survival and death are the cycle of nature. Nothing can live forever, even Lao Zhang can't live forever. One day, no food can increase his attributes. The so-called breathing technique and Vajra and other cultivation methods also have their own limits. Although that day is still a long way away, you guys take a good rest. I'll guard this ship. Zhang Ming returned to his room and was stunned for a while. There are few days like this every month when I don't want to practice or work. I just want to be alone. And this month, I seem to have more time to think about life alone. It may be because I have returned to the age of cavemen, which makes people upset. It may also be because Brother Hao's body is really not very good, or the time of wandering is too long, and the end is far away, or the depth of lost hometown is becoming more and more obvious in the tug-of-war. Lao Zhang was a little irritable in his heart. But he still patiently practiced Vajra. The faint golden light penetrated from the skin into the muscles, slowly wrapped around the blood vessels and internal organs. This kind of micro-manipulation is a necessary step in training King Kong. Over the years, I have hunted many monsters. And the number of attribute points obtained each year is about 1,000-1,500. Therefore, the current attribute panel is Physique. 5,822. The ability of King Kong has been merged, and the current control is 58.22%. Perception. 5,822. The ability of King Kong has been merged, and the current control is 58.22%. Spirit. 10,202. The ability of lightning control, alienation has been merged, and the current control is 82.94%. Lifespan. 45. 2,924, at least you can live for 2,924 years. Compared with the strong people of the same level, this lifespan is not long, but you are very young and have unlimited potential. 45 years old Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel sad, even his niece is 14 years old. In another 10 years, the once cute little niece can also get married and have children. Think about that scene, it's uncomfortable. Total attributes. 24,770. I have to admit that as long as you don't encounter a terrifying existence above the abyss level, the probability of your overturning is not high. You are so powerful, this is a very high evaluation. In theory, the strong man at the limit of the spirit is already the peak single combat power in the intelligent civilization. In addition, in the past 10 years, the ability of toxin resistance has finally been cultivated to 100%. The cultivation of this thing depends on the stimulation of various external toxins. As long as you don't poison yourself to death, the control degree can be improved a little. So in recent years, Zhang Ming specially got some poison from monsters, either swallow directly, or even use the needle tip to get the toxin into the blood. Emphasize the word ruthless. Several times, he foamed at the mouth and almost died. After years of accumulation, he finally got the toxin resistance to 100% cultivation. Even if it is disassembled from the merged state, it is an innate ability that can be called at will. As for King Kong, as a special ability, the foundation of the Blue Crystal people is naturally the current focus of research. It can actually occupy all the skill slots of physique, perception and spirit. However, Zhang Ming really didn't want to give up lightning control, alienation, so he only merged the two skill slots of physique and perception for the time being. Basically, as long as one attribute reaches more than 10,000, it can be considered to have reached the standard of spirit limit of the Blue Crystal civilization, and it will be difficult to go up. Even Lao Zhang, who can add points and monopolize the World Stone to assist in practicing Vajra, has only reached 10,202 in the spirit attribute after hard training. It is really difficult to reach more than 10,000 in all three attributes. No wonder that Guo is considered a historical strong man, Zhang Ming thought in his heart, but now, with a physique attribute of more than 5,000, coupled with a burst of strength, he is no weaker than Guo. If I fight Guo again, I should be able to break through his defense within 2 minutes. In addition, in the past 10 years, he also drank a few drops of demon blood. What does the time and space worm taste like? You must try it. The most outstanding one is that it is so daring that it almost spirals into the sky. The taste is indescribable. It is a bit like Coke that has been fermented for a year, and it is actually a bit sweet. Zhang Ming has eaten a lot of rotten fish and shrimp, but the taste of the devil's blood is not very good. And it is not even in the top 10. Chapter 187 The Brave Monkey. Every drop of blood from the time and space worm that one drinks, less than 0.1 milliliters, will reduce his lifespan. It can be as short as 5 or 6 years, or as long as 7 or 8 years. Of course, the abundant energy in the blood will also increase the attribute points, which can almost offset the lost lifespan. After drinking 5 drops of blood, a mysterious moon-like icon quietly appeared in the attribute panel, emitting an obscure and cold red light. The area of the icon is about 30 times that of the other abilities. It just stayed alone in the corner, as if it was isolated by other abilities, highlighting a full sense of style. However, when focusing the mind on the moon icon, there was no information feedback, as if it was just an icon. Zhang Ming estimated that it was because he didn't drink enough blood of the demon god. His attribute panel needs a certain amount of biological materials to learn the abilities of other species. At present, he has only drunk a few drops of blood, and it is indeed a little less to learn the abilities of the demon god. Zhang Ming carefully sensed the mysterious icon, and a murmur of whispers appeared in his mind. He couldn't understand what was being said, and his mental value would plummet if he listened to it for a long time, probably by 100 points per minute. This mysterious whisper had reached a certain critical value. Zhang Ming estimated that with one more drop of blood, the moon icon could be officially activated. But this last drop of blood might take several months. Zhang Ming sighed, it's a good thing to have a progress bar. I can't even learn the abilities of the Pelican and Brother Howe's space. This exploration project still needs to continue for a long time, so there's no rush. He opened his eyes and sprinkled some of the ass-headed monster's soul ash on the potted world tree, and the small tree emitted a star-like light. This potted world tree and the corpse of the time-space worm are among his most precious possessions. After so many years of nurturing, The world tree and the world stone of the blue crystal world can provide about 0.01 to 0.03 of the world source supplement every year, which is better than nothing. Before I knew it, the day had dawned. The scenery was the same every day, the boundless sea and the dotted glaciers, the weak sun and the sluggish clouds, day after day, month after month, year after year. The negative effect of the lost hometown man Debif became stronger and stronger in the long-term tug of war, and it has swallowed up 1,800 points of his spirit value. This is not a good phenomenon. For some unknown reason, the sun in the sea area hangs very low, and the strength of the sunlight is soft. The snow on the glacier reflects white light, which is particularly dazzling. Occasionally, an extremely terrifying breath will come from the ocean, which makes Zhang Ming creepy and fearful. He didn't know what caused these terrifying auras. From the perspective of power level, they were not as powerful as the real demon god time and space worm, but they were much more powerful than ordinary super life. Lao Zhang always felt that they were equivalent to Zuanwu, or just slightly worse. Fortunately, these beings were not active and had been sleeping quietly in the depths of the ocean. So he called these beings abyss species. Alice, this sea of demons is getting more and more complicated. If the demon gods in the sky, the abyss-level creatures in the sea, and other things all wake up, won't they turn the entire ocean upside down? Zhang Ming shook his head and turned back to the cabin to see how Hao Jie and Shi Mama recovered. Suddenly, his ears moved and he heard a sharp cry coming from afar. Rhino! Zhang Ming quickly jumped to a high place and saw that several kilometers away, there were actually two little monkey-like creatures paddling canoes in the ocean. They have golden fur, furry heads, and rosy faces. They are very similar to monkeys, and have three tails behind them. Two little monkeys paddled a canoe, paddling left and right at high speed. The cold wind was howling, the waves were surging, and the small canoe was moving forward alone in this cold ocean, swaying and shaky, and it was possible to collapse at any time. Behind the monkeys was a group of flying praying insects, and there was only the last 100 meters to go. Rhino! The two monkeys paddled faster and faster, but how could the speed of rowing be faster than that of flying insects? A ruthless death was waiting for them. They were too weak, and the enemy was not only strong, but also numerous. Keek Nawa, it seems that I will die here today. A shrill cry came from the throat of the shorter monkey. It really couldn't paddle anymore. Its two arms were like lead, and it took all its strength to lift them up. A bug suddenly flew through the air, and the little monkey shuddered all over and shrank its head. Buzz! It was almost bitten in half by the bug's sharp mouth parts. Squeak! Don't give up! Another bigger monkey frantically took out a red stone from under his feet and threw it at the bug viciously. The bug was immediately burned and twitched all over, and smoke came out of its wings. The slightly larger monkey was also at the end of his strength and had no strength left. He threw the stone and squeaked and screamed, "Wooba baba drama, this stink bug is afraid of heat, burn it with fire." The little monkey also took out the red stone under his feet and fought with the bug, squeaking, "Do we have a chance to survive? Since we have come to the abyss and encountered this kind of bug, do you still want to survive? Let's die, it's worth it to kill a bug." The two monkeys attacked frantically and even showed the courage to die bravely. There can't be anything worse than death. These brave and warlike monkeys comforted themselves in this way. Suddenly, the little monkey saw a large sailing ship approaching slowly not far away, and even jumped off a glowing object from the ship, grinning and screaming, and, "What is this? Oh no! A monster is rushing over. What kind of monkey is this and where did it come from?" In such a cold environment, Zhang Ming actually saw a species similar to a monkey, and was shocked. However, seeing that the other party seemed to be in danger and was asking for help, he could only use King Kong and jump directly onto the sea. King Kong is really a complex and powerful ability. Because it is extremely complex, it also means that it has a wide range of uses. After years of research, Zhang Ming feels that it is a bit like the psychic force field and biological force field in anime novels. Running wildly on the water like now is also his latest research method. The golden terrifying monster is roaring. The two monkeys on the canoe saw a moment that would be remembered for their whole lives. The golden light and shadow drew a residual image in their retina, and shot over like lightning, and the target was their small boat. This is an invincible and powerful existence, completely different from the flying insects. When encountering the insects in the frozen abyss, they can at least resist a few times. But this golden monster that suddenly appeared was too terrifying. Just the terrifying speed and amazing momentum made the monkeys know that the two sides were not at the same level. Monster, this is a new monster. We must bring new knowledge back. We have discovered a new monster, the big monkey screamed, and then found that there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There were insects behind. There was a golden monster in front. Should they paddle forward or backward? Almost forgetting to row, the canoe gradually stopped moving. The chasing flying insects saw the golden light all over Zhang Ming's body, and seemed to be frightened by something. They immediately flapped their wings and flew away. The monster rushed over. What should I do? Fight the monster, the little monkey also screamed, frightened and at a loss, waving his two long arms in the air. Even these insects ran away, which directly proved the horror of this golden monster. It might be a monster that eats bugs, otherwise why would those bugs run away? So that's why. But what should we do? Although they have prepared for death, they will not be able to return after coming here to explore. But when the time comes, they don't want to sacrifice so easily. The little monkey's face turned red, and deep in his heart he prayed to his ancestors, the sacred mountain, the glacier, the big tree, and everything he could think of in his heart. Turning his head, he found that the big monkey was staring at the front without moving, and the muscles on his face were as tight as stone. It was obvious that the big monkey was also nervous, racking his brains to think about the response plan, intending to win the glimmer of life. He squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Rhino, pretend to be dead. Now, we have to do our best to pretend to be dead, huh? The big monkey didn't have time to answer, and lay down directly, setting an example. The little monkey was shocked. Pretend to be dead? But it had no choice. Because they were exhausted, tired and hungry, and they didn't even have the strength to move their toes. There was no other way except pretending to be dead. It is said that some of the most top-level beings disdain to eat dead things. Maybe this golden monster is just passing by? Yes, it must be just passing by. It definitely doesn't eat dead things. Two monkeys lay on the boat, pretending to be dead monkeys. Zhang Ming ran at high speed on the sea. With the blessing of King Kong, he has exceeded the speed of sound. The howling wind and the feeling of lightning can make people feel the leap of life. Those insects flew away directly when they saw it, and Zhang Ming was too lazy to chase them. Of course, the consumption of the ability of King Kong is not low under high-intensity use. After about 10 hours of persistence, the mental strength will be exhausted, and it will take many days of recuperation to recover, so it is not realistic to run back directly. Zhang Ming became more and more puzzled. Where did this monkey run out? Is there a world nearby? If there is a paradise, it is just right for Brother How to go in and recuperate. Chapter 188. The weak monkey didn't know where it came from. When I got closer, I saw that the two monkeys were lying quietly on the canoe, motionless. Occasionally, they opened their eyes, and when they saw Zhang Ming was still beside them, they hurriedly closed their eyes again. What are they doing? Are they pretending to be dead? Zhang Ming was confused. He stood still on the canoe and took out a glass ball from his arms. Well, it was actually the garbage he had made when forging the strange objects. It had a little spiritual ability to rouse greed, but of course it was just a little bit and didn't have much effect. It's coming, take out the weapon, squeak, don't talk, even if it bites our toes, don't move. The monkeys faced each other, flirting with each other in private, pretending to be dead. Zhang Ming waved his hand. Galulu, the glass bead fell to the ground and rolled in front of the little monkey, emitting an inexplicable luster. Soon, the little monkey's attention was attracted by the glass ball, and the power of temptation made its monkey heartbeat boom boom. A pair of eyes couldn't help but open, staring at the glass ball. Ahem, are you afraid of me? Are you pretending to be dead? You're quite smart. Zhang Ming didn't understand what the two monkeys were doing, so he pretended to move away a few steps. But he was actually quite excited, because these were monkeys. He swore that any traveler who had been drifting on the sea for 10 years would be so excited that he couldn't sleep if he found monkeys rowing on the sea. Obviously, these monkeys seemed to be a little afraid of him. Zhang Ming soon understood that in order to deter those insects, he did not use the ability of hiding himself. Coupled with the high-speed movement just now, like a missile, the aura was really terrifying. He dived directly into the ice water. The golden light all over his body separated the cold water from his clothes, so there was no need to worry about getting wet. This King Kong ability, the more I use it, the more useful it is, Zhang Ming praised in his heart. Soon, the monkeys found that Lao Zhang had left, and the little monkey immediately picked up the glass bead, extremely happy. as happy as a fool, as if he had picked up some treasure. But he didn't expect the big monkey to grab the beet and throw it into the sea. With a splash, the little monkey was so anxious that he almost jumped into the cold seawater on impulse. Squeaky squeaky, don't want to die? The little monkey suddenly realized that the monster was really terrible. A little garbage thrown out made its brave and fearless heart flawed. The two monkeys picked up the paddles at the same time and wanted to row away. Thank you for saving our lives, but we won't be guests. Squeaky squeaky squeaky, you are so smart, big monkey. It really left, the little monkey said with admiration. The big monkey who came up with a plan was very happy. He didn't expect that they could escape from such a dangerous environment. It was a magical day. Big monkey, that monster is so stupid. We deceived it, but where did that monster come from? Suddenly, the little monkey sitting opposite was stunned and screamed loudly. It screamed so loudly, like a miserable howl before death. They even wanted to stop screaming and pretend to be dead, but it was too late. The monster emitting golden light appeared again and grabbed their boat fiercely, just like grabbing a leaf, so easy. The two monkeys rowed frantically. Even though they had exhausted all their strength, they were still rowing frantically. Then they found that their boat was motionless because the boat was caught by the monster, and they started shouting rhino again. The two monkeys yelled and scratched their ears, but they didn't dare to jump into the extremely cold ocean. After they found that their roars were useless, they finally laid down. The monkey really lay on the ground, calmly waiting for his own death. Zhang Ming was a little speechless. What's wrong with this monkey? It seems that he is quite intelligent. He pushed the canoe to the side of his sailboat and shouted, Shimama, guests are coming. We need your translation skills. Shimama was still resting in the doghouse. After being frozen into a big ice block last night, he didn't know whether he was pretending or really injured. He stayed by the stove all the time. As for the seam on his back, it had recovered long ago. Shimama moved. Translation is a fart, it's very tiring. Caught two monkeys? Huh? Oh? Shimama's lewd nature began to take effect. He was eager to try and prepare to give the guests a big surprise. Seeing that the monster emitting golden light did not embarrass them, the two monkeys jumped up and down in fear, mumbling to each other, and jumped onto the deck. They touched and looked around familiarly, and when they saw the aluminum alloy on the deck, a weird look appeared on their faces. That expression made Lao Zhang unable to describe it. It was like a patient who had been detained in a mental hospital for a long time, with no desire to live, lying down and waiting to die. I am loved by dolphins and killer whales. What's wrong with you two? The two monkeys found the room where the stove was again, pushed the door open fearlessly, and squeezed next to the stove. Zhang Ming, what's going on? Are you two monkeys too familiar with each other? Who let you enter the room? Brother Hao had closed his eyes to rest, but when he heard the sound of the door opening, he opened his eyes and found that the two monkeys were chattering and poking his butt with their fingers. Is this a prison? What is this? Food raised by monsters. The lawless monkeys found creatures weaker than themselves and shouted happily. Long-lost memories came to his mind. Brother Hao vaguely remembered that on Earth, he seemed to have seen this kind of creature and its owner often carried it around to travel. The place called the zoo was where this weak creature was imprisoned. Thinking of this, even the sick Brother Hao bared his teeth and roared. Rhino, monster, the little monkey screamed loudly, frightened by the grinning dog. He took 2 steps back and ended up stepping on Xiaobei's tortoise shell. Xiaobei was not polite either, and opened his mouth to bite. Rhino, monster, it screamed again, and stepped on the extremely weird Shimama with its other foot. Shimama was not polite, and repeated Rhino, monster, with a weird cry, and stuck directly on the other's foot. The monkey was shocked again, and found the weird stone on the sole of his foot, jumping up and down, shaking wildly, and couldn't get rid of this stinky stone. And Shimama's lewd nature began to release happily, slowly moving from the sole of the foot to the buttocks, and began to vibrate buzzing, while shouting Rhino, Rhino. The suffering monkey slowly laid down. The stinky stone was still not satisfied, and rolled directly on its face and yelled. At first glance, this scene looked like a black reply that couldn't be removed from the face. The other monkey that had not yet suffered, stared at the scene with eyes wide open, and also lay down, waiting to die. It's the motor, this must be the devil's territory. They are going to endure tortures more horrible than death. Shimama, don't bully our guests. Lao Zhang couldn't bear it anymore and stopped this atrocity. These two monkeys are really not powerful creatures. Their strength is about 20-30 points of human physique. That's right, only 20 to 30 points. How to say this value? Adult humans who have not practiced only have about 20 points of physique. 20 to 30 points of physique is still acceptable on Earth. But looking at the sea of demons, it can only be said that they are not even at the bottom of the food chain. Although their movements are indeed quite sensitive and they seem to be a little intelligent. Sister Pelican eats one monkey in one bite, and she needs 10 to fill her stomach. These two weak monkeys are likely to have escaped from a certain world. Seeing their tired and frightened faces, Zhang Ming turned his head and chopped off half a fish head from the kitchen. A rough sound came from not far away. The monkeys fantasized about the scene of their monkey brains being knocked open, and they really quieted down. The ancients said, "Kill fish for the monkeys to see." Not long after, Zhang Ming brought a big pot and put it on the stove. This cold water fish in the deep sea has tender meat and no intramuscular thorns. Whether it is steamed, stir-fried, or made into sashimi, it tastes quite good. In this cold environment, eating hot pot is a real enjoyment. Zhang Ming took a stool and sat down, waiting patiently. The only trouble is that the sun in this ghost place is too small, and it is impossible to grow vegetables, and there are few seasonings such as onions, ginger, and garlic. He could only use kelp and moss from the glacier to replace vegetables, but it also had a unique wild flavor. After a while, the milky white fish oil was boiled out, and hot bubbles emerged. In this cold environment, the fragrance was overflowing, making people salivate. Zhang Ming picked up a piece with chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and nodded slightly. It was really delicious, but the spirit contained in it was a little less. If you eat it for a week, it would probably only increase a few attributes. It's better than nothing. He filled a small bowl for Xiaobei and Heoj. Finally, it was the turn of the two monkeys. The two monkeys pretended to be nonchalant, but in fact they were panic-stricken and wanted to eat to death. After all, they were really hungry, and the body's thirst for energy was no joke. Faced with a dilemma, they kept scratching their ears and cheeks, and almost couldn't help but scream squeak squeak. As a result, when it was their turn, they found that there was only a small piece in the bowl. The two monkeys showed dissatisfied expressions at the same time and reached out to grab the piece in their companion's bowl. In their eyes, the companion's piece was bigger. When you encounter difficulties, you exploit your companions, right? How is this different from humans? Seeing the two monkeys fighting each other, Zhang Ming was speechless and ate the hot pot fish meat by himself. It was not that he was stingy and only gave one piece of meat. But this fish meat, at least it was monster meat. And he was afraid that a monkey's weak body would be eaten to death by a piece of meat. The two monkeys snatched each other's fish meat, showing satisfied expressions, and then couldn't wait to bite it viciously. Chapter 189, Warriors Seeking Knowledge. The monkeys were shocked as if they had discovered a new world. There was such a delicious food in the world. They ate the meat in no time, stretched out their hands eagerly, and asked Lao Zhang for more. "Brother, you can't take it any more, I want more." Suddenly, they found that they were full, and there was a huge heat flow running through their bodies. This unusual feeling of fullness made them quickly realize that if they ate more, their bodies would explode. The monkeys were very sad. Why did they eat so fast? Why did they eat so fast? They should chew slowly and eat all day long. But they found that the monster took out a small bottle and took a sip happily. The smell of alcohol filled the small room. The monkeys immediately became excited. "We can't eat meat, but we can drink." The lawless character broke out again. The two monkeys actually overestimated their own abilities. Their furry hands grabbed and grabbed, intending to snatch Lao Zhang's things. As a result, they were blocked by a burst of golden light just as they pounced on them. King Kong is indeed a universal ability, which can be used for defense, for harm, and to scare monkeys. After the two monkeys touched the golden light, they seemed to be burned by something and screamed in fear. Then they recalled Lao Zhang's mysterious terror, and screamed twice, patting the dust on their butts as if nothing had happened, indicating that nothing had happened just now. "Don't mind it. We monkeys just forgot that you're a scary monster. Now I remember it again, just pretend you didn't see it." Lao Zhang laughed ha ha ha, and he didn't embarrass these weak life forms. The sailboat has been drifting in this icy sea for too long, and the boredom of practicing every day is really hard to bear. Even Xiaobei was on the side, quietly looking at it, with a serious face. "Squeak, this monster seems to want to feed us. Wait until it falls asleep, and we will run away." "Squeak, it's better to steal some more fish meat. That meat is really delicious. One piece will make you full." the two monkeys talked openly. They didn't think that anyone here could understand their native monkey language. Zhang Ming pretended to be very cold, but he was actually eager to play with monkeys. He coughed, took the Shimama brand translator, and communicated with the two guys. Shimama asked, "Where are they from? Are they from a certain world? What are they doing in this ghost place?" Shimama actually didn't have much interest in such a weak monkey. It preferred to bully the strong, but it involved a hidden world, so it could only lie on the ground and repeat it lazily in spiritual language. As a result, the two monkeys jumped up and down in fear, babbling and grinning at Shimama, questioning loudly, "Why can this stone speak monkey language? Could it be that their jailbreak plot just now was all heard by this stone? Big monkey, squeak, throw this stone into the sea, and no one will know. Little monkey, you go and throw it, you go and throw it." Shimama, it has to be said that monkeys are completely degraded versions of humans. Although they look smart, their discipline is not very good. They are hyperactive, greedy, rude, lawless, and lawless. Moreover, their amnesia is extremely serious, just like the memory of a fish. Now focusing on Shimama, the monkeys have forgotten about Lao Zhang, who is watching them covetously. It is clearly a situation of others are the butchers and I am the meat. The behavior of these two monkeys is just like they are at home. They touch things here and there and speak in an incomprehensible monkey language. Occasionally, they exclaim a few words, and then start to touch things in the room curiously. Finally, they start to comb Hao Ji's dog hair with great interest, as if they are looking for lice on it. These two guys, if they don't find something to do, they will be very nervous, right? Seeing that they did not bully their own dog, Zhang Ming let it go and let Shimama communicate slowly. After a few minutes, the general communication results came out. Shimama said in an old tone, trembling, they said that they came from Haoding Valley, a valley-like place with a suitable temperature, birds singing, flowers blooming, and abundant food. The two monkeys came here for adventure. There were 7 monkeys at the beginning, but now there are only the last 2. What about the other 5? Did they run away? They are all dead. What? 5 monkeys died? Zhang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the monkey looking around, such a tragic thing, how can it be inexplicably funny when they talk about it? The 2 monkeys answered the question and got a small mouthful of fish soup as a reward. Although they can no longer eat fish, they can still drink some soup. After a mouthful of steaming fish soup, the monkeys were quite dissatisfied, and they were gone before they could taste it. The monkeys grinned, somewhat disliked the other party's stinginess, but did not dare to get angry. Zhang Ming asked again, "Can we let them take us to its hometown? The temperature in the monkey's hometown is good, and this place is too cold now." Shimama, they said that in their world, there is a volcano, so it is warmer than here. But they must discover new knowledge before they can return to their hometown, otherwise, it is better to die in the wilderness. What kind of custom is this? Zhang Ming frowned and recalled the previous magical scene. After encountering an irresistible crisis, the 2 monkeys lay on the deck one after another, which was considered to be tacitly accepting their own death. At first he thought the monkeys were scared silly, but he didn't expect that this was a kind of awareness of death. Thinking of their 40 points of physical strength, it is really not easy to make a living in this ghost place. Even if they are not hunted by monsters, they will be frozen to death in a few days. "I just met 2 monkeys, and they are strong," Zhang Ming exclaimed, grabbed a monkey and stroked its fur twice. The monkey struggled violently and almost bit Lao Zhang. "Strong," Shimama repeated a sentence. "With these goods, can they be called strong?" Zhang Ming tilted his head and said faintly, "Why not? I, old Zhang, only care about the strength of the soul, not the strength of the innate. As long as it believes that it is a strong person from the bottom of its heart and puts it into practice, then it is a strong person. How can a monkey like this who is not afraid of life and death not be worthy?" Shimama was shocked by the philosophical sayings of the emperor and silently recorded them in her heart, but she heard Hao Jie next door suddenly jump up with a grin. Woof woof woof, it turned out that one of the monkeys found Hao Jie's bareness very tempting, and Hao Jie had no tail, so they couldn't resist their curiosity and poked it hard a few times. Although Hao Jie was sick, he still had the strength to roar a few times after his anus was poked. Shimama immediately repeated in surprise, "Strong." Old Zhang held his forehead. He felt that it was inexplicably embarrassing to identify the monkey as a strong person. "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say it." The questioning of the monkey continued. Maybe it was because they had eaten fish, or maybe it was because Lao Zhang was being kind. The monkeys were very cooperative. What are their customs? Why are they here? They said that they must go further than their ancestors and find more useful things before they can return to their hometown with honor and be buried there. Zhang Ming ate most of the hot pot by himself, and then patted his stomach with a sense of satisfaction. Where did their ancestors go at most? Mama said, it's here, with endless oceans and glaciers, and a large number of insect monsters. They have never walked out of this glacial abyss. They insisted that unless they could find more knowledge in the abyss, they would have a reason to return to their hometown. Zhang Ming touched his chin, and the monkeys described this sea area as the abyss, a not-so-beautiful term. Of course, it could also be due to the translation. Spiritual language always transforms the general meaning into an understandable concept. Impossible. With the strength of you monkeys, even if you pile up your numbers, you can't get out of the abyss. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, our ship has been in the sea for 2 years. Theoretically, it has sailed about 60,000 kilometers. How long will it take to paddle 60,000 kilometers with our canoes? Even if you cut your hands off, you can't paddle a few thousand kilometers. The temperature at night is even lower. Even if you don't encounter monsters, you will freeze to death. They said that they brought some survival tools. If they are lucky, they can live for a long time. Is that so? Zhang Ming stood up and explored the monkeys' canoes. There were indeed hunting tools such as ropes, fishing rods, spears, bows and arrows, as well as a kind of fiery red stone that emits amazing heat. The monkeys seemed to use this stone to keep warm. It seems to be a strange thing. His heart moved slightly. It seems that the monkeys are quite civilized, not as I imagined. Zhang Ming turned his head and returned to the stove room. After Shima's translation, the two monkeys squeaked a few times. They didn't understand distance terms like 60,000 kilometers, but they still had some sense of time. So they thought it was impossible for them to discover new knowledge, and they lay quietly on the deck, waiting for death to come. Zhang Ming found that these guys were in a low mood, so he pointed at the fish head hot pot and said with a smile, is this thing considered a new discovery? As long as there is new knowledge, we can go back to our hometown, right? Is the fish head hot pot delicious? Do you want to take it back to your hometown? After Shima's translation, the monkeys looked at Zhang Ming with contempt. Can you not be so country bumpkin? Making some delicious food is considered a new discovery. What do we monkeys need this tradition for? Just find a larger glacier and go back to your hometown. P.S. The last day of double monthly tickets, please give me a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 The Monkey Who Betrayed His Hometown. Facing the contemptuous eyes of the two monkeys, Lao Zhang was embarrassed. What's going on? The two monkeys are so difficult to deal with. Isn't food new knowledge? The plot in the cartoon novel doesn't work at all. He coughed, and then he had an idea and pointed to the flame in the stove. Flame should be considered a new discovery. This thing is the pioneer of civilization. The monkeys were even more contemptuous and couldn't help but laugh. Squeak, we discovered this thing a long time ago. Although you are very strong, your civilization level is even lower than ours. You even treat flames as treasures. You are so stupid. The two monkeys thought of the wonderful thing and couldn't help but applaud with their hands and feet. One of the monkeys ran to his canoe, picked up a red stone with a branch, and threw it to Zhang Ming. It was emitting hundreds of degrees of high temperature. It seemed that the two monkeys used this stone to keep warm. Zhang Ming threw the stone into the furnace and said stubbornly, but this stone is not a flame. There is still a difference between a high-temperature stone and a flame, right? Even Shimama began to repeat happily, and the old voice trembled. Squeak, you are too ignorant to even treat flames as treasures. Woof woof woof. Brother Hao followed and barked wildly. Even Xiaobei was watching the fun on the side, with a strange look in his eyes, and secretly called out, Arwu, you are too ignorant, secretly mocking Emperor Zhang. That feeling is simply perfect, and it can't be stopped at all. Zhang Ming was made more and more embarrassed by this group of animals. His whole body was shining with golden light, and he was murderous. Xiaobei, keep an eye on these two monkeys. I will go out and kill a few bugs. Xiaobei has naturally grown a lot over the years, especially in the aspect of telekinesis. Most of the strange objects made by Zhang Ming can also be used by it, so whether it is attack ability or defense ability, Xiaobei also has some means. The turtle climbed up to a high place unceremoniously, with a soul-fixing gun tied to its back. The terrifying bone gun was aimed at the monkeys, and they immediately suppressed their restlessness of wanting to occupy the ship as the king. After a few minutes, Zhang Ming caught a cockroach-like monster from the glacier and returned to the sailboat. Bang! Throw it heavily in front of the monkey. The gloomy and depressing feeling came over them. The larger monkey was playing with glass beads, and suddenly smelled a burnt smell, with a strong fishy and sour smell. It raised its head in fear and saw a horrible corpse. The giant cockroach was covered with thick carapace, weighing about 100 kilograms, with an extremely hideous mouthparts, and 6 long legs, all with blade-like barbs. There was an electric scar on its forehead, which went straight through the insect's skull, and the burnt smell came from the forehead. Is this thing considered a new discovery? Old Zhang was so aggressive that golden light spread, and he didn't even breathe. It was indeed easy for him to catch a bug with a combat power of 500. A dead one won't work. I can help you catch a live one, Shimama translated it with a fake tiger's power. The two monkeys were shocked and rolled to the corner in a timid manner. Many of its companions were killed by this bug. How could they not recognize it? Shimama said something else. Rhinoceros, quack, no rhinoceros. The big monkey standing on the left understood what he meant and shouted excitedly, just like a person on the verge of despair who suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. A variety of emotions burst out from his mind at once. Suddenly, it twitched all over, covered its chest and fell to the floor, foaming at the mouth, and its eyes kept rolling. Zhang Ming's heart trembled, not knowing what happened to the monkey. He blushed and shouted, "Monkey, what's wrong with you, monkey? You haven't brought me into that world yet." He quickly used the power of King Kong to slowly transmit the golden light to the monkey. The traces of golden light penetrated into the monkey's blood vessels. It had no killing ability, but just wanted to sense the monkey's physical condition. Not long after, as the golden light penetrated, Zhang Ming's mind emerged with a flow of the monkey's blood. There were a total of 18 blood vessels in its body that were close to being blocked, one of which was located in the heart, hindering blood flow and causing acute blockage of the coronary artery. Myocardial infarction. How come this monkey's physical condition is worse than Brother House? Zhang Ming wiped his sweat, gritted his teeth, and carefully controlled it. Under the effect of the golden light, the blockage of the coronary artery was quickly cleared. The monkey's heart resumed work again. However, this is a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. The blockage of the coronary artery is caused by a blood clot, and the conditions for the formation of a blood clot are very complex, either due to aging or some other reasons, which are not something that King Kong can handle. If a blood clot falls off somewhere in the body in the future, there may be a serious problem. The big monkey survived the catastrophe, staring blankly at the ceiling, lying on the wooden board, and his pale face gradually improved. The other smaller monkey saw that his companion was not dead, and looked at the golden light with a shocked face, as if he had discovered a new world, and squeaked on the side. Zhang Ming caught the jumping little monkey and also used King Kong to check its body. The monkey was a little timid at first, but soon found that the warm light did not hurt itself, and instead used its furry hands to touch Lao Zhang's arm. Maybe because Zhang Ming touched its itchy spot, the little monkey also tilted his face and laughed squeaked. This monkey's physical condition is better, but it still has some hidden diseases and is an old monkey. For some physiological problems, King Kong has no particularly good way. Zhang Ming just helped the monkey to clear the blood vessels and put it down again. He had a general idea in his mind. These two monkeys may be quite old. Even if they did not encounter monsters, they may not be away from death for many years. The little monkey felt his body and seemed to have something happened. He scratched his scalp. Especially the monkey with heart disease, he kept breathing in and out on the ground, and his heart still had a faint pain, but he did survive. There was an incredible look on his monkey face. A mysterious force viciously stabbed his heart, allowing him to escape from the endless death for a while. The monkey was a little awed. Individuals who can play games with a god of death are called witches in their tribe, and they need to be respected and revered. Zhang Ming observed for a while. The two monkeys were more honest than ever before. There was no sign of illness for a while. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, the one with the heart disease is called Gigi, and the younger one is called Meo Meo. Actually, you are all old monkeys, so you go out to explore and acquire new knowledge, right? You found the body of this insect, so you should be able to return to your hometown. Is it a great achievement to transport the body back? The two monkeys lay on the ground, listening to Shimama's translation, and talk Chiligua. They were still somewhat vigilant. If a strong man like Zhang Ming showed malicious intent, their hometown might face a catastrophe. But the body of this insect was really too tempting. In their history, no ancestor had ever hunted insects in the abyss. This reputation of creating history was really too tempting. The two monkeys were quite hesitant and squeaked there. Zhang Ming's fingers glowed with a golden light. I can also help you cure some diseases. I have no ill intentions, you see, the dog is also sick. We just want to find a warmer place to rest for a while. The two monkeys followed Zhang Ming's finger and saw the dog suffering from hypothermia. Their eyes dimmed immediately. They were smart enough to empathize with some things. The dog was indeed old and sick. They were also old. Although they were agile, that was a racial gift. From a physiological level, they were indeed old monkeys. Monkeys were just monkeys after all, and their psychological defenses were collapsing. I still have a lot of meat that I can't finish eating. It's okay to give you some. Just like the meat of this insect, fried in with some seasonings, it's very delicious. In order to seduce the two monkeys, Zhang Ming took out his seasonings with some pain. In fact, after traveling for so long, his seasonings were almost exhausted. There was no way to farm in this ghost place, and he would only use a little bit of it on big happy days worth celebrating. But in order to seduce the two monkeys, Zhang Ming had to bite the bullet and take out some treasures, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty, all available. The monkey licked it and his eyes lit up immediately. Sweet, sweet. As for the bitter ones, their faces drooped and they began to spit, which made Xiaobei's turtle face very disgusted. Why is this guy so unhygienic? But it doesn't matter. As passengers, monkeys must work, and they must clean up by themselves. Xiaobei nodded seriously, thinking about how to train these naughty monkeys. The monkeys seemed to like sweets very much. After giving them 2 pieces of brown sugar, their psychological defenses were collapsing little by little. Their furry hands kept asking Zhang Ming for more, showing their big yellow teeth and smiling. Whoever takes me first can eat candy every day, but the other one won't get to eat. Zhang Ming used a piece of brown sugar to play the game of 1 peach kills 2 monkeys. The 2 monkeys immediately roared, saying that they could take Zhang Ming to their hometown, but the premise was that the insect corpse must belong to them. They even wrestled with each other for priority in leading the way and eating the little candy. Zhang Ming couldn't help but sighed. How can there be such a guide in the world? Chapter 191 The World. The World. Under the guidance of the monkeys, the sailboat made many twists and turns and arrived at the destination in less than a day. In fact, even at the cost of their lives, the monkeys did not search too far. It was only about 20 kilometers. This is the gap between the so-called strong and weak. The strong at the top of the food chain can travel here without taking any risks. But for the weak, every step requires the price of life. Lao Zhang has grown to the point where he is actually stronger than most monsters. At least, that's what the blue crystal people and the flame horn people think. The limit of the spirit is basically the upper limit of life, and even the divine beasts will be troubled by the limit of the soul. Of course, it is a normal life, and some abnormal life are naturally exceptions. Between the 2 huge glaciers, the monkeys sang strange ballads, jumped back and forth, and even took out drum-like props from the canoe and beat them dong dong dong. This mysterious ballad dances like a ballad in a mountain village, and the roar of Alioo has a primitive atmosphere. Zhang Ming was terrified, fearing that the 2 old monkeys would die from jumping around because of their excessive emotions, and he would not have time to cry by then. But this might be a special ritual of entering the world. Conventional sailing methods would not allow one to enter the world through this strait. Because the world is deliberately hiding itself, and it will not let anyone in unless they are its own. About half an hour later, the 2 monkeys finally stopped dancing and sat on the deck, panting. The big monkey grinned and made a few gestures, indicating that Zhang Ming could set sail. With a surge of emotions, Zhang Ming took a deep breath and could not help but yelled, "Raise the sail! Ha ha ha, world, here comes Zhang Ming!" The loud whistle reached the glacier, producing a faint echo. Zhang Ming was so excited that he felt terrified. He was really worried that everything was in vain. Then, a furry hand almost stuffed into Zhang Ming's mouth. It was the 2 monkeys who were screaming and looking devilish, asking for brown sugar. "Your mother, you're having a heart attack and you're still eating candy." After sailing for about 20 minutes, the sailboat seemed to pass through a wave of water ripples in the expectation of Zhang Ming, Xiaobei, Shimama, Heoj, and the 2 monkeys. Suddenly, the scenery in front of us changed. The glaciers on both sides of the strait disappeared, the biting cold wind disappeared, the debuff of the lost people disappeared, and the insects that were peeping at the side disappeared. Instead, there was a blue ocean. The temperature was still a little cold, but there was no doubt that this was the world, a world that could breathe life. Squeak, the monkeys screamed loudly, clapping their hands and feet together. It felt so good to be back home. Zhang Ming was a little absent-minded, and it took him several seconds to react before he felt that strong sense of security. This is a world that is truly full of life force, not like the blue crystal world, a world with a terrifying demon hanging over its head. This is an ordinary, normal world. How touching. He roared towards the sea. The two monkeys also lay on the ground and screamed. They were naturally affected by the lost people. Even if they had not been away from their hometown for a long time. Who would not want to return to their homeland? Even She-Mama was so excited that she played the siren song vigorously, roaring loudly. The two monkeys were directly bewitched by the siren song. They wanted to jump into the sea frantically, but were directly grabbed by Zhang Ming. Old Zhang yelled, "She-Mama, what are you doing?" After being yelled at by old Zhang, She-Mama pretended to be a radio and continued to yell, "Hello everyone, I'm Li Xianfan." The debate about the New World Defense Line is still the hottest topic today. For the future security of all mankind, governments around the world are discussing the imposition of additional New World defense taxes to build this defense line. The Secretary General of the Supernatural International Alliance, Ken Yawai, said that a policy of imposing additional taxes on the world's rich is being planned. Ordinary people will not bear too much of the share, and the debate on this aspect is still. She-Mama does have a broadcasting function, and this news is not fabricated by it. Are the people going to suffer again? Zhang Ming complained in his heart, and he didn't believe that a tax on the rich could be levied. He thought this was a dream. Except for the period of changing dynasties, it might be possible to levy a tax on the rich, but it has never been done in other time periods. Xiao Bei lay on his balcony, tears flashing in his eyes, and a warm and strong feeling like returning home burst out from the bottom of his heart. Even Brother Hao, who was sitting by the stove, couldn't help but run to the deck and look into the distance. His dog face was full of smiles. After nearly 10 years of journey, the travelers once again came to a world with a lot of life. Zhang Ming realized the horror of the lost debuff. It was like a piece of dog shit that couldn't be shaken off, swallowing up your mind all the time. No matter how determined you are and how strong you are, you will still be subtly affected. After the two monkeys were excited for a while, they took a breath, took out the fishing rod on the canoe, and began to fish leisurely. Squeaky, our fishing skills are superb. The big monkey Gigi showed off his hunting skills with a proud look on his face. They crossed the ocean, so they naturally had their own skills. Now they eat and drink from Lao Zhang, and occasionally they feel embarrassed. The number of marine life is obviously much more than outside. However, this monkey's fishing skills are lousy, and he has no patience. Before the fish bites the hook, he keeps lifting the fishing rod. Just like its name Gigi, this monkey is too impatient. The final result was naturally that nothing was caught. Another monkey, Meo Meo, used a harpoon to catch fish. Just like its name Meo Meo, it was too impetuous and almost fell into the cold sea water. With its current physical condition, if it fell into it, even if it didn't die, it would lose half its life. Zizizi, the big monkey was yelling there. Zizizi, Zhang Ming was watching with a smile and also took a fishing rod to start fishing. His fishing skills were naturally not very good, but he had a strange thing, the small bead from Turtle Island, that exuded seductive power. He secretly pinched the small bead and let the light shine into the ocean. After a while, a big fish was tempted and took the bait. Splash. It's not bad, a 2-gin big pet carp. I don't know what type it is, it looks pretty ugly. Just out of the water, jumping around on the deck. Monkey? How come you caught a fish as soon as you cast the rod? Zhang Ming put the fish into the tank, and ignoring the surprised expressions of the two monkeys, he cast his rod again. Less than a minute later, there was another splash. This time it was a long hairtail fish, with a slender body, sharp teeth, and protruding eyes. It weighed about 5 or 6 pounds. Oh, hairtail fish. Zhang Ming's face was full of smiles. He didn't expect that there was a species similar to hairtail fish in this world. Now he could feast on it. However, the two monkeys were already very anxious when they saw Zhang Ming catching big fish one after another. The heart disease monkey named Gigi was gesticulating beside him with a grin. constantly lifting Zhang Ming's fishing rod, as if there was something wrong with the fishing rod. Lao Zhang deliberately teased it, and when the GG monkey's front foot just left, he took the bead in his hand and quietly shone it into the sea. Splash! Another big fish was tempted and took the bait. Wow, this time it weighed a full 20 pounds, and it was a fish with a mutant nature. The scales of this thing are like rainbows, shining in the sun, and its brute force is naturally amazing. It jumped around on the deck, startling the two monkeys to jump up and try to hold down this great trophy. But they only weighed a few dozen kilograms, and were immediately thrown away by the mutated big fish. "Gurino, big fish," the GG monkey shouted in surprise. The Mao Mao monkey also nodded, with a smile on his face, "Gurino," but the two of them couldn't hold down the big fish, and they were surprised and anxious. In the end, the fish bit their tails and started shouting for help. This scene would make Xiaobei cry. Yes, Xiaobei is still immersed in the emotion of returning to the world. It is an emotional turtle, and she mama would be silent. How can you be so bad that you can't even beat a fish? Zhang Ming was a little afraid that the monkey would have a heart attack, so he could only walk forward with a grin, holding the bone kitchen knife, and activating its sharp performance. Under the monkey's horrified gaze, Zhang Ming's bone knife chopped off the fish head neatly and carried the big fish to the kitchen. The two monkeys were trembling with fear and hid in a small corner. They were honest for about 20 minutes, secretly observing the click-click-click movement in the kitchen. The ancients said, "Kill the fish again for the monkeys to see." Old Zhang was in a good mood. He removed the scales and internal organs of the fish and fantasized about the beautiful life in the new world. He hadn't grown vegetables for so many years, and his heart for growing vegetables had been eager to try and couldn't stop. He planned to grow vegetables in the new world, from wheat to rice, to green onions, garlic, and peppers. He would grow everything that could be grown, replenish the lack of supplies, and recuperate his spirit, so that Brother Hao could take risks in this world and look for relics. Thinking of this, he was actually a little impatient. There were not many seasonings in the kitchen. Except for salt and monster oil, there was nothing special, but it didn't matter. In this icy and snowy environment, cooking a hot pot was perfect. It was simple and delicious. Half an hour later, Lao Zhang brought out the hot pot. The fish meat only needed to be simply rinsed and then eaten. As for the freshly caught large hairtail, he cut it into pieces, put it in the pot and fried it, and then sprinkled a small amount of salt to make it taste good. After a while, the hairtail skin was fried to a crispy yellow, exuding a rich fragrance, which made people's mouths water. Chapter 192. We came to the new world. Hairtail fish is a food that is full of freshness even without seasoning. As a gourmet, Zhang Ming has controlled the heat to the extreme. The monkeys naturally smelled the delicious aroma that spread from 10 miles away, and they squeaked with greed. The big monkey put his thumb into his mouth and sucked it hard to satisfy his craving, and his saliva flowed. As for the little monkey, he simply put both hands into his mouth. But how could he satisfy his craving just by sucking his fingers? Zhang Ming didn't bother to care about what the two monkeys were thinking. He ate a piece of hairtail fish by himself, and his eyes were filled with tears. The taste reminded him of his childhood when the family gathered around the table to enjoy dinner. His favorite was the hairtail fish cooked by his mother. He could eat 2 large bowls of rice in one breath, and then slap the table and shout, "I want more." Unfortunately, that seemed to be a story from a long time ago. Zhang Ming shook his head and threw this slight sadness behind him. Xiaobei, who was several beats behind, was still admiring himself on the balcony. After smelling the aroma, he realized that it was time to eat, and he quickly crawled over to enjoy the fish. Shimima also rolled into the fish soup and gurgled. Even Brother Hao was a little more energetic and ate a few bites. The monkeys finally couldn't bear it anymore, and they were impatient on the side. Occasionally, they stretched out their hands to steal a few pieces of hairtail when Zhang Ming wasn't paying attention. As a result, they accidentally touched the oil pan and jumped up and down in anger. Zhang Ming laughed, haha, stopped teasing the two monkeys, and invited them to come over for dinner. The two monkeys were timid at first, but later they started to eat a lot. It was really delicious, and they wrestled and fought with each other. Eat quietly. Otherwise, all of you get out. Zhang Ming's face trembled, and he roared to stop the two crazy monkeys. A satisfying lunch ended quickly. This fish contains a trace amount of spirit. Because it was the first time to eat it, it still increased one attribute. An ordinary ability was added to the panel, Cold resistance allows you to reduce metabolism and resist cold in low-temperature environments, and enter hibernation in extremely cold environments. 6 attribute points are required to activate. This ability is really useful when the physical fitness is not high. In fact, Zhang Ming will be happy for a long time because of this ability. But now, even if the price is only 6 attribute points, Zhang Ming will not activate it, let alone feel happy. This may be the so-called growth, he sighed softly. In this way, the relaxed and happy voyage lasted for more than a month, and a total of more than 6,000 kilometers were sailed. The news on the Earth was still the same old thing. In order to build a new world defense line, several major countries actually got a preliminary draft of the rich tax, which made Lao Zhang doubt his life. Do I not understand human society, or is the Earth completely crazy? It actually started to kill the rich. The rise of mankind is today. Zhang Ming, who is almost 46 years old, middle-aged, and likes keyboard politics, is happy and crazy with the monkeys. The two self-familiar monkeys have long enjoyed it and integrated into the group. During this period, apart from good food and drink and occasional heart attacks, there was nothing serious. I even grew a layer of fat. As the sailboat sailed eastward, the temperature gradually rose from -20 degrees to around -5 degrees Celsius. I no longer had to wear thick fur clothes. At this moment, Xiaobei suddenly cried out at the top of the mast. Squeak, the monkeys also shouted. Zhang Ming, who was diligently practicing King Kong, quickly jumped onto the roof and looked into the distance. At the junction of the blue ocean and the deep blue sky, there appeared an endless yellow-brown mountain range. The peaks were overlapping and the clear water was like a mirror. Snow, green jungle, misty fog, and clear lakes were dotted between the mountains, like a scroll in the sky. The new world has arrived. What surprised Zhang Ming even more was that the highest peak of this endless mountain range might be 15,000 meters, or 20,000 meters, and the highest peaks of the rest were only 6,000 to 7,000 meters. At first glance, the majestic highest peak is like a pillar of heaven, standing out from the crowd. It is much taller than the highest peak on Earth, Mount Everest, and the top of this peak is still emitting thick black smoke. Is it a volcano? An active volcano of nearly 20,000 meters is a bit contrary to the geographical structure, right, Zizi Rhino Dadiga, the big monkey said hurriedly, jumping up and down. Rhino is a special modal particle in the monkey language, which means emotional excitement. Whether it is fear, happiness, or praise, this adjective can be used. Zizi means we mean. Dadiga means mountain. Therefore, the coherent meaning is probably the mountain that surprised the monkeys, and in the spiritual language of Shimama, it is translated into sacred mountain. After hearing these two translated names, Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Well, he expected this group of monkeys to make up some nice nouns, which was simply a fantasy. No wonder the temperature in this world is much higher than outside. It is caused by geothermal energy. It is really a paradise. Shimama, did you notice the strong man? Shimama remained silent, as if he was a little serious. After a long time, he suddenly realized that mountain is the strong man. However, it is not very smart. Oh? This mountain is alive? Mountain god, city god. Zhang Ming licked his dry lips and laughed. How strong is it? How does it compare to the devil? Can it be eaten? No, it is the world will of this world. Old Zhang was depressed all of a sudden. The world will is obviously not edible. It's so boring. Half an hour later, the sailboat docked to the coast. The feeling of stepping on land was so solid that Zhang Ming was so happy that he was paralyzed the moment he stepped on the snow. He lay on the snow without moving. Even though this place is not his hometown, the feeling of returning to land made him lose all his strength at once. Even his mental strength was drained. This is a piece of snowy frozen soil. The daytime temperature is about -5 degrees Celsius, and it may be even colder at night. However, some traces of animals and plants can be found here. Lao Zhang, who was lying on the ground and didn't want to move, picked up some moss and stuffed it into his mouth to feel the taste of the soil. If you want to go to the monkey's hometown, you need to continue walking a long way towards the mountain that surprised the monkeys, where the temperature will be higher. The big monkey Zizi Gamma Rhino was urgently gesturing with his teeth bared, and then squatted on the ground and chee-hoo-hoo to rest. It probably means that they set out from their hometown and walked for 2 months to reach this distant coastline. You walked for 2 months. If I were alone and went at full speed, I would have arrived in 2 or 3 days. But there are so many things, This situation made Lao Zhang a little embarrassed and entangled for a long time. He didn't want to leave the sailboat in this ghost place. His boat was equipped with the will of the Blue Crystal people and was very strong. He didn't want to part with his homeland, and he couldn't bear to part with his bottles and jars. Why don't I just take the boat with me? Although it will take a longer time to walk. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming's whole body burst into golden light. He lifted the bottom of the boat with both hands, got in, and slowly found the center of gravity of the boat. After a while, this layer of golden light covered the entire bottom of the boat. Zhang Ming let out a hey in his throat and lifted the whole boat up. King Kong is indeed a powerful ability suitable for being a bricklayer. Compared with 10 years ago, Zhang Ming still had a hard time lifting the boat, and it was easy to fall over. But now, he is comparable to a real human excavator. With the blessing of King Kong, even if the weight of a boat is pressed on him, there will be no signs of unstable center of gravity. Instead, because the weight on his body is too heavy, his feet are deeply sunken into the snow. Zhang Ming extended part of the golden light to the ground to increase the force area, and then he regained his ability to move. With every step, a large piece of snow sank down, making a clattering sound, like the footprints left by a giant. Just treated as exercise, Zhang Ming felt a consumption of mental and physical energy, and ran wildly on the snow at a speed of 10 meters per second carrying the sailboat. This scene shocked the two monkeys. They also followed suit, imagining that they had the ability of King Kong and wanted to lift their own canoes and run. However, there were 7 monkeys when they came, and now there are only 2 left, so naturally they can't lift this canoe. Zhang Ming ran a long circle and found that it was really strenuous to carry it like this for a long time, and he would lose strength in about 5 or 6 hours. So he put the boat down again and abandoned the useless things inside. Batteries and generators are really useless, just throw them away, especially the weight of the lead-acid battery is particularly large, several tons, and throwing it away can save a lot of effort. Transformers, computers and the like, don't throw them away for the time being, anyway, they don't weigh much. The emotional Xiao Bei found that Zhang Ming was dismantling things, and kept looking at them quietly, occasionally calling out "Arwu." The sound of garbage being thrown into the snow was particularly heavy. These machines were its precious memories. It would always miss the time when it played computer games. Now the battery was gone, the computer was broken, and it could no longer play games. Turtle could not help shedding bitter tears. It had never had enough fun. Not even a single day. Don't be sad. We don't have the ability to repair these industrial products, not only now, but also in the future. Even if I become 10 times stronger, Zhang Ming said, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. When we return to the human world, there will be plenty of these things. Okay, let's go. Zhang Ming once again picked up the sailboat and ran wildly on the snow. Chapter 193 Li Xianfeng's Secret. Without the several tons of heavy objects, the difficulty of moving the sailboat was indeed reduced a lot, and Zhang Ming ran all the way. Brother Hao naturally hid by the stove to recuperate, and Xiao Bei, a small turtle, could not walk on the ground. Shimama even stuck to the mast, pretending to be a radio. Listeners, good afternoon, everyone, I am Li Xianfeng. The new century high income personnel tax issued by the Supernatural International Alliance is being reviewed by governments around the world and is expected to be initially implemented next month. If this tax is universally applied to the world, it will have positive significance for all mankind. In the past 2 months, since the alliance was formed, the changes on the earth have been particularly great. The New Century Defense Line project is equivalent to building a great wall on the periphery of Pangu continent, which can be regarded as a world wonder that has attracted worldwide attention. In fact, if you want to create a wonder, you must first cultivate your inner strength. From the inner strength level, human civilization does not have the strength to build a wonder. Around this project, various debates and arguments naturally became eternal topics. The core of the argument is, who should pay this money and who should pay the most money? Should the country with the largest territory pay, or the country with the highest industrial capacity pay, or the country with the largest population and the most resources pay? These debates may last for a long time, just like issues such as global warming and carbon neutrality, which may last for decades. But this time, several major countries have reached a preliminary consensus to levy a tax on the rich. This method is a bit awesome. Because in the past, it was difficult to levy a tax on the rich, and the rich had so many ways to avoid taxes that they could transfer their wealth in minutes and receive a salary of 1 yuan. But now it is different. If this tax is levied all over the world, where can the wealth be transferred? Lao Zhang was a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it. He thought it was a great thing. The two monkeys led the way in front. After the excitement of returning to their homeland gradually disappeared, they stopped from time to time and rested for a while. At the back, they simply stopped moving, panting, and looked like they were about to get sick. They really couldn't run faster than Zhang Ming. These two guys also wanted to get on the boat and were too lazy to walk. There was no way. Zhang Ming could only stop and wait for them. After all, without the two guys leading the way, he couldn't find the so-called Monkey Pavilion Valley. And Rhino, the big monkey Gigi, seemed to have misunderstood the meaning, and screamed strangely, climbing up along Zhang Ming's body to the sailboat. The smaller monkey Mao was a little scared at first, but later he couldn't help it. He grabbed Zhang Ming's nose, ears and lips, and climbed up, almost stuffing his feet into Lao Zhang's mouth. The two monkeys became passengers. Zhang Ming, am I a donkey? I have to be abused by you like this. And the monkey occasionally climbed down, stepped on Zhang Daddy's head, pointed the way forward, and then quickly climbed up and played with Xiao Bei. Zhang Ming felt cold in his heart. Now all the animals were too lazy to walk, leaving him alone, carrying the sailboat and embarking on the journey day and night. Do you really think I, Lao Zhang, am easy to bully? But he shouted in his mouth, but he was helpless in his actions. He could only transform himself into hard-working people, carrying the boat and hurrying on his way. Zhang Ming felt like he had become the legendary Kuofu. According to what the monkeys said, if they headed eastwards towards the direction of the sun, they would reach their hometown. Fortunately, the voice of old comrade Li Xianfeng accompanied him throughout the whole process. Li Xianfeng is one of Zhang's best friends. He shows up on time every day, occasionally works overtime, and sometimes even finds a young lady to read stories to him. There is no such a good person in the world. Although Li Xianfeng often broadcasts some boring content. When the time came, it was already night, and theoretically Li Xianfeng should go offline and rest. Suddenly, the radio emitted a noisy electronic sound. Li Xianfeng cut off the line in the workshop and whispered something. Because the broadcast is sent through Gaia consciousness, there is actually no need to use satellites, and Li Xianfeng is the person in charge of this work. No one knows if he hides in the room and says something weird. In fact, I have always wondered how consensus was reached on the collection of attacks on the rich. This is indeed a very difficult thing, with great resistance. It is equivalent to giving up one's own interests and dedicating them to all mankind. It is really incredible and unfamiliar to me, so I quietly investigated the 100 people who attended the closed-door meeting. Li Xianfeng sighed lightly and whispered, in fact, there is no particularly good result. 1/3 of them clearly support the collection of attacks on the rich. They claim that it is for the votes of the people. The attitude of the other 2/3 is ambiguous and there is no clear statement, but in the past 2 months, the world situation has indeed been turbulent. About 300 rich people, including some tycoons in energy and mineral resources, major shareholders of multinational companies, etc., have died due to various accidents. The political turmoil in various countries is very serious. Many prime ministers have been impeached and stepped down, and personnel changes have been particularly drastic. It seems that there is an invisible hand that is leading and controlling all this. This invisible hand is very hidden, but because Lao Wang is also involved, I have some doubts. I actually have some ideas, but I dare not say too much. At least this step seems to be successful. Old Zhang, do you have any special ideas? Who knows what the future of mankind will be like? Li Xianfeng was silent for a while. Zhang Ming did not stop running, and the turbid air exhaled from his chest turned into cloud-like white mist. The snow under his feet was still thick, and a large area of snow would collapse with every step. However, Zhang Ming still understood what Li Xianfeng meant. It might be a special ability person who changed the history of the earth. Zhang Ming smiled and said, actually, this matter is nothing, Lao Li. As a scientist, you have some liberal tendencies, which is understandable, but you are so naive, so don't get involved in political struggles. Li Xianfeng suddenly said on the radio, I have been thinking, if people have an afterlife, what should they do? I am almost 70 years old in this life, and my life journey is almost here. I have made some small achievements, but not many. Some things I have seen, I can't participate in, and I can't change them. If there is a next life, what should I do? Go into business, politics, the military, or something else? or do nothing and just be a bystander? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, and his steps slowed down slightly. What does it mean? Is this guy a real man? Could it be that the broadcast stopped abruptly? In this way, Zhang Ming kept running with the boat. When he was hungry, he stopped to eat something. When he was tired, he put down the sailboat, hid in the bedroom to have a good sleep, and continued on the road after resting. His speed was naturally much faster than the monkey's. In about half a month, he had walked out of the cold zone. At this time, the temperature rose to 15 degrees Celsius, and the amount of vegetation increased. The plants in this world are different from those on Turtle Island. The trunks are generally thick, and the leaves on the top are scarce, which reminds people of the bread tree on the African continent. Maybe it's because the sunlight is not sufficient, and some plants are crooked, like bean sprouts. Photosynthesis can only supplement part of the energy required for growth, while the geothermal ecosystem from the earth can supplement the other part of the energy. The existence of various towering trees blocked the way forward. It was not appropriate to carry the sailboat. Zhang Ming could only follow a stream and use the power of King Kong to push the boat slowly on the water. Suddenly, the monkeys shouted, "Quality Gazaiba, the place to start." They jumped off the boat and ran towards a felled tree on the shore, looking happy. Near the stump, there are also tools such as stone axes, shovels, and saws, which are quite rough. Although the monkeys have mastered some means of metal smelting, Lao Zhang couldn't bear to see the bumpy and copper-smelling saw. Perhaps the scene reminded him of something, and the monkey Gigi was a little sad, wiping his eyes with his furry hands. When they set out, there were 7 monkeys. But now monkeys have joys and sorrows, and the moon has its ups and downs. Zhang Ming understood what they meant and nodded. "Oh, you cut down this tree and made a canoe. The valley is nearby?" There are only 3 days left. The autumn wind blows away the fog, and the Green Mountains are thousands of miles away. Between the Rocky Mountains and waters, you can faintly hear the cries of monkeys echoing in the canyon. This is a place called Monkey Pavilion Valley, where primitive intelligent creatures still practice a lifestyle of working from sunrise to sunset and resting from sunset, almost isolated from the world. In a cave with hot springs, a blazing fire is burning, and several skewers of barbecue placed above exude the aroma of cumin. A fat and strong monkey king, about 2 meters tall, was racking his brains to create words on the sand. For an intelligent race, the most important thing is inheritance. Wisdom without inheritance is not wisdom, but just a little personal cleverness. However, as the amount of knowledge increased, the words left by the ancestors began to be insufficient, so they could only create out of thin air. The Monkey King scratched his head and touched his ears, brewing in front of the fire for a long, long time. And suddenly a flash of inspiration came up with a word. It drew a monkey's skull on the ground with a knife inserted on it, which probably meant danger. After inventing this word, the Monkey King was very satisfied and laughed. He was exhausted from racking his brains just now, which was more tiring than fighting 10 female monkeys at night. But the feeling of holding it out was perfect. The Monkey King roared, and then several elders of different sizes gathered together to discuss the use of this word, whether it could be improved, etc. It was really in good shape, and it felt like a civilized meeting. Chapter 194 An unknown creature emitting golden light? The three-tailed monkey is not a powerful species, and has no special abilities. It can even be described as having a short life. Ordinary monkeys only live for about 10 to 20 years, and some unique and strong individuals only live for 30 to 40 years. Lifespan is innate. There is no harm without comparison. The monkeys have no dissatisfaction. They live a carefree life in the Monkey Pavilion Valley and spend most of their simple and unpretentious lives. Then, the old monkeys will choose to leave and go to a more distant world to obtain knowledge. Only monkeys who have obtained knowledge can return to their hometown and enjoy the final glory. Monkeys who have not obtained new knowledge will die in a foreign land. The Monkey King invented a character, jumped excitedly a few times, and recalled the past events passed down by his ancestors. A long, long time ago, the three-tailed monkeys did not have this rule, and their reproductive capacity was quite strong. As the number of monkeys in the Monkey Pavilion Valley increased, the food gradually became insufficient. Unexpectedly, a severe drought suddenly occurred in the Monkey Pavilion Valley. An unprecedented famine occurred in the valley that was originally lush with water and grass. Some monkeys fled to distant places. The remaining monkeys formed tribes and fought against each other. The blood stained the valley, interpreting the terrible disaster of monkey eating monkey. It was not until a light rain fell from the sky that the drought was alleviated. The remaining monkeys gathered together and cried in groups. They questioned what they had done to cause the current tragedy. So, the wise ancestors at that time made a rule: old monkeys must go out to explore new knowledge, whether it is a great geographical discovery, a great biological discovery, or something else. The old monkeys must leave the valley and explore knowledge. The three-tailed monkey needs more knowledge to survive in this world. This rule effectively controls the population and really acquires knowledge. After thousands and tens of thousands of years, their ethnic group has walked out of this valley and towards the whole world. Of course, the current Monkey Pavilion Valley is still the oldest and most populous one. And, Rhino, suddenly, a little monkey ran in, screaming excitedly. It seemed to have seen something extraordinary. Its eyes were wide open, and it was faintly terrified. The Monkey King was happily fighting with a mother monkey there, and was suddenly disturbed. He was very upset and cursed. Yalashaksha, what happened? The little monkey was still jumping around, barking, and shouting. Suddenly, he lost his mind and looked carefully. Isn't this mother monkey my mother? It grinned and greeted its mother, Q Colossal. Mom, why are you here? The mother monkey pretended that nothing had happened, and was there to tidy up her hair. She picked up a nut, pretended to peel it, and gave one to the little monkey. The little monkey ate nut happily. After all, this race has not evolved the so-called morality. The little monkey was also raised in a group. It only knew its mother and couldn't figure out who the father was. The Monkey King questioned a few words, pushed the little monkey aside, and walked out of the cave in a rage. He found a group of monkeys of all sizes holding torches and shouting Rhino. They jumped onto the trees one by one and looked into the distance. There was also a group of young monkeys running wildly in a certain direction with their hands and feet. After a while, these running young monkeys carried two old monkeys into the canyon, still shouting, Rhino. Barbara Rhino. It was the monkeys Gigi and Meo Meo. The Monkey King immediately understood that these two old monkeys had found new knowledge and returned home in glory. However, there was no need to make such a big fuss, right? Although this did not happen often, their race had followed this tradition for many, many years, and the big knowledge that was easy to find had already been discovered long ago, but there were only some small discoveries occasionally. Did they really find something special? The Monkey King was about to ask something when he suddenly saw the old big monkey twitching and falling to the ground. The other monkeys screamed in fear. The big monkey still wanted to struggle to stand up, but found that he couldn't say anything. Its hands wanted to grab something, but finally fell down weakly. There were more and more panicked voices. The old monkey named Gigi by Zhang Ming died. It might be because of old age and physical weakness, and it had already run out of energy and was holding on for a breath, or maybe it was because it returned home in glory and was too excited, causing a recurrence of heart disease. Its body trembled violently and wanted to stand up. But at this moment, it had no strength at all. The monkey Gigi fell down at the end of the journey. That's it, anyway, I have completed my mission and returned home in glory. It seemed that there was a voice comforting it in its mind. It was really old. Gigi gave up struggling and smiled. It looked back on its short life. It was not a great monkey, nor a smart type. It played carefree in the valley for the first half of its life until it found that it was getting old, and then it made an appointment with its brothers to venture into the strange and huge unknown world together. And the last few months of life may be the most exciting and clearest months. Gigi opened his eyes, stretched his palms to the sky, and shouted, and, knowledge, it died. Zzzz, more monkeys began to scream. The Monkey King was also shocked. You haven't told me what knowledge you have discovered yet, and you died just like that? He quickly looked at the smaller monkey named Meo Meo, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the elders of the tribe were still alive. Seeing his companion dead, Meo Meo looked at the corpse with some sadness, stretched out his wrinkled palms, and closed his companion's eyes. People know their own business. If it weren't for Zhang Ming using King Kong to help it dredge blood vessels, Gigi should have died long ago. Now that it has died of old age, it is not necessarily a bad thing to die in its hometown. The monkey Meo Meo took a deep breath, and the high-pitched and rapid monkey language echoed in the valley. And, we killed a monster in the frozen abyss. The surrounding monkeys were shocked, and the squeaky sound became louder. The frozen abyss is such an ancient and terrifying term. Countless ancestors flocked to it in order to gain knowledge. Generation after generation of ancestors embarked on the journey, but the knowledge they brought back was very little. The environment there was really too terrifying and too depressing. The monkeys only knew that it was an extremely cold and dangerous area, filled with unimaginable powerful monsters. If they encountered those monsters, they would die. But how did these two monkeys escape back? Mao didn't know how to describe the existence of Zhang Ming, so he shouted, "We encountered a worm after a worm, a worm." It compared Emperor Zhang to a worm. The monkey's language vocabulary is very poor, and many nouns have not been created yet, and humans are beyond their cognition. Anyway, they call the terrifying hunters in the frozen abyss worms. So the monkey Mao also calls Emperor Zhang a worm. Of course, this guy was a little bit inflated and emotional under the moon held by the monkeys, and began to shout rhinoceros there to express his excitement. The worm said that it would impart knowledge. From this perspective, the monkeys are quite simple. Although they also have some lies and things like that, they really didn't think that Zhang Ming would suddenly regret it. After all, the imparting of knowledge is a very sacred thing in their eyes. At the same time, more monkeys shouted loudly, and the exclamations of rhinoceros came one after another, because they really saw the rhinoceros worm described by the monkey Mao. In the surprised expression of the Monkey King, it saw, emitting golden light, step by step from afar, walking over. The unknown creature raised his hands to the sky and carried a large wooden boat. Every step was earth-shaking, and the ground emitted a booming thunder. How much strength does this require? The Monkey King was so shocked that he was stunned. His saliva dripped onto the ground. He also raised his hands to the sky and cheered Rhino. This worm is so powerful and weird. Wait, I am the Monkey King. I should be calmer. The Monkey King made a few strange etiquette movements on his own, ran into the cave, put on a grass skirt, took a cane, and then made a Tarzan-like gesture of hammering his chest at the dot. The monkey died in a hurry. He died the first moment he returned to his hometown because he was too excited and had a myocardial infarction. When Zhang Ming found this guy lying on the ground amid the shouting of tens of thousands of monkeys, his body was completely cold. Lao Zhang checked for a while and helplessly spread his hands, indicating that he could not be saved. How to say the feeling of being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes? How to say, it's weird, just like a rehearsal of returning to the human world. But the people who stared at him became monkeys. Xiaobei shed tears sadly on Zhang Ming's shoulder. The emotional turtle had become good friends with the monkeys, but one of them died tonight. May the monkey rest in peace, Zhang Ming sighed in his heart, but he didn't have too many regrets. After all, Gigi was in very bad health. It was obvious that his body could die at any time, but he couldn't control his emotions, jumping up and down, and sometimes staying up late and acting crazy. It would be strange if he didn't die. As for the other monkey Mao who was in a slightly healthier state, he hugged the female monkey left and right and started to play with her. His face was red and purple, and his tail was up in the sky. It was obvious that he was extremely excited about the glorious return to his hometown. Chapter 195 I am the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. The bad nature of this species is much higher than that of humans. In other words, they do not hide their desires at all. You are about to die suddenly at any time, but you are still making trouble there. Lao Zhang really didn't know what to say, but he was not the monkey's father, so he was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. She-mama, go and communicate with the Monkey King. She-mama screamed gaga and rolled onto the monkey Mao. The Monkey King was startled. He didn't know what this black stone was. It beat its chest frantically, as if to show its strength. But seeing Mao excitedly introducing these strange creatures, he was relieved. Countless monkeys were pointing and talking to them. Lao Zhang felt like an animal locked in a zoo, being appreciated by the public, mixed with ghost sounds such as rhinoceros and baga. Fuck, is this a rehearsal for returning to human society? Why do I feel like I'm being treated like a monkey? Even though Zhang's face was as thick as steel, it was still pierced by the gazes of tens of thousands of monkeys, including female monkeys. His face was burning like a red balloon. Both Xiaobei and Hao were shocked by the crowd of primitive monkeys and hid in the room and dared not come out. When you return to human society in the future, you must be more secretive, otherwise you will be in the spotlight and die on the spot. Zhang Ming found an open space, gently lowered his wooden boat, and threw out the insect corpse on the boat. With a bang, the insect fell to the ground. The corpse was naturally processed simply, and the internal organs were removed, and it was exposed to the sun for a long time. Otherwise, it would have stinked after traveling all the way. Seeing the monster appear, countless monkeys exclaimed. The monkeys were excited now, pointing at the insect and screaming Jaligwilla, with even more pride on their faces. More and more monkeys gathered around, shouting and groaning, and touched the bugs a few times. This amazing species has great differences among individuals. The smaller monkeys are only about 1 meter tall and weigh 30 to 50 kilograms, like a kindergarten kid. The larger monkeys are 2 meters tall and weigh several hundred kilograms. For example, the one wearing a grass skirt and holding a cane may be the monkey king or some other profession. The surrounding monkeys obviously respect him very much. There are also some elder monkeys holding a stone slab and quietly recording something on the side. Maybe they are recording history or something else? Because their tails have forks at the back, like 3 fingers, Zhang Ming named this amazing intelligent species three-tailed monkey. The monkey king holding the cane walked forward, carefully examined the body of the big bug, and shouted loudly, and silence. The group of monkeys suddenly stopped making noise, and each of them looked focused, with bloodshot eyes, as if the big bug would suddenly jump up. After a long time, the monkey king announced in a loud voice that this was indeed new knowledge. They have acquired new knowledge. Suddenly, the canyon became a sea of joy. The biggest contributor, the three-tailed monkey Mao, was surrounded by a large number of tribesmen and enjoyed the supreme glory. The monkey's face couldn't stop laughing, which made Zhang Ming scared, worried that this guy would suddenly die. Hey, buddy, you are an old monkey, wake up. Don't die tonight, but if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. Only such a glorious tradition can inspire this population to give up survival resources and explore new knowledge in the distance when they are old and weak. Although their so-called new knowledge is often not very meaningful. Mama, can you let them find a quiet place for us to rest? We have been carrying the sailboat for so long, and we just want to lie down for a day. It's really a bit too much to have so many monkeys watching. Mama rolled onto the butt of the three-tailed monkey Mao and shook it hard. Mao was still immersed in the flowers and clusters, but he inexplicably felt that something was messing with his butt. It must be a female monkey. Now that it has obtained inexhaustible mating rights, the monkey face still can't stop laughing. As a result, the vibration intensity continued to increase, and a very strange voice was faintly repeated, I am the Monkey King, the great sage equaling heaven's Sun Wukong. Mao suddenly realized that the one stuck on his butt was the omnipotent Shimima. Recalling the scene of torture along the way, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and was respectful to Shimima. Even the surrounding monkey kings and elders looked up to this strange stone. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ming suddenly felt that Shimima had a set of teaching and educating people. Why is it that he, Zhang, is so strong, but does not have such authority? Soon, after friendly exchanges between the two sides, unknown creature suspected to be a bug Zhang Ming obtained a very superior place to live. Even if the Monkey King's eyes flashed with curiosity, this guy is not a bug at all? Maybe it is a close relative of a monkey? But the elder Mao said that it was a bug, so it was a bug. Zhang Ming sighed softly and moved his sailboat to the open space. Occasionally listening to the monkey's calls and insects low humming around him, smelling the fragrance of the soil and the breath of grass, he suddenly felt that the current life was not bad. There was a hint of loneliness, but there was no so-called confusion. There were some goals, even if the goals were very far away. Tired travelers will stop one day and choose their own habitat. This is a temporary resting place and will not stay for long. Zhang Ming mechanically stepped onto the sailboat and found a stool to sit on. Hao Jack, who had recovered from hypothermia, slowly came over, lay at Zhang Ming's feet, and yawned lazily. The relics of human civilization are slowly aging and being lost. Hao Jack is one of the relics of mankind, and it is also slowly aging. Compared with humans, the three-tailed monkey civilization is so bad that it is hard to tell where it is. Let alone the issue of world unification, the three-tailed monkey has not even sorted out the written language, and even smelting bronze is a bit difficult. However, compared with humans, the life of this race is indeed more simple and less scheming. Is it really a good thing to bring them a more civilized life? The more prosperous the civilization, the more materialistic it will be. And the life of monkeys is really free and happy. Zhang Ming didn't know the answer to this question, or the theorem of the world is like this: what you gain, what you lose. This open space is quite large, with hard rocks on the ground and few trees. To the west of the sailboat, there is a big pit with a gurgling stream passing by. And the pit is naturally filled with water. Zhang Ming's nose twitched, and he jumped off the sailboat. He felt the temperature with his fingers and found that the water temperature was exactly 40 degrees. Natural hot spring. Good guy, these monkeys really know how to enjoy it. Old Zhang smiled and shouted, "Brother Hao, Xiao Bei, come and soak in the hot spring too. Shimama, where are you?" The monkeys' cheers were everywhere in the distance, and there was also a faint old but extremely excited voice, "I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong." Shimama should have gone to have a friendly exchange with the monkeys. Zhang Ming was too lazy to care, and took Haoji and Xiao Bei to soak in the hot springs leisurely. With his eyes closed, he just relaxed. Today might be the most relaxed day in his 10 years. He was too lazy to even listen to the radio. What earth, what civilization, what demon, what practice, all thrown into the clouds. He just enjoyed the warmth from the monkey world and the earth. Unknowingly, he fell asleep in the hot spring. He opened his eyes early in the morning, and the sun was high in the sky. How long had he slept? Zhang Ming yawned and stretched. After soaking in the hot spring all night, his skin was a little pale. Suddenly, he found a large group of monkeys standing next to the hot spring, pointing at him, and all kinds of sharp shouts and laughter kept coming. The leader was Shimama. This black stone was very proud and colluded with a tall monkey king. "I am the grandson of the great sage equaling heaven." The monkey king spoke in human language, holding a stick in his hand, and shouted proudly. As a result, he forgot the words halfway through speaking. After all, human language is more difficult to pronounce than monkey language. "Sun Wukong," Shimama added. "Sun Wukong. Rhino, Shimama has already controlled the Monkey King, right? Now I am the great leader of monkeys. Hey, so-and-so, give me back my clothes." Zhang Ming always felt that something was wrong. He flicked a drop of water from his finger and knocked the monkey who was trying to steal his clothes to the ground. When he stood up from the water and wanted to change his clothes, the monkeys laughed even louder, and more monkeys pointed at him. Shimama couldn't wait to repeat the spiritual language so that Zhang Ming could understand what the monkeys were discussing. "Squeak, squeak, squeak, look at that guy's tail. It's so strange. It grows in front, squeak, squeak, I'm laughing to death. This guy has only so much hair and his whole body is bald. Hey, that spear is so beautiful. Look, I'm going to steal it." The little monkey jumped down from the tree with a whoosh and rushed towards the ice spear. As a result, it carried the spear for a long time with a grin on its face, but the spear didn't move at all. This is a rare thing from heaven, weighing 200 kilograms. How could a little monkey move it? "Go away." The veins on Zhang Ming's forehead popped up, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. "Damn, why do I look like a monkey locked in a zoo?" He got up from the pool, put on his clothes in a few seconds, and tied the ice spear to his back. Finding that this strange and powerful creature was a little angry, the monkeys looked annoyed, pretending that nothing had happened, and dispersed directly. Of course, the several big monkeys headed by the Monkey King still attached great importance to Lao Zhang. It can only be said that the scene of him carrying the boat here last night was too shocking to the monkeys. Well, those monkeys also tried to lift the sailboat, and the final result was, of course, that the sailboat didn't move at all after lifting it for a long time. Chapter 196: The Resilience of Primitive Civilization. In addition, Shimama's trickery for a whole night did have some effect. The Monkey King Sun Wukongs expressed their desire to learn from him. Soon, they invited Zhang Ming to enter the luxurious cave. There was actually a dark river in the cave. Dozens of rocks were scattered on the water beach. There were gurgling springs between the rocks. Groups of small fish were stirring the water surface from time to time. Several ripe wild fruits fell from the branches of the cliffs. It was really like a water curtain cave. As the monkeys grew, they divided into quite a few groups, and occasionally there would be diplomacy. Therefore, the three-tailed monkey group evolved its own reception etiquette. Several big monkeys like elders took some sour wild fruits and threw them on a stone. There was also a grapefruit-like thing in the middle of the wild fruit. It tasted like a sweet fruit like rice cake, and it tasted quite good. This fruit contains a lot of starch and is the favorite food of the three-tailed monkey. Of course, its yield is not too high, and only the Monkey King and the elders can enjoy it. Ordinary monkeys can be fooled by eating some leaves. Lao Zhang is actually a little unsatisfied, but he is embarrassed to ask for another portion. There are also two female monkeys, only 1.3 meters tall, standing next to Zhang Ming, combing his hair, as if to catch lice. Anyway, this technique is quite good, but the big hairy hands occasionally grab a handful of his neck, probably curious about why he Lao Zhang has no hair. What a capitalist behavior. Zhang Ming was amazed to enjoy the service of the monkeys in the other world. However, the female monkey searched for a long time and did not find any lice on Lao Zhang's hair. They lost the source of their sense of accomplishment, became more and more anxious, and their hands became more and more severe. Unconsciously, Lao Zhang found that his hair was falling down like dandelions. What's going on? I don't have lice on my head. What's going on? Lao Zhang drove these female monkeys away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The female monkey didn't care that Zhang Ming was a distinguished guest. She turned around and bared her teeth. Only the last male monkey who didn't pull out his hair was left. He seemed to be concentrating on counting how many hairs Zhang Ming had. He counted very seriously. Zhang Ming suddenly felt that this monkey was very handsome and looked a bit like the legendary six-eared macaque. Well, massage like this, very good, just like this, he ate and drank, and instructed the monkey to massage. After waiting for half an hour, the monkey kings from all directions and tribes arrived one after another. As soon as they entered the cave, they screamed loudly, pointed at Zhang Ming, and fiddled with the corpse of the insect. There were also a few monkeys who seemed to be rivals in love. They started to fight with each other as soon as they met. This strange scene had a sense of drinking today in the water curtain cave. Although these monkeys fought to the death, it was lively. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaobei on the table, the legendary monkey king Sun Dashing has 6 sworn brothers, but in the end, they are all dog-meat friends with no loyalty. They share happiness, but not difficulties. Sun Dashing was suppressed under the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years, and these dog-meat friends never came to visit him once. For 500 years, it doesn't matter if you don't make friends with these dog-meat friends. Xiaobei, do you have friends? Xiaobei nodded silently. Of course it has friends. Aren't Brother Hao and Lao Zhang its friends? And it misses the pelican sister who has been away for many years. How has she been doing in all these years? It misses the relatives on Turtle Island. Zhang Ming also recalled the first half of his life that was becoming more and more vague in his memory. Even his relatives were about to forget him, so how could there be any so-called friends? What classmates and colleagues? They had long forgotten him. He couldn't help but sigh and said, it would be nice if we had some wine. However, I can't teach this monkey group how to drink wine. No, he still has friends. Wang Fumin, Lu Tuiyu, Li Xianfang and others can be considered his friends. Zhang Ming kept yawning. He wanted to go back to farming and sleeping. While the sun was shining, he turned this oil and sorted out his lost home mood. But it seemed not good to leave this primitive meeting without permission. After a while, the monkey kings finished fighting and started to catch lice from each other as if nothing had happened to promote friendship. There were also a few monkeys who heard that the big bug was hunted by Zhang Ming, so they hurried over to get close to him. They found that Zhang Ming had no hair on his body and couldn't catch lice, so they were embarrassed for a while. After all, catching lice is their unique way of socializing, which can relax the mood and enhance feelings. Pinching the shoulders is also okay. The monkey king was quite large. After Lao Zhang pinched the monkey king a few times, they soon discovered the benefits of pinching shoulders. They grinned with big yellow teeth, pinched each other, and invited Zhang Ming to eat the lice on their bodies. Zhang Ming happily ate the sesame-sized bugs, and his mouth made a crackling sound, which was crisp, and he even smiled. Oh, this louse actually has a trace of spirit. What kind of bugs can be cultivated on a large scale? This crazy scene made Xiaobei's heart tremble, and his black pearl-like eyes widened. Emperor Zhang, you are not evolved from monkeys, right? Why do you look more and more like a family? In the end, even the great hero Mao Mao, who was about to die suddenly, came late, looking like he was about to collapse. Seeing that all the participants had arrived, the monkeys finally calmed down from the large exchange meeting and walked out of the cave one by one. First, a simple funeral ceremony was held to bury the monkey Gigi who died at the doorstep. The burial place is not a valley, but a high slope with beautiful scenery. Stone tablets are placed on both sides of the muddy path. Under each stone tablet, a monkey who has brought new knowledge is buried. The ground is covered with fallen leaves, and the sun shines down obliquely, with mottled light and shadow, bringing a sense of vicissitudes of time. This is the history of the three-tailed monkey clan. The monkeys value inheritance, and only monkeys who bring new knowledge can be buried here. Otherwise, Even if they are the contemporary monkey kings and elders, as long as they fail to bring new knowledge, they will still return to dust and return to earth. Rhino. Rhino, the monkey kings roared, as if they were summoning souls. One of the monkeys engraved some ghost-like words on the stone slab, which was regarded as the epitaph of GG. From now on, the achievements of GG will be respected by future generations. Finally, they buried the body of GG in the pit. Some sentimental monkeys couldn't help but shed tears. Perhaps they thought of what they would look like when they were old, or perhaps they thought of something else. One of the characteristics of intelligent life is association. The monkeys lamented the vastness and complexity of the world, and wondered about the decline and prosperity. But where is the lowest pit that belongs to them? Sometimes, Zhang Ming thought this race was funny, but sometimes, it seemed to be interesting. Shimama suddenly said, in fact, most worlds are like this. There are no powerful species, and there is no civilization to speak of. These worlds were destroyed without knowing it. Old Zhang nodded in agreement, so that's how it is. It seems that the Yanjiao people are considered a powerful species. Your vision is really not bad, Shimama. The three-tailed monkey race is really too weak, and the shortcomings cannot be counted on one hand. The average lifespan is less than 15 years old, and the strongest individual can only live to be 30 years old. The brain is not very smart, and there is no discipline, and even no special abilities. That's right, these guys have no ability. Even the worst Yanjiao civilization is much better than the three-tailed monkey. And the powerful blue crystal people, they can't even compare. Their only advantage is luck. The world they live in is hidden in this piece of ice and snow. Those bugs outside have become bodyguards invisibly. It is also difficult for the world hunter to get through that bitter cold land, so this paradise has persisted until now. Perhaps for a long time in the future, the monkeys will still be lucky enough to survive. But they still chose to explore and inherit. Countless old individuals have broadened their worldview at the cost of their lives, so that future generations will no longer live in ignorance, and let future generations know that this world is very big and needs a lifetime to explore. When knowledge accumulates from generation to generation, perhaps one day there will be a real qualitative change. By then, they will no longer be the ridiculous three-tailed monkeys, but will have evolved into real three-tailed monkey people. So, what are you going to do? Shimama asked. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment. Well, we won't be here for too long. I will teach them what they like to learn, and I won't force them to learn anything else. If you and Xiao Bei want to do something, you can also participate. As the text symbols on the stone tablet were engraved, the achievements of the monkey Jiji were fully recorded. At this moment, it was shoulder to shoulder with the sky and walked with the stars. Then it was the monkey Mao who was still alive to preach the new knowledge. He is a ditch rhino. Mao stood on a high place and said something excitedly. In fact, there is nothing much to tell. Apart from the insect corpses brought back, which prove that the frozen abyss is an extremely terrifying place, there seems to be nothing else worth discussing. However, the corpse of this insect is enough. After all, it is a terrifying creature that has never been seen in the past. The huge shell and sharp claws alone can also show that this thing is not something they can fight against. If you want to explore the frozen abyss in the future, you have to consider whether you can withstand the attack of this insect. Soon, the monkey kings took some scraps of insect claws from the insect's shells and hurried back to their tribes, spreading new knowledge with excitement. Zhang Ming also stayed in this small valley like a paradise for a while. He planned to stay for 6 to 8 months to let Brother Hao's frozen body recuperate, and open up some farmland to update the plant seeds in his hands. The seeds also have their own lifespans. It is impossible to plant crops in the cold zone. He has to rotate these seeds to prevent them from becoming extinct. Of course, there is another interesting thing, to help these monkeys a little. They are courageous and spirited. It is not a problem to help them a little as long as they can. I have always had an idea, Zhang Ming said with a smile in the sailboat. I will help a little and help the three-tailed monkey race grow. The world will be grateful to me and give me a little gift, Shimama sneered, knowing that you have bad intentions and are very utilitarian. It said in an old tone, the strongest creature in this world is obviously not the three-tailed monkey. There are still some strong people here. In comparison, the three-tailed monkey is just an ordinary species. Even if you help it, it will not be favored by the world's will. Because this group of monkeys is just an ordinary creature, are they so unwelcome? Lao Zhang was a little surprised. Shimama sneered, there are not many of them, and the race is not strong. What is there to be welcomed? Just like the elephants and mice on the earth, can they resist the disaster? Gaia consciousness really has no knowledge and vision. Lao Zhang laughed. The monsters around the volcano, even if they are born strong, their potential is just like that. Let's not talk about fighting the demon god. Can they fight the abyss-level monsters? The monkeys have completed about 60–70% of their exploration of the local world. They believe that the monsters around the volcano are the most powerful, and they are at a level that cannot be provoked, and they are stronger than the bugs in the western abyss. But no matter how strong the local monsters are, compared to the demon god with a unique idealistic rule, they are just ants. Fighting against the world hunter, it can only be said that the outcome is still unknown. Isn't it better for me to cultivate an intelligent civilization for this world than those innately powerful monsters? The potential of intelligent civilization is infinite, Shimama hummed there, perhaps denying Zhang Ming's utilitarian ideas, or perhaps thinking that the so-called world would not be grateful to you. This thing has no self and no external communication. How can a volcano know the potential of intelligent civilization? Well, some things are good for yourself and a good mood. Anyway, it's just a casual thing, doing something small for these monkeys. What the world will think has nothing to do with me. Zhang Ming instead had a very interesting idea. He turned around and said to Xiaobei, who was doing math problems, "Xiaobei, you should have seen the world map of humans. In the past, the continents on the earth were divided into pieces." Xiaobei nodded and racked his brains to deal with the calculus. Don't ask why the turtle has to learn calculus. The answer is that it has been studying mathematics for more than 10 years. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, on Earth, there are local primitive indigenous people in almost every continent, whether it is South America, North America, or Southeast Asia, including Australia, which is a continent far away overseas. There are indigenous people. Indians, Eskimos, and Gullis, aren't they amazing? Tell me, how did these indigenous people exist? They couldn't have been born out of thin air, they must have moved there, Zhang Ming imagined, in an age so long ago that it is unimaginable. The ancestors of mankind once crossed the ocean in canoes. Those were primitive people in the Stone Age who crossed the ocean. They embarked on the journey with great ambitions without knowing that there was a new continent on the other side of the ocean. It's incredible. Perhaps countless ancestors were drowned in the sea, but a few succeeded and survived in the new continent. On the contrary, after entering the Black Iron Age and the Bronze Age, a real civilization was formed, and various rules and regulations appeared, and humans no longer had that drive. It was not until the time of Columbus that people discovered a new world that had long been occupied by indigenous people, with the advent of the Industrial Revolution and the qualitative change of productivity. So many times, that vigorous spirit and resilience are very important. If there are more restrictions, there will be no spirit. What should we teach the monkeys? Xiaobei, if you were the teacher, what would you teach them? How about I give this task to you? Xiaobei fell into deep thought. P.S. Donkey has a fever at home and can't write. I will only update once today, which is yesterday's saved draft. If there is no improvement tomorrow, I will have to take a leave. Please forgive me, readers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. 6 months have passed, and Monkey Village has changed dramatically. As time went by, all the plans unfolded slowly as expected. Zhang Ming first coughed at the female monkey, and then showed his great strength in front of the monkeys. He knocked over a tree with one punch and kicked a pit with one foot. He also vividly told the story of the Monkey King's son and made trouble in the heavenly palace. The Monkey King climbed up the sacred mountain and roared, "My life is in my own hands, not in the hands of God." He punched and kicked the old Dragon King. The old Dragon King felt the pain and knelt down, calling the Monkey King to spare his life. The Monkey King to spare his life. Sure enough, the monkeys who had suffered cultural invasion had bright eyes and had an extreme yearning for the Monkey King, who stepped on the somersault cloud and could somersault 108,000 miles. The canyon was filled with shouts of Monkey King and Monkey King. Even the translator Shimama was poisoned and wanted to hear the story of Monkey King all day long. After all, Zhang Ming's descriptions were all modified by magic, and after being localized, they were different from the past. After attracting the attention of all the monkeys in the valley through a story, Zhang Ming waved his hand and hired a large number of three-tailed monkeys to start farming. He claimed that this is the only way to become a great sage. It's not that he was exploiting labor, but these monkeys were too naughty. They were used to a free life, so how could they bear the hardship? Even in the myth, the great sage, who had such extraordinary talent, practiced in Fankin Mountain for 10 years. In the first 7 years, he just learned polite speech, lectured on scriptures, practiced calligraphy and burned incense, and only in the last 3 years did he formally learn magic. These monkeys have no discipline and will eventually achieve nothing. They have to hone their character through farming. As expected, most monkeys are the kind who have no patience, and farming is a time-consuming and patient thing that requires a lot of time, energy and sweat. These monkeys are only enthusiastic for 3 minutes. The initial passion faded, and when they saw that the crops had not sprouted, they ran away. Another teacher, Xiaobei, saw that the number of monkeys willing to farm was decreasing day by day, and he was very anxious. He questioned Zhang Ming's strategy every day. Don't worry. If no monkeys can stay, it only means that we have no fate with this group of monkeys. Don't force it, Zhang Ming explained. Learning and practicing are more boring than farming. If you miss a lot of things, then you miss them. We just need to give them a chance, don't force it. Xiaobei could only agree helplessly. Half a month later, among the tens of thousands of monkeys, there were also a dozen that maintained enough patience and slowly opened up their own farmland and planted the crop seeds given by Lao Zhang. 1 in 1,000 is not bad, equivalent to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Zhang Ming felt that the number of more than a dozen monkeys was not enough, and he borrowed the name of the old monkey Mao Mao of the tribe to recruit more patient monkeys from the surrounding tribes. Finally, he gathered 200 monkeys and started the farming business. As a result, half of them ran away after a month. The remaining 100 monkeys are considered to be the brainless crystal fans in the fan circle. The Monkey King is engraved in their minds and they will not run away for a while. In this way, teacher Xiaobei excitedly started the formal teaching course. Until the 3rd month, the monkey Mao Mao died. Since returning home and gaining status, this guy has fallen rapidly. He either eats and drinks a lot, or bullies other monkeys by relying on his status as an elder, or plays with female monkeys crazily. He spreads his genes every day and night, and falls into a state of madness. Whenever Zhang Ming sees his overdrawn appearance, he thinks that this guy will not live long. So on this day, it suddenly died. Mao Mao suddenly lost strength while spreading genes, fell from the tree, and broke the spine of his entire neck. When the monkeys hurriedly carried the elder to Zhang for treatment, it had already died. Although Zhang Ming has some treatment methods, he can't do anything about the dead monkey. The monkey group buried it with great style. The once lively monkey became a cold corpse, with a breeze blowing on his face. Its monkey life was just a small wave in history. Its greatest luck was to meet a nobleman who changed civilization. But at least there is still a small wave. More monkeys, who never even made a splash in their lives, have already turned into dust. 6 months later, the crops have matured one after another. Wheat, rice, sorghum, corn, and sweet potatoes exude the unique fragrance of grains, and various vegetables and herbs are also in full swing. Perhaps because of the suitable climate and fertile soil, this batch of crops has obtained an unprecedented bumper harvest. The productivity of 100 young monkeys is still quite good. Those neat fields have produced unprecedented grains, which have been piled up into a small mountain, which has caused a shock to the entire valley. Perhaps because they are used to living off the mountain and the water, they have never thought that grain can be grown from the ground. Since it is 100 monkeys working together, then the grain will be divided equally. Every monkey will have one. I hope everyone will keep up the good work. Zhang Ming made 100 wooden barrels, filled them with grain, and handed them to them. The three-tailed monkeys actually have no concept of property. When they are hungry, they pick something from the trees to eat. Now they also want to pick corn and pull radishes from the fields to taste. In their world, there is no such magical food. But the 100 monkeys who have paid labor, but have sincerely paid for half a year of hard work, can't give up the fruits of their labor for no reason. So theft and fighting around farmland are happening every day. The concept of private property is rapidly forming. Then, the monkeys with food found that they had more mating rights after they had wealth. They can use the corn and potatoes in their hands to get the love of the opposite sex. This illegal transaction behavior became popular in the Monkey Pavilion Valley in just 3 days. Isn't this fucking? Who taught them? Lao Zhang was stunned, but he couldn't stop it. After all, monkeys love each other naturally. What qualifications do you, a monster, have to object? Then, the monkeys with food found that they had technical capital and began to hire more bodyguards and manpower to open up more farmland. Because farming also requires skills, other monkeys want to learn, they have to provide labor before they will teach. Otherwise they won't teach. Lao Zhang and Xiaobai naturally won't teach more monkeys. 100 students are already a lot, and he really can't teach more. So, a knowledge monopoly class emerged. Isn't this the landlord? The landlord appeared so soon, Zhang Ming was shocked. Then, another strange thing happened. The monkeys actually started gambling. They used the food in their hands as gambling chips and played a dice game every day. After all, food means mating rights, which means everything. Who can withstand the temptation of winning all the property of other monkeys by throwing dice? Soon, some monkeys were so angry that they lost all the fruits of their labor for half a year and returned to poverty overnight. The monkey cried and howled, and was a little unwilling to complain to Teacher Xiaobai. Teacher Xiaobai was naturally confused. In his limited life, where has he experienced such a thing? Climbed into the bedroom and complained to Lao Zhang, "Arwu arwu." Zhang Ming felt more and more that something was wrong, as if there was an invisible pair of hands controlling everything, just like human civilization. Finally, the culprit was found, Teacher Shimima. It was Teacher Shimima who taught them to gamble. Shimima was unhappy and announced loudly, "All agreements are invalid." Then, this beast was expelled from the teaching position. Of course, the rapid evolution of the three-tailed monkey civilization is still continuing. Because the influence of Zhang Ming and others is so great, it has brought about all-round changes. They soon discovered that the closer they were to Lao Zhang's ship, the more secure they were in terms of safety and education. Several sick monkeys recovered their health under Zhang Ming's medical treatment. So the monkeys began to trade grain for plots of land and build huts nearby. Even the Monkey King felt that his cave was not fragrant anymore, and he wanted to live near the sailboat. Is this real estate appearing? Market economy. Then, the Monkey King and several big monkeys who controlled the wealth began a passionate battle. After all, if it continues like this, its position as the Monkey King will be lost. The Monkey King wants to forcibly collect food, but these big monkeys are unwilling, so the two sides naturally fight. Because of the imbalanced distribution of interests within capitalism, the emperor and the warlords went to war. Zhang Ming felt that he had opened Pandora's box, and the social evolution of monkeys was far beyond his psychological expectations. Of course, during the whole process, he was satisfied to harvest a lot of food. For this little food, the monkeys have changed. What a sin! Perhaps after he leaves, the three-tailed monkey will soon forget about farming. After all, farming violates their living habits and is a very unfree thing. It is also possible to continue the habit of farming. These cannot be forced. Just like in Africa, in the end, no farming culture was formed, and many things are closely related to the cultural habits of the tribe. Zhang Ming has no doubt that the turtle tribe, which was once glorious, will work hard, but the three-tailed monkey tribe let it be. Woof woof, a dog barking interrupted Zhang Ming's thoughts and gradually recovered from the state of observer. After 6 months of recuperation, Hao Ji's body, which was frostbitten, has recovered. Although it is an old dog, it is a strong old dog under Zhang Ming's careful care. It should not be a problem to live for another 10 years. You are an old guy too. It's not a bad idea to stay here. For my sake, the monkeys should take good care of you. Zhang Ming smiled and said, "If you want to stay here, you should follow me on the road." The dog howled a few times. Its IQ is limited and it can't understand complex language. However, it naturally wants to follow its owner, no matter where it goes. In the past 6 months, there has been a drifting bottle, and the content is mostly about the construction and development of the supernatural human alliance. Speaking of which, in the past 6 months, the establishment of the supernatural human alliance has brought earth-shaking changes to the earth, such as the rich tax, the civilian tax, the new century defense line, etc. It is really the 3 fires of a new official taking office, which has made the whole world in a hurry. Since the letter in the bottle was delayed by 7 months from the broadcast, there was nothing particularly interesting this time. Zhang Ming wrote some recent life situations and sent it back. Seeing that the time was ripe for a new journey, Zhang Ming held a new family meeting on this day. "Dear friends, we have been here for half a year. The grain harvest is good, and Brother Hao has recovered. It's time to embark on the journey again. I have also collected seasonings and local specialties, which are quite good. Ahem. First of all, teacher Zhang, how is the course being taught? It feels good to be a teacher, right? Teacher Zhang had a bitter face and almost cried out of grievance. The process of communicating with those monkeys was like a delicate head teacher, facing a large group of bad students who were 1.9 meters tall. That scene, that discipline, was unbearable to watch. How much knowledge can be imparted in just half a year? Zhang was troubled for a long time. He thought that what the monkeys needed most was to increase their lifespan and combat power, so he tried to teach the Zhuangwu breathing technique. It is the orthodox descendant of Zhuangwu breathing technique, and is more proficient than Lao Zhang. However, the breathing technique needs to be modified to fit the monkey's body, and the monkey must also learn the acupuncture guidance technique, which is obviously not a workload that can be completed in half a year. So you mean that the goal has not been achieved yet? Zhang Ming was silent, looking at the monkeys working in the farmland. Since farming can get the right to mate, more and more monkeys are learning agriculture, and the growth has exploded. Of course, there are also many cases of giving up halfway. In fact, they are not that short of food, but starchy plants are more to their taste. Zhang begged pitifully, it didn't want to give up halfway. Or perhaps, this experience of being a teacher made it feel the meaning of knowledge and the feeling of being tired and happy unprecedentedly. It's not impossible for you to have more time, and we are not in such a hurry. Zhang Ming himself taught the monkeys farming culture and health knowledge. Don't underestimate these 2 points. Farming culture is the carrier of civilization, the cornerstone of social stability, and can trigger the butterfly effect in history. The butterfly effect of these few months alone is already big enough. As for health knowledge, it is to wash hands before and after meals, drink boiled water, and have regular work and rest habits. Don't underestimate this. In the primitive period, the average life expectancy of humans was only about 20 years old. Hasn't it increased to 70 or 80 years old now? Who dares to believe that just by brushing teeth, the human life expectancy has increased by a full 13 years? So it's not that monkeys are born short-lived, but that they have bad habits. Of course, living habits are difficult to correct. Many times, I forget what I said, and I feel annoyed when I say too much. Zhang Ming will not force anything. Anyway, in one sentence chance is to control it yourself. P.S. I have recovered a little today, and I don't have such a fever. I struggle to code 4,000 words. I should be able to update twice tomorrow. I am glad that I don't have yang, otherwise I have to lie down for a week. Everyone still needs to wear a mask and don't let down the guard, otherwise it will be really uncomfortable if you get infected. Chapter 198 Absorbing the Blood of the Demon God. Zhang Ming adjusted his sitting position and finally made up his mind. Let's do this. When the last crop of wheat matures, we have to set off. 1 month, wait another month. It's not a good idea to stay here all the time. This month, tell them clearly that we are leaving soon, let them study hard, and then we will leave. Zhang Ming took out a world map drawn by monkeys. There were distorted images on it, and the geographical locations of mountains, rivers, lakes, etc. could barely be seen. This was the knowledge that countless generations of monkeys had explored diligently. There seemed to be only one continent in this world, 6 million square kilometers. In the middle of the continent was the huge active volcano. In the past 6 months, Zhang Ming had also climbed the volcano, collected local minerals and plants, and hunted some powerful prey. After all, he was still short of attribute points. But he didn't go too deep. He couldn't carry much. It would be meaningless to collect too much and not be able to take it away. Zhang looked at Lao Zhang with his eyes. Isn't 1 month too little? Zhang Ming drew a line on the map and said, this is the Valley of Monkeys. I want to cross the continent and go out from the other side of the world. Maybe I can avoid the frozen abyss. This world is quite big. From the current position, it may be 10,000 kilometers to the other side of the world, which will take 3 to 5 months. The monkeys can follow us and continue to learn the breathing technique for a few months. If you can't learn it again, forget it. Zhao pondered for a while and agreed to Zhang Ming's plan. It was really under a lot of pressure. Its mind was full of breathing technique. It thought about it day and night, and it was obsessed with it. As for the bad mentor, Comrade Shimama, he also agreed and said that he wanted to study monkey breathing technique together. In fact, it just wanted to continue playing with the monkeys. From a certain perspective, Shimama was the one who wanted to stay here the most. If there is no problem, The family meeting is disbanded, Xiaobei said Arwu, and his 4 short legs moved quickly and jumped on Hao Ji's head. Hao Jie also stepped out of the room with his short legs. The exclamation of Turtle Rhino could still be heard faintly. It seemed that after several months of getting along, the monkeys had already recognized Xiaobei's status as a teacher. Zhang Ming looked at the clouds in the sky and shouted, "Turtle Rhino." He was actually very satisfied with his life in the past 6 months. Every day, the monkeys gave him massages, and he gradually understood the simple and plain language of the monkeys. Anyway, if you find something special, it's always right to add a rhino to praise it. He even felt that his neurosis had improved. But he had to go. He wanted to return to human society. He was a part of the human race, not a part of the monkeys. Of course, Zhang Ming deliberately stayed here for another month, not simply because that crop of wheat was not ripe yet. Who cares about that crop of wheat? It was not because Xiaobei had not finished teaching, but because the exploration of the demon god time and space worm had finally reached a critical point. Another drop of brand new demon god blood was about to be captured by his soul subbody. On the attribute panel, the moon symbol has already shown a soul-stirring dark red, like a dark red vortex, leading to an endless dark and empty world. Zhang Ming had a hunch that if he swallowed another drop of the demon god's blood, this icon would bring a new qualitative change. What exactly is the ability of the demon god level? Thinking of this, Zhang Ming couldn't help but get nervous. More than 10 years of hard work, tonight, will reveal the results. So in the busy farm work, the night came. After a busy day, Zhang Ming returned to his bedroom and took a few deep breaths to calm his inner tension. Observed his mental state, it was close to the maximum value. Let's get started. He slapped his head, split a little soul subbody, and very skillfully drilled into the coordinates of the space-time worm. At the entrance of this cave, there was a small drop of demon god's blood floating. Zhang Ming was not in a hurry, because if he touched the demon god's blood, the soul subbody would die immediately. So in the limited hours, it is a key thing to explore as many places as possible. After 10 years of research, many details are far from the reasoning and conjecture of the Blue Crystal Civilization. The power of the demon god may be beyond the expectations of the Blue Crystal Civilization, but it was killed inexplicably because of some special good luck, or because the space-time worm was indeed a juvenile in the incubation stage. If it is fully hatched, the Pillar of Heaven cannot kill this thing. There is really nothing more terrifying than the demon god on this world. Seeing that his lifespan was about to run out, the soul returned to the vicinity of the cave entrance and suddenly touched the drop of blood, pushing it with the greatest force, and the cold and weird mental backlash continued to surge. Zhang Ming was dizzy, but he persisted. The power from the mysterious blood made this little soul dissipate in less than a second. However, with the help of inertia, this drop of blood has already floated out of the cave entrance. Success! Zhang Ming was full of excitement, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it, and a huge energy burst out from his body. As soon as the blood of the demon god touched the human body, it directly penetrated into every cell of the body in the form of information. In Zhang Ming's spiritual perception, he began to age rapidly, and a large number of cells in his body aged and died. The whispers screamed in his mind, getting louder and louder. Multiple worlds seemed to overlap, and shadows that were so huge that they were unimaginable were lingering in the sky. Their existence made people extremely suffocated and desperate. Zhang Ming didn't know whether this was an illusion or not. Anyway, every time he swallowed the blood of the demon god, he would see some strange things. The 3 abilities of King Kong, toxin resistance and lightning control, broke out together, but they still couldn't stop the erosion from this mysterious power. Only his own innate ability, attribute conversion, slowly started to work and quickly absorbed the energy of this drop of blood. Every second, it would consume 1 month of life, and 12 seconds would consume a year of life. 60 seconds is 5 years. 2 minutes later, the power of aging disappeared. 10 years of life were consumed. However, this demon blood added 7 more attributes. After all, a reduction of 3 points is acceptable. Looking again, the hair fell to the ground in large numbers, and many of them turned white. Zhang Ming cursed in his heart. Every time he drank the demon blood, it was like undergoing chemotherapy. This thing likes to kill cells that divide quickly. So his sperm and hair follicle cells died in large numbers in the past 2 minutes, and his hair fell out. But it doesn't matter. After a while, it will grow again. Old Zhang comforted himself for a while and recovered from the mysterious hallucination. Chapter 199, Signs of the devil's resurrection. He closed his eyes and contemplated the moon icon carefully. He was suddenly delighted. Sure enough, the icon was fully lit. A mysterious induction gradually emerged in his mind. His consciousness passed through the gray-black mist and touched a vague existence. There was a rustling whisper in his ears. What's going on? Zhang Ming's expression changed slightly. It was easy to sense ordinary superpowers. He had activated so many abilities and it was easy. But it was difficult to sense the moon icon. It was like the nonsense of a mental patient. After a long time, Zhang Ming finally understood the general situation. Demon God Time and Space Worm. There was indeed a series of unreadable garbled codes behind it, like a ball of wool piled up in the gray-black mist in a disorderly manner. Moreover, the weight of this ball of wool was extremely heavy. At first glance, it was more than the entire planet, the kind that could completely drown a person. This inexplicable situation was the first time it appeared, and Zhang Ming was a little confused. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. Attribute conversion is essentially a personal talent, not an omnipotent system. It's normal that the ability of the demon god level cannot be perfectly analyzed. He laughed at himself. It seems that my talent can only support me to the limit of the spirit. The road below can only be explored slowly by myself. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, somewhat unwilling. Is it a waste of so many years of effort? But it's just a waste of time. He put more mental power into the perception of the moon picture. With a continuous investment of spirit, the icon also produced a tendency to swallow up. No matter how much was invested, it was absorbed cleanly. I don't believe it. Let's see how much you can absorb. The spirit continuously penetrated a gray-black fog, sensing the strange information from the behemoth. Suddenly, Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, and a mysterious illusion was born in his mind. It was like piercing a layer of paper, with a feeling of being shattered by the top of the head. This trace of illusion expanded rapidly, giving him an extremely dangerous psychological sign. At this moment, Zhang Ming was sweating profusely. He might have encountered a crisis that he had never imagined. At the moment when he was about to lose his personal consciousness, he turned on the ability of the memory library. In case of any deviation, he might be able to hide in this library and escape. Then, he found that he had become a real worm of time and space. In that vast and unimaginable time and space, in this absurd and boundless idealistic universe, the tides of time and space converged, and the collision and fusion of parallel worlds gave birth to infinite information. The combination of these information can produce any imaginable, combinable, and exhaustible things. Therefore, all possible existences exist. All things with a non-zero probability can happen. Because the infinite information is too vast and majestic, Zhang Ming lost himself in just a short moment, and his mind was occupied by this demon god rule. In a short moment, he really became a worm of time and space. His eyes were closed, and his body emitted a dark red light. Nameless mist overflowed from his body and filled the small room. The rustling whispers were like the whispers of the galaxy against the background of the starry sky. This only rule was projected and began to transform Zhang Ming's soul and body to better adapt to its existence. It was resurrected. In other words, as the only rule, it would never die. The first to feel the change in Zhang Ming was the world tree and the world stone placed beside him. This pair of combinations suddenly emitted light, trying to fight against a terrifying existence in Zhang Ming. The light was soft and firm, trying to reawaken Zhang Ming's consciousness, but it was too weak and could do nothing about it. The second to feel the change was Comrade Shimama, who was reveling with the monkeys. I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong. I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong. 100 three-tailed monkeys were reveling to celebrate their first big harvest in their lives. Under the command of Xiao Bei, they completed the 3 steps of cleaning, husking and milling rice. After the fragrant white rice was cooked, it really satisfied the monkeys. As a result, Shimama suddenly jumped up and rolled towards Lao Zhang. What the hell happened? This is going to drive me crazy. The third person who felt the change was the world wall of the three-tailed monkey world. Yes, the active volcano entrenched in the center of the continent was awakened in an instant. A demon suddenly appeared in the world, and the area around the volcano was shaking and almost erupted. Countless surrounding lives were trembling and shivering under the powerful force, but they didn't know what was happening. Even many monkey tribes were affected by the earthquake. However, the boiling magma was calmed down by some kind of similar thoughts at the moment of eruption. Although the world will of our side is very powerful, it is not smart. After all, The smartest species in the local area is the three-tailed monkey. Can this volcano be smart? With the help of the world tree, Shimama transmitted spiritual language through the air. His tone was very arrogant, just like an old and oily bully. You usually hide and don't treat us as human beings. When you saw the old senior, you didn't even say hello, nor did you show up. Give me some bribes, now there is a crisis, you know you are anxious. Your volcanic eruption is useless. Can the monsters you control beat the demon? Leave a bribe, this senior will help you quell the disaster. If you don't give a penny, you will be destroyed by the demon. Shimama pretended to be powerful and went crazy. The volcano was very angry, but he didn't dare to challenge the real demon. After all, that was the demon. With a loud bang, a golden volcanic rock with high temperature was thrown out. The fourth person who felt the change was an unfortunate passerby passing by outside. A steam engine ship was passing through the ice and snow. This civilization from afar intended to go to the world where the blue crystal people were and find out the news of the peak civilization. However, the temperature of -60 or 70 degrees was too unbearable. The noses of these bearded people were red with cold. They wrapped their clothes tightly and huddled by the stove without wanting to move. Why is this area so cold? It's been half a year, why is there still no end? HU, is there something terrible sleeping here, Admiral? Our number 2 perpetual motion machine is broken. The number 1 perpetual motion machine may also be paralyzed, stupid pig, then find a way to repair it. The bearded man with a beard hanging down to his chest cursed himself in his heart. Why didn't he take a detour, but had to take a shortcut here, and as a result, all the tribesmen were frozen like dead dogs. Suddenly, the bearded man had a mysterious sixth sense, which was so strong that it seemed like the whole sky was about to collapse. He jumped up from the stool and looked into the distance. Why do I feel so frightened? Me, I feel so frightened too, said another companion. His voice suddenly became louder, and he was frightened and yelled at his companions, Demon? There is a demon sleeping here. Run, this demon is about to wake up. Go full speed. Start the full power of the number 1 perpetual motion machine, Admiral. This will make number 1 break down in advance. Go full speed. This group of bearded men were extremely panicked. They were ordered to investigate the fallen unknown demon, but they met a living demon in this icy area. What else could they do? If they were attacked by the demon, they would immediately turn into powder. The steam turbine, which was originally frozen, emitted thick black smoke and fled frantically. Zhang Ming slowly opened his eyes, and everything around him was very quiet. He was neither happy nor sad, and had no emotional fluctuations. In other words, at this moment, everything around him was meaningless to him. The so-called monkey group, the so-called volcano, the so-called world, are all nothingness. Zhang Ming quickly found the coordinate stone of the space-time worm, and inserted his finger into the sesame-sized hole. Then, he slowly drilled into the sesame-sized hole, intending to enter a wider void. The current body is too weak to withstand the crushing of the only rule. It is better to merge with the original space-time worm to better adapt to the rules. However, at this moment, a hot volcanic stone fell from the sky. This is a super wonder that has been nurtured in the three-tailed monkey world for many years, and it has the effect of suppressing will. The source of the world hanging on Zhang Ming's chest almost emitted light at the same time, trying to prevent him from entering the space coordinates. Shimama cursed something in her mouth, and the world tree she controlled also glowed, frantically pulling Zhang Ming's spiritual will. Think about your damn national team, they still haven't sent anyone to rescue you. Zhang Ming suddenly paused, but he was unmoved and still wanted to get into the small hole. Is the road to becoming an emperor going to end like this? The tree increased its energy output, and the light became brighter. Zhang Ming turned his head after being stimulated, with a scarlet light in his eyes. In just a moment, the books on the bedside table decayed, aged, and turned into a handful of flying ash, and the entire bedside table began to age and decompose. However, Shimama was overjoyed and said, "Ha ha ha, your playboy was destroyed by you." Zhang Ming's body shook again, his face twisted, and then he trembled like epilepsy. Taking this opportunity, Shimama pushed the world tree and touched the fiery red volcanic stone. The world tree turned red all over, absorbing a lot of energy from the volcanic stone. In a blink of an eye, it grew a piece of fiery red fresh leaves. And the volcanic stone was almost exhausted and turned into a pile of charcoal. Swoosh, the fiery red leaves broke away from the tree and flew to Zhang Ming's forehead. P.S. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 200, Waking Up Again. the terror officially began. The tug-of-war continued. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, the books, cabinets, beds, and quilts in the whole room turned into dust. No one knew what the rules of the demon god were, not even Shimama, because its memory was missing after all. In other words, it had never been exposed to such a terrifying thing. And the fiery red leaf was attached to Zhang Ming's forehead and slowly penetrated into his skin. It has a powerful sealing ability and is a treasure bred by the will of this world. The active volcano did not hurt Zhang Ming because it did not dare. Yes, the mysterious power that currently occupied Zhang Ming's body was still in an instinct state. It could only be sealed, but not attacked rashly. Otherwise, the counterattack from the rules of the demon god would easily destroy the entire world. The red and golden lights penetrated each other, and the invisible rhythm of terror spread rapidly around. Several three-tailed monkeys passed by, still muttering "I am the great sage Sun Wukong" in their mouths. Suddenly, they felt a sense of induction and howled with a gah. The monkeys scattered like birds and beasts, running everywhere. Hao Zhen Xiaobai didn't know what happened, and finally didn't dare to enter the room. As time passed, the volcano, the world tree, and Shimama in the three-tailed monkey world had all used up their strength. Even the source of the world hanging on Zhang Ming's neck became much dimmer. That was 500 units of the source of the world. Zhang Ming saved the source of the world for his entire life, and at this moment, a large amount of it was consumed. Of course, Shimama was just a fox pretending to be powerful. Its personal ability was not strong, but some threatening words in its mouth seemed to have some effect. It wanted to expose Zhang Daddy's first love girlfriend to the monkeys, or say some weird things about math teachers, seniors and juniors. Zhang Mama, you are so miserable. You caused a big trouble. That's right, in the eyes of Shi Daddy, Zhang Ming has been downgraded to Zhang Mama. After 5 hours of tug-of-war, the sky was dawning, and the first ray of sunlight finally shone in from the door and shone on Zhang Ming. Shimama was shocked, and sensed the opportunity for Zhang Ming to wake up, and increase the output of energy. Perhaps because of the demon god rule of the space-time worm, he instinctively hated the sun, and the red light on his body began to slowly weaken. Purple lightning and golden light burst out from his body, and he struggled instinctively. At the same time, the innate ability of attribute conversion finally resumed normal operation. This innate ability is even stronger than purple lightning and golden light, trying to cover up the unknown rules attached to Zhang Ming. The inexplicable mist slowly dissipated. The red light on his body also slowly converged in his body. Zhang Ming was in a daze for a long time, still in a state of confusion, and fell to the ground all of a sudden. Shimama was also paralyzed, and the small tree in the flower pot was once again in a state of depression. This time it was really injured. Then, Shi Daddy remembered something again, trembling a few times, and threw the volcanic rock that fell from the sky and was about to turn into a pile of charcoal into the flower pot. Don't waste this little bit of energy. Strangely, the extremely hot coke did not burn the flower pot, but instead produced some kind of wonderful reaction with the world tree and the world stone. Soon, the coke turned into an oil-like existence. Shimama proudly shouted at the distant volcano, "See, the old senior easily suppressed this demon with one move. I won't give you the remaining volcanic ash. In a few months, I will take this beast out of this world and it won't affect you." The magma in the distant volcano rolled and recovered from the violent state, as if expressing its deep gratitude. A stupid volcano couldn't figure out what happened, but only knew that the demon really fell into deep sleep and was sealed. The volcano was extremely excited and too lazy to think about its own losses. It only knew that Emperor Shimama was really powerful and gentle. Zhang Ming opened his eyes, and several monkeys were grinning at him, and their big yellow teeth were about to bite him. The monkey screamed and bared its teeth and claws. "I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong." The loyal Hao brother shook his butt hard beside him. Xiao Bei lay on Hao brother's head with a worried look. "I have been in a coma for 10 days, rubbing his temples hard." Zhang Ming felt that his brain was like the drum of a washing machine, spinning at high speed. He drank a bucket of water and ate 5 bowls of fragrant rice before he felt better. Then he found that his mental value had plummeted by more than 10,000 points. Only a few hundred points were left. How could his brain get better? Zhang Ming's face turned pale and he looked around. He found that except for the big shell under the bed that was covered by sawdust and escaped, most of the other supplies had turned into massive cook-like things. "My Playboy, my collector's edition of Asia, and my beautiful girl figurines are all gone. I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Several monkeys howled wildly, picked up Shinma and played with it happily. Hello, 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 I know you are Sun Wukong. Get out, Lao Zhang cursed, trying to drive these Sun Wukongs who wanted to steal things out of the room. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked Sun Wukong to help him pinch his arms and legs. If you feel comfortable, I will reward you Sun Wukong with fresh Maltose Rhino. The monkeys started to pinch excitedly. Fortunately, Lao Zhang did stay in a safe enough world, and there were so many monkeys who wanted to become Monkey King to massage him, so the speed of mental recovery was not slow. Zhang Ming recalled that terrifying night and still has lingering fears. He wanted to learn the ability of the time and space worm, but he was directly occupied by the mysterious only rule, and even some organs and tissues of his body were forcibly transformed. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and slowly felt every inch of flesh and blood vessels, heart, liver, and pancreas in his body. He checked them one by one and could not detect much change. But one of the changes was very obvious. I have grown a lot of hair. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and pulled out a hair with force. A purple electric light flashed at his fingertips, and the hair was electrocuted in trash, producing a smell of burnt feathers. Fortunately, it's just ordinary hair, not some tentacle or something like that. Zhang Ming really didn't know what part of him had been changed by the demon god rules. It was too dangerous. If it weren't for the powerful seal of external forces, he would have died. This shows that my personal talent is indeed limited. Facing the crushing power of the demon god level, it is easy to become an indescribable monster. It's impossible to have such good luck every time. Zhang Ming sighed softly, closed his eyes, and patiently visualized the icon of demon god time and space worm. On the icon of the red moon, there was a fiery red leaf attached. It should be some kind of special seal. A trace of obscure and cold power slowly penetrated from this seal. Zhang Ming was a little weak now, so he naturally didn't dare to unseal it carelessly. After experiencing the drastic changes, he had a vague understanding. The calculation of the blue crystal man is indeed inaccurate. The power of the rules of this demon god is much stronger than expected, and the so-called strong rules and weak rules are also inaccurate. The demon god time and space worm is really not a living being, but a thing derived from a certain unique rule. To use a more popular metaphor, conventional life first has a body, and then the soul and intelligence are born. These lives evolve from generation to generation to adapt to the environment. But the emergence of the time and space worm is because there is a unique rule first, and then the body is born. It does not need to adapt to the environment at all, that is, all its organizational structures serve the demon god rule. This is the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Conventional life and the demon god are two completely opposite answers. No wonder, it is difficult for this kind of existence to give birth to real wisdom. It is originally an unreasonable product. As for the feeling of being occupied by the demon god rule, Zhang Ming frowned and thought hard. Forgot. Yes, he seemed to have forgotten everything that happened that night, and most of the details could not be recalled. This seems to be an instinctive protection at the soul level. Otherwise, he would not be able to wake up from the occupation of the only rule, even with a leaf seal. But in this way, won't I learn nothing? Zhang Ming felt a little anxious, and couldn't help scratching his black and shiny hair. He regretted that he was not strong enough. It was obviously a great opportunity, but he ended up like this. Of course, before this, he still overestimated his talent, underestimated the demon god, and underestimated the heroes of the world. The so-called idea of directly becoming a demon god is obviously unrealistic and impossible. Otherwise, so many civilizations in the Demon Sea would have developed corresponding plans long ago. Even if his innate ability is unparalleled in the world, it is not at the level of crushing all the heroes of all races. Even some of the calculations of the blue crystal people are inaccurate. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment, swallowed his saliva, and divided the idealistic rules into three categories. The first category is weak idealistic rules, that is, those that humans can understand, mostly weak rules. Like the flow of spirits, acupuncture guidance, ether theory, strange particle theory, etc. Most of the theories invented by humans, blue crystal people, and Yanjiao people are essentially some descriptions of weak rules. The second category is strong idealistic rules. Blue crystal people believe that many unknown supernatural phenomena are caused by strong idealistic rules, such as time and space turbulence, which is obviously not a force that intelligent life can control, and the existence of Gaia consciousness. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.